Okay, so Nasha, I've given you the link of the YouTube in the chat. We are live. Uh, you can forward this in your group. Or then you can also see the link in the chat. We'll just wait for some time and then we'll start. Okay, now many people have joined, guys. Thank you everyone for joining this particular session. Again, we have with us Sudhanshu and Urvin, and today we are planning for another 9 hours community sessions where we'll be discussing about interview questions on SQL, Power BI end-to-end project, and there will also be a Mern stack project altogether. So, considering all these things, what we are going to do is that we are going to have this particular session. Before we start this particular session, please make sure that this session is going to go for 9 hours, which we are actually starting at 1 o'clock, and probably this will end till 10 o'clock. And if I try to share my screen, the first thing that you really have to do is that enroll. This community session is completely for free, and it is also being uploaded in a dashboard. If you really want any code, materials, everything and all, you'll be able to find that in the iNeuron website. So what I'm going to do is that quickly I'm going to share the screen with you all, so that how you should basically enroll in this particular community session, so that you don't have any problems with respect to the materials or anything as such. Okay. So what you have to do is that just go to iNeuron.ai. Okay. Now once you go into the iNeuron.ai, just log in over here, sign up if you're new completely. Then just go down, guys. There is something called as popular community courses. Okay. Now in this popular community courses, there will be a section which is called as community. Okay. So in this particular case here, you can see on the right hand side, there will be something called as community. So click on the community and you really have to enroll for this particular course. This course is completely for free. Okay, it is completely for free. Just click it over here and enroll it. There will be an enroll button over here. Okay, so you just have to enroll it, and once you enroll it, you will be able to go inside this particular course. The previous 15 hours course information is also provided over here. And in this particular session, in this 9 hours, what all things we are going to discuss? One will be SQL interview questions in details. So Sudhanshu is just going to upload all the materials inside this particular section. Then you will be having one project which is called as mail automation with Power BI. Okay. Then you will be having the third session by our full stack developer, who will be teaching design patterns and full end-to-end application. Okay, this end-to-end application will be with respect to Mern stack development. So all these three sessions will be going on, and this will be for 3 hours. Initially we'll start with SQL interview question in detail. What are the normal SQL questions that they basically ask you in the interviews itself, what things they are actually interested in. The second project, which will start at 4 o'clock, will be mail automation with Power BI again. And the final thing will be design pattern and full end-to-end application with respect to a full stack development thing. Okay. I hope everybody is able to understand me. Guys, are you there? Can you just give me a quick yes if you're able to understand me what I'm actually saying? Okay. Just go to the iNeuron.ai website, first of all. Okay. Inside this, go to the community courses. Community courses will be somewhere here below. So you have the popular community courses over here. The Out of all these guys, you have to basically select the community session over here, and then you just have to enroll into this particular thing.
Yes, you
Once
can
you enroll,
hard refresh this one. Control Shift R. So you will be able to see a changes in thumbnail.
okay, yes. So this is basically the community session which you have to enroll. And remember, the previous community part will also be put up over here. So enroll in this. After enrolling, just go to this particular course, and here you will be having all the details available. Remember, this previous session, we have all the things live 15-hour session. The link will be given over here. The code materials, there we are discussed about end-to-end machine learning project, Megatron, the real machine learning project. And today we are going to cover 9-hour session where we are actually discussing about SQL interview questions, mail automation, and design pattern. So all these things will be covered up in depth today by 3 different mentors. Uh, don't we have Tableau? Tableau will try to have it on tomorrow's session, guys. Today we'll focus on Power BI, probably do an end-to-end application, and then we will try to do the mail automation with Power BI and design pattern and full end application with respect to the proper full stack development. So make sure that whatever the instructor is saying, after this we will be assigning some instructors who will be teaching you all this particular thing. uh, he will try to make as much as interactive and amazing so that you will be able to follow him properly. Okay. So apart from this, I think Sudhanshu, you have uploaded all the materials inside, or still another 5 to 10 minutes?
No, so once Urvin will give me his collaborate link, right? So I'll upload that one so that Urvin can start. And at the end of session, Urvin session, so Urvin's material will be available at the end of like Yash session. So that material, so we'll go in this way because they will discuss first and then like material along with the videos. So everything will be here in a single place itself, like we have done for the previous classes.
Okay, perfect. So perfect. So this we will be going in this particular way, guys. First, let's the session get completed, and then probably simultaneously the materials get also uploaded. And Urvin is our first instructor who will be taking the SQL interview question in depth, where he'll be showing you both practical implementation also. Uh, he'll also tell you about the tools where you can basically execute and check it out. So first session will be taken by Urvin. The timing will be between 1 to 4 p.m. And then 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. we have our another instructor, Yash, who will be teaching you Power BI, who will be developing this entire application called as mail automation, right? And then finally we have one more instructor called as Keshav. His name is Keshav, and he'll be teaching you the design patterns and all. So this is how the pattern we are actually following for this session, and we'll be going for continuously 9 hours. Okay. So I hope everybody is excited, and I hope everybody will learn a lot from this particular community session. I would like to share, I like to tell you all, please do share this information with all your friends who, because still the session has not started. It will just start in another 5 to 10 minutes. I want you all to share it with it as much as people around your surroundings, your college friends, everyone, your family friends and all, so that they come and attend this particular session, because this is a community session. Today also we have, tomorrow also we have. So we are going to do 2 community session today. One is today and tomorrow, where tomorrow also will be teaching you some more new things with respect to competitive programming and all. Okay. So let's begin. Sudhanshu, I hope anything that you want to inform before we proceed?
No, I think if they can log into a dashboard, right? So it's necessary for them so that they will be able to avail all the materials as well as whatever discussions that we have done and in our upcoming community event, because there are back-to-back mini events which is planned. So they will keep on like getting materials, code, live sessions, each and everything in very detail. So this is what I want to convey. That's it as of now. Nothing much.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So guys, I hope everybody has logged in into the website. Please just give me a quick confirmation. If you are facing any problems with respect to logging inside the website, just let me know, guys. Just give me a quick yes or no whether you are able to log in into the website. First of all, you know, log in, take this particular thing, guys. See, I'll go to the iNeuron.ai. First of all, you just sign up or log in. Okay. Go below, select for the community one over here on the right hand side. You can see this is basically the community classes. And what are the any prerequisites? See, basics. If when you are discussing about SQL interview question, basics of SQL is required. uh, then mail automation with Power BI is an end-to-end application with respect to Power BI, so that knowledge also you require. Apart from that, remaining all will be pretty much easy. Okay. So you go over here and select it, and yes, can you send me the link of the website? So here it is, iNeuron.ai. I'm just going to pin it along with the session. Just let me give me a brief introduction about it. So here I'm giving you the entire link along with the timing. So 1 to 4 p.m. We have interview discussion. I'll just write it down quickly for SQL. Then 4 to 7 p.m. we have mail automation. I'll just write it down, guys, for you all. Mail automation and Power BI. And finally, 7 to 10. 7 to 10, Mern stack development. So, and the URL of the page, I'm also giving you that information. So here you can see, guys, I have also pinned this particular comment. Okay, just check it out. I hope everybody is able to see the pinned comment now. Yes, I hope everybody is able to see the pinned comment. Everybody, can I get the recorded session of the mega community classes? Yes, Subhasis, just log in, enroll it over here. Go to the course. Here you'll be able to see all the recorded videos also. Okay, it will be a recorded session. Okay, so let me introduce you to the today's first instructor. His name is Urvin. Urvin will be telling that what all experience he has, and with respect to that, we'll start the session. Yes, Urvin, you can go proceed, and you can give a brief introduction about yourself, and you can also tell that what you'll be covering in this 3-hour session.
Sure, Krish, sure. Yeah. So, hello everyone. Thank you, Krish. Thank you, Sudhanshu, for giving me this opportunity to take the session. I hope you guys are doing well. So, I am a data analyst for as of now, and I have been working with Tableau, Power BI, SQL for many months now. So, today what I will be covering is SQL interview questions. If you see, like in every job requirement we have, as a data analyst we have SQL as the requirement, because SQL is like the basic, like for data extracting or for data manipulation, SQL will be required. And you also need to have some knowledge of database, like what is a database, what is relational database, what is NoSQL, what is database management system. So you need to know SQL to be a data analyst. Of course, other tools like Power BI, Tableau, Python are required, but SQL is as important as those tools. So today, what I'm going to do is discuss many of the interview questions, like which will help you in cracking some interviews, and also give some other insights, like maybe if you ask any question, I can focus on that also. Yeah. So let's not waste time and let me share my screen. Krish, I'm not able to share my screen. It's showing that host.
Now you try.
Yeah.
Now you try.
Yeah. Sure. Let's just hold on. Yeah. Okay. Okay, just let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yeah, Urvin, we can see your screen.
Okay, fine. So let me just open my. Okay, guys.
Urvin,
So
zoom in a lot,
basically,
okay? Zoom in, okay? A little bit. This
okay,
word doc.
okay, fine. Is it visible now? Okay. Uh, So guys, what I have like how I formatted this thing is, like basically there are around 170 MCQ questions here, which can be considered for your written test also prior to the interview, or maybe these questions can also be uh, asked during the interview itself. and I have a few like 30 interview questions which are subjective types. Yeah, so this you just not like consider this question as MCQ, but these are like equally important. Like you have to explain each thing in detail here. Yeah, so I will go one by one. Like whichever I feel important, I will go directly to that also. Yeah. So let's go with the first question here. That is like, what is the role of SQL? If any one of you can tell me like which option can be considered correct here, then please write it in the comments. I will just show you the question again. Yeah.
Urvin, there is always a lag of 1 minute, 30 to 40 seconds. Okay, so
Okay.
until then you can read.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, now everybody is writing C. See, that is a.
All right. Okay, so I can see that mostly everyone is writing C. Yeah, so that's right. I mean, the role of SQL is basically to interact with the data we have. Like we have data stored somewhere in the database, maybe at a remote server or maybe at the local instance in the system itself. So we basically need to not just store, but we need to manipulate or retrieve or maybe extract some specific information from that. So we require some type of language or some type of tool to do such things. So that role is played by SQL. Yeah. So that's right. So also, guys, please tell me like what's like identify the primary keys. Let's suppose you have 4 columns yeah, in your table, right? Let me just show you that. Hmm. Like this software is SQL Server Management Studio. That's for SQL Server. Yeah. So in this, like you must be knowing something about it. Like there are MySQL, SQLite. There are different types of DBMS tools we have in the market. So I'm using SQL Server, but you can use MySQL, SQLite. There is not much of a difference between them. Yeah, basic syntax difference will be there, but the concept will remain same. Like a select query, update query, insert query, all things will remain same. So that's not an issue. Yeah. So let's say I have customer table here. Let me just show you that. Yeah. So let's say I have customer ID, first name, last name, email, ID, address, and all these things for any customer like we have. Like this is the basic information we have. More fields can also be present, but this is just a sample data we can consider, right? So for this, like what do you think? Like which column can be considered as a primary key? Yeah. And if you can give reason also, like why should we consider that particular column as a primary key? Uh, just tell me in the comment section. Okay, one person has written customer ID. Can you please give me the reason also? Okay, please zoom the screen. Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Urvin, what you
Hold
can
on.
do
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that you can check the comments from your mobile phone. That will be greater if you don't have an extended screen. You know,
Okay,
going
okay,
back to the screen again, you'll get
okay.
confused with respect to that. Okay.
Correct, correct. Yeah, yeah, sure. Okay, so I'm getting that customer ID because, okay, I have to zoom the screen, right? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, guys, now the screen is visible to you. Okay, so I'm getting unique and no duplicate because it's unique identification number, not null. Yeah, that's right. So basically primary id, primary key should be not null and unique. Yeah, so if you check like customer name is there, phone number is there, postal code is there, this can be repetitive. I mean, this can be duplicated. So basically customer id should be there, because even phone number, if we like see, some people might not have a phone itself, so there can be null values present in phone number. So we should ignore the three options, that is a, b and d, and customer id should be the primary key. Yeah. Okay, guys, so let's move on to the third question here. Like, what does create index do? Uh, you can tell me like in maybe descriptive way also, not just like the option and what does it do? Uh, used to create indexes and tables. Yeah, but like, what does it do? I mean, like how like if we create an index, right? So how does it help? In which way? Some people are telling B, some are telling A.
Urvin, so see,
So
there will be
Raghav
a
Arora is saying,
yeah. So Urvin, there will be a lag in between a YouTube, like a comment that you will be able to see, and the thing that you're discussing, because YouTube always delays this streaming by a couple of seconds, right? So you will have to wait again and
yeah,
again.
yeah, yeah, sure, sure, sure. No issues, no issues. Yeah, okay. Okay, so basically, most of the people are writing A or B. So let me just, clear this out. So basically, creates a primary key. That's not the correct answer. I mean, for creating the primary key, you just need to, like let's say we are creating a table here. Create table. That's a syntax. Let's say the table name is uh, new. Let's say I'm giving the column ID as column name as EID, and let's say the data type is int. Now, if I want to give the primary key here, then I have to give primary key as the constraint here, and that's how we can create a primary key. But while creating an index, we're not creating a primary key. What's happening is, for retrieving, as some of you suggested, for retrieving data, like optimizing the retrieval, we create an index. So what happens is, there is another table created, virtual table, in which an index is assigned to that particular column on which we are creating the index. So that way, whenever you want to search some data, maybe that column, particular column, it will first search the index table, and then it will search the main table. So that way, the retrieval will be faster. Like how it was happening before, it will be much faster than before. Yeah, that's right. Speeds up data retrieval. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So I think this question everybody will be knowing, but if you can just tell me like what does the operator signify? Uh, yeah, it is a way to optimize our search queries on large databases. That's right. That's right. Yeah, guys. So now let's move to the fourth one. If you can quickly answer this question. Not equal, yeah. Yeah, mostly are telling not equal. Yeah, that's right, that's right. I mean, like, it will be used in where condition. Let me just quickly show you that. Yeah, so let's say I was having this customer table, as you can see here. So select, let's say I want to select all the columns, that is star, from customer, where, let's say, uh, what columns do I have where uh, let's say we will use customer ID. Not equal to, let's say 2. So what will happen is except 2 we will get all the rows from this table, but not 2. That's what this means. So quickly prove this thing. Yeah, so we are not able to see the second customer, like the customer ID 2, but we are able to see 1, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, so that was that. uh, Now let's move on quickly to the fifth question here. So which of the following syntax is correct? Yeah, so as you can see there are like four options here. So basically we have the customer table like we were having here. This was the customer table here, and we also have the country column here. Yeah, so I believe country is not here, but yeah, you can consider like country column is also there. And here it's basically trying to sort all the records. So if you can tell me like which of this syntax is correct, maybe two options are correct also. Yeah, so you can just quickly go through this. Yeah guys, which of the following syntax is correct for the fifth question? uh Kunal Yola is telling BC. So select customer name from customer, order by country, select customer name. Yeah, PD. So there are some missed questions, missed answers coming in. Some are telling A and C are correct. Yeah. So yeah, so basically there are like many options right here. So even if we select star from customer, order by country, that's correct too. Yeah, so even if they see the last option here, select customer name from customer, order by country, uh, descending, but here we are just specifying one column, that is customer name. But the syntax, the main point is the syntax is correct. Yeah, so basically here we are selecting all the columns here, and we are selecting only the one column which is customer name. Like here we have the first name, last name, we are only selecting one column from. Yeah, some are telling all. Yeah, uh, yeah, so it can be all answers too. Yeah, so syntax is correct, you can say, but the requirement can be different. We can have customer name and we can have all the columns. It depends like what is the requirement at that point of time. Yeah, so let's quickly move on to the sixth question here. Which of the following is correct? If you can quickly tell me like which of this is right for the sixth question is. Someone is writing semicolon missing, but the thing is, I executed this queries right without the semicolon. So semicolon is required at that point of time when we're executing multiple queries. Let's say I'm selecting all these queries. So this is a complete batch here. So to differentiate between two or more queries, we have to add a semicolon. But if let's say I'm executing one query at a time, the semicolon is not required. So that's not an issue. I mean, that's not a syntactical error as such. Yeah, guys. So quickly tell me if you are able to answer the sixth question here. So Pragna Lakshmi is telling C, insert into country, values India, Mumbai, Maharashtra. CD, yeah. Yeah, so that's right. C and D both are the correct answers. Just the difference is the semicolon is present in the D one. Semicolon is not present in the C option, but that's right. I mean, both can, like both are equally correct. It just depends, like if you are running it in batch with different queries or not. So that time, if you're running in batch, then D option is right. If you're not, then even C option is right. But if we see the A option, which is inserted to country, we are not inserting any values here, right? So this is not the correct option. And here we are doing everything inserted to country. That's a table name. We are giving the column names, but in values, as these are string, right? India, Mumbai, and Maharashtra, we're not providing the quotes here. So that way it will generate an error here because of the quotes. But here, if you see, quotes are provided, so that will not be an issue. So most of you are right. Okay. So guys, let's move on to the seventh one. If you omit the where clause in update, what will happen? We can quickly tell me about this. And also, if you can tell me why we should, mostly use the where clause with update command. Yeah, so if you like execute A, right, here we are not providing any values. So definitely we will get an error here. Because if you are inserting something, we need to have the data present, right? I mean, if you're just inserting and not providing any values, then definitely it will give you an error. Okay, some are telling it's B, some are telling it's A. Okay, so let me just show you what will happen if we don't include where clause with the update command. Yeah, so that will prove what's what. Update, let's say I'm editing customer ID. Uh, let's say that is customer. Set is the keyword for assigning any value to the column or a variable. So set, let's say I'm changing the first name here. First name is equal to, we will have to provide this in quotes as it is a string or a character. And then let's say I provide the value as Raj. Now, if I try this without using where, then I will tell you that all the records will get updated. But let's say if I just use where customer ID is equal to 4. So what will happen is it will only select the row which is having customer ID, only change the name of this record. The first name will be changed only for this. So let's say I execute this. Yeah, so one row is affected. Let's just see what's the, yeah. So before, prior to executing this command, the name was Rajesh here for the fourth customer ID. But now, as you are able to see that we have Raj, the name as Raj for the four customer ID. If I had done without the where clause, then all the records would have been updated. Yeah. So let's quickly move on to the eighth question here, right? So which database system supports Ronum? And if you can tell me like what is Ronum, like what is it used for? What is it used for? So that will be great to see different answers for this. And like let's say Ronum is used for maybe MySQL, NoSQL, anything which you provide. So in the same fashion, which keyword is used for let's say SQL Server or MySQL? Yeah, someone wrote limit rows. Yeah, that's right. Uh, that's correct. For limiting the rows, we use Runum. Limit in MySQL. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And what is it? What is used in SQL Server instead of Runum? No, it's not NoSQL, Alok Singh. Yeah. Okay. Can you please say it once more? Seventh answer, what you told? Yeah. So seventh answer will be all records will be updated. If you omit the where clause in update. Yeah. Oracle. Yeah, that's right. So many of you are answering Oracle. Yeah. So yeah, that's right. We basically use Ronum in Oracle DBMS. So that's used for limiting the number of rows we want uh, from the table. See, let's say I have the SQL server, right? Here, Ronum option is not there, but there is another option that is top, top keyword we use. So just I right click on this customer table here, and there is an option provided here. Select top 1,000 rows. Yeah. So let me just do that. So if you can see, automatically the script has been generated for that option I selected. And as you can see, select top 1,000. Here you can change also, you can change the data. Like let's say you want to select only 100, you can change it from here. So that way you can do that. So as I have only 5 records for now, so I can see only 5. But yeah, that way you can select how many records you want. For Oracle database, you need to use Ronum keyword. Like in where condition, Ronum greater than 100. That means that greater than 100 records will be present. That way you can, or maybe Ronum less than 100. That means that less than 100 records will be present in the select statement. It's not BND. For the eighth answer is Oracle. Yeah. So let's quickly go to the ninth question here. So what does like a underscore underscore percent means here? So finds the values that starts with A, finds the values which have A in any position, finds a value that starts with A and R at least 2 characters in length, or D finds a value that starts with A and R at least 3 characters in length. So I will just provide you a demonstration what like keyword does here. So if someone is unknown to this term, let me just show you. Let's start from, we have customer table here where uh, let's say I'm using first name. Now I'm using the like keyword. Now just focus on what I'm trying to do here. First name like, then I'm opening the quotes as it is a string or a character. Uh, Now let's say I'm having many names here and I only want the first name which is having U as the first letter. So what I will do is I will provide U here, and then I will provide a special character that is percentage, that is a wildcard character here. So it means that first letter should be mandatorily should be mandatory that you should be there for the first letter, but after that there can be as many letters as you want. Even if it is null, it will be fine. So that's what it means. So let's just do that. Yeah, so you can see that u is only one record is present here, that is customer id 2 with Urvin name as here. So u is there, but afterwards anything can be there. If let's say I'm just doing it like this, maybe I'm writing ut here, that means that ut should be present as the first two characters, and after that anything can be present. So let's just say I'm trying to do this and then see what will happen. Yeah, so I'm not getting any records here because there is no name like which is starting with which is beginning with ut, right? So that's not going to happen. So I think you understood from the example what like is going to do. It is going to find a pattern. Yeah, so as you can see now, ninth question, now try to tell me which answer you think for this is correct here. Finds the values that starts with a. Yeah, so mostly everyone is telling a, I suppose. Uh, so I'm mostly getting the answer as C here. Yeah, Prashant Sawant, you will get the document of SQL questionnaire. Yeah, don't worry about that. After the session, it will be provided. Yeah, some of you are telling D. Yeah, so the answer is D here, guys. It's not A or B or C. I will tell you why for that. So as I told you in the example, first letter should be A. That's like that you understood here. And percentage also you understood as it is the wild character. But what does this underscore mean? There are two underscores here. Yeah. So two underscore means that after A, there should be at least two characters here. Yeah. So that means that the total length will be A and two characters, which can be anything. Yeah, which can be B, C, X, any A also it can be there, but only one and only one. That means that two characters will be there. And after that, it can be anything. So if you check the D option here, finds a value that starts with A and are at least three characters in length. Yeah. So if you see A, yeah, and if you see that there are two characters ahead of that, that means that there should be at least three characters. Yeah, here this part. So this thing is correct. I mean, find a value that starts with a and are at least letters in length, and after that it can be anything. So that's not an issue. It can be null also. So for 9, the answer is D. Let me know as if you like find any other solution to this, or if you think there's some other answer is right. But according to me, the answer for ninth is D. That finds a value that starts with a and are at least three characters in length. D is right. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So let's move on to the 10th question. I guess you already know this answer. The following is a wildcard character. I just told this thing in the 9th question here. So yeah, this is the wildcard character, and you also know what is this used for, right? I mean, in like clause, in like keyword with like keyword, we are using this. Yeah, that's right. No, Deepu, actually there are two underscores here. That's why I showed you here. Yeah, there are two underscores here. So when 10th answer is wildcard character, as you already know from the 9th question. So guys, let's move on to the 11th question here. So what does percent represents here? If you can tell me like which of the answer is correct here. A returns the modulus divide function, represents zero or more characters, or returns percentage. And remember guys, this is for SQL, yeah, it's not for Python or Java. Yeah, percent, maybe because it means different things in different platforms. So this is for SQL. I'm asking what does percent represents here. So I'm mostly getting answer as C. Yeah, some are telling A also. Guys, remember I told you this is for SQL. It is not for any programming language like Python or Java. This is for SQL. Yeah, so I'm seeing that most of the answers provided by folks are C. Yeah, so it is just like wildcard character, right? I mean, represent zero or more characters. That's what it does. Here also, this is how we'll see, right? Same question they are asking in different types or different ways. So here they're asking directly is a wildcard character, and you will say percent. But if they're just telling you in this way, this fashion, what does percent represents? Then you are getting confused here. As this is a little twisted, then the prior questions which you saw in 9th and 10th question. So for 11, the answer will be represent zero or more characters because it is a wildcard character. Yeah. I guess 12th answer also you know what does underscore represents. We just saw here, right? I told you like it represents one character. So for 12th question, what does underscore represents? The answer will be represents a single character. Yeah. So let's quickly move on to the 13th question, which is what does the square bracket represents here? So if you can just tell me like what will the answer for this? Represents the range of characters, or B represents any single character within the bracket, represents any single character, or represents a null value. Yeah, so I'm getting the answer as single from Kunal Yola. Yeah, that's right. So basically, I will show you also. So basically, when you write like this, right? So A, B, or C, let's say. So what happens is you are telling the system that the character should be present from this only, A or B or C, but it should be a single character. So let's say in the table I have a column like in the data from the column is A. So that thing will be present in a select statement. B also will be valid. C also will be valid. But if let's say the data in that column is D, so that will not appear in a select statement. So it typically represents any single character within the bracket. Yeah, so that's the right answer, the B one. So now let's move on to the 14th question. That is, what does this character represents? It is a represent any character not in the bracket, represents any character, represents a single character, or represents the whole word. So yeah, 14th question, guys. 14th A, yeah. Yeah, so mostly if you see this sign, this symbol is used for negation. Negation meaning not. So if we use something like this, uh, hold on. Yeah. So if I'm using this in where statement or anywhere, so it means that I should select only those values which are not A, B, or C. That's what it means. So For 14, the correct answer will be represents any character not in the bracket. Yeah, so the answer will be A. So now, if you can guys tell me what is the answer of 15 question, what is hyphen represents? And guys, this is like using in the brackets, okay, in the braces. So represents a single character, represents any character, represents a range of character, or represents a null character. Yeah, so mostly I'm getting answers as 15 C for the 15 question. I'm seeing some answer as B also. Yeah, so it doesn't represent a null character. So basically, it's for range. Yeah. So the answer should be for this is uh, represents a range of characters. That means C. Yeah. So let's suppose, let me just show you in the system itself. Let me just delete this thing. So let's suppose if you write 1 to 9 here, yeah. So this hyphen, what is it doing? It is providing you a range. Before that, let's say I had written A, B, right? So this was the single character. I mean, only A or B should be present. Other than this, nothing will work. But let's suppose I'm providing a range 1 to 9 or A to Z. That means that this specific range, like from 1 to 9, anything can be present in a select or wherever we are using this particular phrase. Yeah. So here one will also work, two will also work, five will also work. So this is basically providing you a range of values by using the hyphen operator. So for 15, the answer should be represents the range of character, that is C. So now let's quickly move on to the 16th question, that is alias exists for the duration of the query permanently till the system is shut down or temporary. So we'll just tell you what is an alias. So let's say I'm doing select star from customer here and I'm writing alias C, meaning that if I'm trying to use the customer table, I can directly use the word or the letter C because this is an alias now. Yeah. So if I'm using this query here, let's say, okay, let's say I'm doing where C dot customer ID is equal to 1. Yeah. So guys, tell me if I execute this query, let's say I've executed, then will this alias still work? Let's say I'm writing select star from C. Will this query work now if I do this? Because as I used the alias here, I am substituting C for customer table here. Will this query again work here? So yeah, so I'm getting someone is telling yes also. Error, yeah, so that's right. We will get an error if we use this, because uh, this alias name, right? This will be only valid during the query execution of the query. This is only valid here. If we do anything apart from that query, then it will generate an error. So for this, the answer should be A, that is for the duration of the query. Yeah. Guys, if you can quickly tell me what can be the answer for 17, that is how is alias used in SQL. Uh, so I already showed you here previously how alias can be used, but if you can quickly tell me what will be the answer for 17th here. Yes, it should work. No, Sushant, that will not work, like I already showed you. Guys, we are on 17th question. 18th we will go. Just quickly answer the 17th if you know. Yeah, so guys, I'm mostly getting the answer as D here, as keyword. Yeah, so yeah, that's right. We can use D also. Sorry, I mean the D option here. Select customer name as name from customer. Here, if you see in the C option, there is an this keyword use alias name, or not keyword. I mean the as name is given, as keyword is given after the alias name. Uh, Actually, B customer name alias name. This okay. This is not right because we are providing the name two times. That is alias name and name here. And if you see the first option, that is they are providing alias keyword here, but there is no such keyword as alias. So the for D option is right. Let's say I'm writing here as keyword here. Yeah, so this thing will also work. Yeah, so that's how it is. You can use as keyword or without as also. This will work directly as an alias. Uh, Yeah, so 18, this is a nice one. Case statement is similar to which statement? This is like with respect to the any programming language which you use like Java, Python. So is it similar to switch? Is it similar to if then else, while, for? So which thing is similar to case from these options? Yes, someone is writing A. Okay, Anup Gaurav. Let me just give you an example of switch case. A and B depends on the use, yeah. Yeah, so that is correct, yeah. Who is this? Sushant Sur? No, not Sushant Sur. A and B depends upon the use. Let's talk, yeah. So yeah, that's right. A and B both can be the answer. If you see this example, yeah. Let's say I'm not using any table here. I'm using select. I'm using case keyword here. And let's say when 100 is less than 100, then it will be less than 200. Means this thing will be this thing less than 200 will be the output, and if I am using when 100 greater than equal to 200, then greater than 200 will be the output, else undefined. So this is acting like a switch also, because if you provide a variable here, let's say I'm using some column name from the table, let's say anything, I'm using this from any column, then this can be considered as switch. And if I'm not providing any column here, then this thing can be considered as if else, if then else. Yeah. So for this, a switch can also be the answer, and if then else can also be the answer. Both options are correct. If these are like, if you can select multiple answers, then both are right. And while for like for looping, so that thing will not work. Yeah. So answer will be A and B for this. Yeah, Anup Gaurav, yeah, we have different if then statement also, but this is the question which they can ask. Yeah, so case will also work in a similar fashion. So, but yeah, you can use if then else also. Same thing. So yeah, guys, let's really move to the 19th question here. If there is no else clause in case statement and no conditions are true, it will return error, null, default value, or zero. Yeah, so if like I showed you, right, the select statement here. So if this else is not present here, if I'm deleting this, then what thing can be there? And no conditions are true. This thing is important here. So what will it return? Error, null, default value, or zero? Akansha Bhatt is telling A. Uh, Barun Bodak is telling null. Some are telling error. So let's just see what will happen. Yeah? Let's just do it. That will give you the appropriate result. Let's say I'm providing this value as 300. Yeah. So 100 is greater than 200, which is false. So this is also wrong. 300 is less than 200, which is also false. And I'm not providing any else condition. Yeah? So let's see what we will get here. Yeah. So what I'm getting is null here. So the correct answer should be null. It will not be an error. It will not be a default value. It will not be zero. It will be null here. Okay. So guys, 20th question. What does coalesce function does? I don't know if you guys heard about this, but like this is not probably used much. But yeah, this can be a question. If this is required if this is the requirement, will it close the database? Will it return all null value in a list? Return the first non-null value in the list, or return the all null value in a list? What will it do? C is return first non-null value, and D is the first all null value. Sorry, not first, all non-null value in the list. So I'm getting the answer is C here. Yeah, so that's right, guys. I mean, let's say I will just give you an example here. Just a second, guys. Systems. Let's try this. What is this keyword? That is OLS. Yeah, so let's say I'm giving value as null and 1. So let's see what does it do. Yeah, so what is it doing is uh, it's selecting the first. Okay, maybe I will give you some more values here. 2, 3, null, 2, 3. Yeah. So what it does is, as per the option here, returns the first non-null value in a list. Means that here, if you see the first value is null, but 1 is the first non-null value in this whole list. Yeah. So 2 is also there, but this is not the first non-null value from this whole list. So ideally, we should get only 1 as the answer. So let's see if this is correct or not. Yeah. So we are still getting 1 as the answer. If I remove 1 from here, we should get 2. Let's just see that also. Yeah. So we're getting 2. If I don't write any number, if I just have null, then let's see what will be the answer. It should not provide any result at all. Okay. What is this? I guess it should have at least one value other than null. Yeah, I think that's how that will work. So at least one non-null value we should have in coalesce. Yeah, so 20 answer is C as everyone is telling. Yeah, that's right. Okay, guys. So quickly move on to the 21st question here. So what is a stored procedure? Yeah. Uh, this is not a user-defined function. This is stored procedure. This is a different thing than user-defined function. So what will it do? A procedure that helps to store SQL queries, a function that return the amount of storage, a SQL code that you can save so that code can be reused over again, or return stored functions. So which option is correct as per you for the 21st one? Yeah, so I'm getting answer as C from Anup Gaurav. Yeah, guys. So I'm mostly the answer I'm getting is C. Some are telling A, but no, that's not the answer. A procedure that helps to store SQL queries. So basically, a stored procedure is used for a SQL code that you can save so that code can be reused over again. That's just like a function which we are using in Java or Python. Yeah, method we using class. So that's the same thing. That's the same procedure we are using, and it will have some. Let's say I'm including uh, this query inside the stored procedure, and whenever I call that procedure, this thing will be executed whenever we require. Whenever we call this procedure, this query will be executed if we are writing this query inside that stored procedure. So this helps in repeated code optimization. You don't have to write the same query again and again to execute the same thing. Yeah, so okay. Okay, this thing I think everyone knows what the star sigma, that's multiplication. Yeah, so we can skip this. What does like operator does? I think you have an idea, as I have already given you many examples. Uh, I think this is well understood now. But still, if you want to do this after the session, we'll be getting this questionnaire, so then you can go through this. Yeah, so this is a good one. So, how to back up a SQL database? If you can tell me like which of this command is correct here. That is backup database customer, backup database customer, backup database customer to disk file path. I guess first two options are same only, I believe. So don't worry about that. And the last option is to path file path. So I'm getting the answer as D here, and someone is writing C. Yeah, so mostly everyone is writing D. Yeah, so that's right. Uh, this will store two path. This will whichever location, I mean whichever path you provide here, that will be stored here. But yeah, this is a query. But I will show you another way to take a backup here of any database you have. So like this, I'm using SQL Server. Similar way, you can use MySQL or SQLite. So in that also, in those DBMS tools also, you will find this option. Maybe some tweaks will be there, but mostly it will be same. So let's say I want to take the backup of a database with just point and click option. Yeah. So let's see how we can do that. Let's just see which database I will use. Let's say I want to create a backup of this temp database. Yeah. So I'll just right click here. I will go to task and I will use the option as backup. Yeah. So now you can see this window pops up. There are basically two or three options here. That is general, media options, backup options. So in general, we don't have to change anything. If you want, you can change the backup type here. That is differential, transaction log, whatever. We will use full backup because we want the data backup of the full database, not partial or nothing like that. Yeah. So backup components database, this is fine. This is the location where the backup will be taken, and this will be the extension of that backup, that is temp.bak. Bak is for the backup. Yeah. So let's just go to the media options here. So here, what they're asking is backup to the existing media set. So they're providing us two options. That is append to the existing backup set, meaning that if there is already a backup present by the same name, then it will append, means continue from the end part of the database. Or there is another option, that is override all existing backup sets. So we will choose this option for a full clear backup. Yeah. And you don't need to check any other option from this thing. So this will remain same. And if you again go to the third option, that is backup option. So here it's just giving the name. You can change the name if you want. That is full database backup. I will keep it same, but if you want, you can change it. And these are all, we don't have to change anything. And let's just press OK. So yeah, the backup of database temp completed successfully. So if you want, I can just show you the location also of this uh, backup. So that is in Windows C. And if you go to program files, and if you check Microsoft SQL Server here, yeah, and this is my server name, that is MS SQL 15. So I have to go here. And if I go to backup, you can see I have this file, that is temp.bak, that is my backup file. Yeah. So this is what I, uh, one second. Yeah. So I took the backup of this database with just point and click option. You didn't have to write any query for this. So this is how having a DBMS tool helps you. Means if you're not knowing any query, if you're not knowing anything, then you can still use this software to manage your data. But yeah, SQL is necessary. But if you still are not that proficient in that language, then still you can have a workaround. Let's say you want to, maybe you're having a table here, right? Let's say this is customer table here. Yeah, as I showed you before, select top 1,000 rows you can do. Maybe you can check the design part here. Yeah, so here you can see all the data types of each column name, if it is allowing null values or not. Here you can directly check mark or uncheck this thing without using any query if you want to allow nulls or not. If you want to make something as primary key or not, you can directly do. This symbol is used for primary key. So here it is showing that customer ID is the primary key. Yeah, so if you like, you are able to see that how simple is this. Same thing with MySQL or SQLite. Those will have different features, but yeah, it's mostly similar. Yeah, so let's just close this window. Now here, yeah. So what does a differential backup do? Does it reduces the backup time? Does it increases the backup time? Reduces the backup time by ETA time? ETA means estimated time, and none of the above. So what do you think will be the answer for this? Quickly, guys, for 25th. Yeah, someone is writing 25C. Someone is writing is 25th A. Yeah, so most of you are writing C here, I believe, and A also. Yeah, so if you can see, the answer will be A for here. That is reduces the backup time. Yeah, so like most of you guys, let me Google the same thing if you want. Let's see what will be there. What was it? Well, let's say I Google this differential backup. What is it? In SQL Server, let's say. Yeah. So a differential backup is based on the most recent previous full data backup. A differential backup captures only the data that has been changed since that full backup. The full backup upon which a differential backup is based is known as the base of the differential. So it means like, let's say you're already having a full backup, let's say for the previous day, and now you are having some additional changes, let's say in the morning, and by evening you again want to do a full backup. So what will happen is if you try to do differential backup, uh, it will not take the whole backup again. It will just add the existing changes which you did today in the morning and add that to the existing backup which was the previous day. So that way it is trying to save the time. Instead of doing the full backup, it is just taking the backup of the additional things which you did and attaching it to the previous day's backup. So for this you can consider as reduces the backup time. Reduces the backup time, EDA time also may be correct, but as such this answer seems to be true. Yeah. So now let's quickly move to this. Which data type can hold letters and numbers? I guess this is pretty easy. Yeah? I mean, that is varchar and character. The difference between varchar and char, if you can just tell me, guys, what is it? Because this question is easy. I mean, yeah, it's basic, but if you can tell me what's the difference between that is varchar and character. Yeah, so Abhishek and Mul is correct. That is variable and fixed length. Yeah, that's right. So what will happen is if you try, let me just show you that. Uh, let me just create a table. So guys, just as you can see, I'm using the TAM database here. if I directly want to switch any database, I can directly switch it from here. Yeah, or you can use the command that is use, let's say temp again. So you can directly use this command to convey the software that we are using. We want to use temp database. Yeah, so that's temp. So that is create table, let's say pop, and I'm giving the ID as varchar. Let's say I'm giving the length as 10, and another variable, another column I'm creating as the underscore name, and I'm giving this thing as carrier, and I'm giving this length as 10. Let's execute this. Okay, I missed the bracket here. Yeah, so I've created this thing. Let's suppose I'm inserting a value. Insert into, that is pop. Yeah. And you can mention the column names if you want. I'm not mentioning because I'm going to insert all the values, so there is no need of doing that. And even if you do, that's not an issue. Values, let's say as this is a string, I need to provide quotes here. Let's say you are VIN, and same thing I'll provide again. Yeah. So let me just show you the output for this. Let's select star from. Oh, yeah. So basically what you see is the same output, that's fine. But what I want to prove here is that varchar has dynamic memory allocation, whereas char has static. Now what does that mean is, let's say I'm providing here, I provided 5 characters, right? For the char also, char data type also, and varchar also. But internally what is happening, that the all 10 bytes or the characters of this data type is being used even if I'm storing only 5 characters. But in varchar, only 5 bytes or 5 characters are being used and the rest 5 are free. So that thing can be used for any other data type or for any other storage capacity. So always using varchar is beneficial compared to using char. Yeah, so this thing can also be asked maybe somewhere, fundamentals of why you should use varchar compared to char data type. Yeah, in case varchar takes that required amount of space as per data. Yeah, Sushanshu, yeah, that's right. Okay, so yeah, which data type can hold numbers? I think you all know the answer should be int. Yeah, so this is fine. uh what is the range of tiny int in SQL? I guess we don't need to remember this, but yeah, this can be asked. So if we're specifically going for maybe data analyst role where SQL is the most required tool there, or maybe as a database admin, then this thing can be this thing you can remember. Yeah, like what is the storage capacity of tiny int or tiny this is the same thing. Yeah, this is the range and this is the storage capacity. And that same way, in the similar fashion, you can use what is the storage capacity of int and what is the storage capacity of big int. You can directly Google this answer. You don't need to remember all this. But yeah, this like where there is an issue of space storage capacity. That time you need to consider the sizes. Like let's say you're just needing 4 byte size, then you should not use big int or that way. If you just need only very less space, then you can use tiny int. So that concept should be basically clear. That should be clear, and yeah. Okay. So here, you guys can just tell me for the 33rd question, for 33 question, sorry, 33 questions, select the odd one out. That is A not null, B unique, C distinct. Check like which of this is the odd one from this. For the 33 questions. So I'm mostly getting the answer as D. Yeah. Yes, Smita Gawali has told the correct answer. That is C. Distinct. Yeah, Anup Gaurav also said C. It is not D, guys. It is C because if you see, not null, unique, and check are all constraints. And distinct is not a constraint as such. It is used in select query. Let me just show you how distinct is used quickly. Select distinct. Let's say which column is the state. From customer. Okay. So if I select distinct state from customer, that is California. And if I don't write this distinct keyword, then let's see what will happen. Yeah, we're able to see all the 5 rows here. So distinct will only show the like the it will not show the repeated values, not the duplicate values. It will just show the single value of each iteration. So California repeated 5 times, but as indistinct, you can see only the you can only see the single value, that is California. But if you compare, let's say unique, not null, check, these are assigned. These constraints are assigned while creating the table, or maybe while using the alter command. Alter command is used for changing the structure of the table or a database, uh, which is used after creating the table or after creating the database. Yeah. So answer should be distinct. So like what is foreign key? I guess all of you know, but if you guys can quickly answer this because this is a basic concept. We should be clear. Yeah, like primary key, foreign key, candidate key, super key. You should know all these things in order to design a database if required. So what's the answer for this, guys? 34th. 34th C. Yeah, it's not a candidate key. Yeah, so mostly I'm getting the A as the answer. So it is a field in one table that refers to the primary key in another table. Let's just quickly let me demonstrate that part. So here I'm writing customer, and let me just show you the order table here. Yeah, so first let's see the content from customer table. So here we have customer ID is the primary key, first name, last name, as you see, and let's see the orders table. Yeah, so here you can see order ID, which is the primary key, order date, amount, and customer ID. So if you see, we have customer ID column between orders table and customer table. Yeah. So if you check this thing, it is a field in one table that refers to the primary key in another table. So if we see the orders table, it is a field in one table. Yeah, it is a field in orders table, which refers to the primary key in another table. So this is the primary key in another table, which is custom. Yeah. So this thing satisfies that. So basically, we have customer ID as the foreign key in orders table, yeah, not the customer table. So that's how these two tables are connected. And we can use joins, left join, right join, anything we can do by on basis of this customer ID column, which is common in both the tables. So yeah, index. Yeah, that's I think that's fine. Index, I think that's easy. Yeah, so guys, let's move directly to the 36th question. That is, view can be deleted with which command? You can directly tell delete, drop, alter view, delete. Which option is used? Also, guys, you can tell me like what is view used for? I mean, why we have to use view? After which I can show you also how a view is created. Let me just show you that also. So I'll explain you about this command. Just hold on. Okay. So guys, what I did here is I wrote create, that is a keyword here, and view means we are creating the view here. By what name we are creating the view? That is UI. And as is the keyword, like this view will be used for viewing which records that I'm showing here. So that is select customer ID from customer. Yeah. So I'm only selecting customer ID from customer table. Yeah. And this will be a view. So if I use this view as a table, you can say, so I can only see those records which I'm using in this select query. So view is like a virtual table, you can say, which will not take any space in your actual database. So which can be used like for saving your space, and you can use this view whenever you want. Yeah. So that's how it is beneficial. Instead of creating more and more tables from the existing table, you can directly create a view and use that. No issues in that. Yeah. So the question was actually how to delete. Sorry, I mean how the view can be deleted. So okay, what is the benefit of view instead of another table? Yeah. So that's what. If you're creating another table instead of view, so basically you are acquiring the space and view. and view is virtual, so it will not take any space. It is just a view. I mean, it is like the backend. At the backend, you're directly seeing the tables data only. It is the view is not having any actual data in it. It is a virtual table. View gets stored. I mean, in the system you can directly see, but it is not actually stored. It is just mentioned in the view section area. If you see here, there is a view section here. If I will just, yeah, you can see the name of the view. Yeah, but it is not actually taking the space like the tables which are taking. If you can see, the symbols are also different. For tables, you can see this like calendar type symbol here. For view, you can see a different type of symbol. Hmm? So basically, these two tables are taking the space here, but view is not taking space. It is directly taking data from the table customer. Only customer ID column it is taking here. So I'm getting the answer as A and B mostly. Yeah, because Gupta, yeah, that will be done. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it is just not sharing the questions, but it is also explaining, and you also feel the edge by answering at the moment. So this will be beneficial. But yeah, this thing will be shared after the session. Don't worry about it. So let's say I want to drop or delete this view. So let's see how we can do that. One thing is that you can directly use point and click option and directly delete from here. That is one way, very simple way. Another way you can do is, let's just try to do this drop view UR, and let's see if this will work or not. Yeah, so it's working. So if I try to refresh this database here, and if I see the views, there are no views. Yeah, this is system view, which is like by default, but there are no user views here. These are all the system views which I have not created. But yeah, you cannot see any user defined as you have dropped this. So for this, the answer should be drop. That is B. So now guys, out of this, which is the least powerful database system, this thing like this is also important because you need to, like let's say you're in a project and you want to decide there is a requirement at which database should we use, depending on various features, storage capacity, cost. There's so many factors. You have to decide before using a particular database. So this is an important one, which is least powerful database system, which is having more features, cost. What is the cost of installing that software? So out of this, which is the least powerful database according to you? Yeah, Oracle, MySQL, Access, MS SQL Server. I mean, this is just a theoretical question, but yeah, if you know, then you can directly tell it. So I'm getting the answer as C. Yeah, so that's right. Access is the answer for this. That is access is provided by, let's see directly see. Access is provided by which software? Yeah, so as you can see, it is provided by Microsoft Access. That is, Microsoft provides the software access. It is like database only. So the answer for this is Access, because MySQL, Oracle, and SQL Server are very hardcore. I mean, capacity wise, feature wise, everything is really solid. But for Access, it is comparatively not that powerful. Yeah. So guys, let's quickly answer this also. Select the odd one out, that is primary key, unique, null, default. Yeah. I guess this is even we can skip this out. Yeah. This is, I think everyone by now is knowing the answer for this. So select the odd one out. Yeah, guys, just let's see the 39th one. Select the odd one out, that is primary key, foreign key, drop index. What do you think will be the answer for this? So I am mostly getting the answer as C. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Because primary key, foreign key are like, you can say, you can constraints which we put on columns. Index is also like a primary key. You can say it's not exactly a primary key, but it creates a search key index like a primary key for quick retrieval process. But drop is like a keyword to drop a table or maybe drop a database. So it is totally different. Yeah. So that's different. Select the order out, not null, unique, check is null. This thing is also simple enough. Select the options which is used to select discrete values. Yeah, guys, I think I explained you this, but if you are able to recall which option will be right for this, I already demonstrated you about this part. So let's see if you are able to recall this part, the 41st question. Yeah, so mostly I'm getting the answer as C. That's right. So as I already showed you, it is select distinct. Select distinct means not the duplicate values, but the single value for the each group will be shown. That's right. So which of this used to return the number of records? Yeah, I guess I told you about this also by showing you uh, the tables. I directly try to show you this by yeah. I directly try to show you this by select top and the thousand rows. So yeah, this is simple enough. So it should be select top. Somewhere in other DBMS tools, it might be limit. Somewhere it might be row num, as in Oracle we saw. Yeah. So for this, the answer should be select top. Which of the following is used to specify different values in a where clause? So let's say this. Is the following is specify different values in a where clause? I think this is important. I mean, if you want to create a complex query, so you don't have to always use the equal to operator. So for this, which operator should we use? 43rd question. Yeah, that's right. So let's suppose I am uh, writing something. Select star from customer where let's say customer ID. Yeah, and instead of using equal to, let's say 1 or customer ID is equal to 2, let's directly see. Let's first see that's what's the output of this. So we're basically getting two records, that is 1 and 2. But let's say we're having some maybe 5, 6, 10 records. Yeah, so you don't have to typically write or so many conditions by using the or operator. You can directly use in keyword. Yeah, okay, and you can directly give 1, 2, maybe 3 also. Yeah. This as simple. So instead of using or multiple times, you can directly use one keyword, that is in, and you are in. So yeah, you can directly see the similar output by using in operator. That means that uh, Even if customer ID is 1 or 2 or 3, we can use any of this thing and it will work. Yeah. So the answer is in for 43rd question. Guys, I think there are so many MCQs and it will take a lot of time. So let's directly move on. Okay. First, let's know about the join also. Then we can proceed to the subjective questions. That is like more descriptive. So what is this question? Which join does this figure represent? I think this is simple enough. But if you can guys just tell me about this. No, this is not union, yeah. Yeah, that's right. This is basically the inner join we have because let's say we are having, okay, I will just directly show you by executing this join part. So let's start from customer, see, join, okay, on, see, customer ID is equal to code of customer. So basically what's happening here is you are joining two tables, that is customer orders and orders table on basis of the column customer ID, common customer ID. So let's just see what's the output of this. Yeah, as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically we have all the column IDs here, all the common customer IDs. So all are matching. So we are seeing all the records here. So basically one is matching with 1, 2 is matching with 2, 3 is matching with 3. So that is the left inner join or inner join you can see. So the answer should be a inner join because it is only selecting the common records. Yeah. So which is this join, guys? I guess this is like you can directly see this from the visual itself. You can understand what this means. But you should know all these concepts. These are the basic fundamentals which you should know. Yeah, so the answer is A for this, that is left join. Yeah, so that's right. This means that all the common columns will be present, but all the rows will be present from table one also. So irrespective if they are column or not, irrespective of that, all the rows from table one plus the column common rows will be present. Let's just see here. Let's suppose there are more. Okay, let me just show you a proper example for that. Which is that. Let me insert one more entry in customer table. What's the answer of question 2? Just let's say I'm giving this a 10, then maybe anything, let's say giving this FF, then let's say I'm giving 2D, the rate 0, and this will be inputs also. Then addresses, so let's give it same. And what is it asking state? Let's give it there. Then zip, let's give it as same 205. Yeah, so these are all the values I'm trying to insert in customer table. Yeah, so it's done. Now let's see the new values for customer. Yeah, so as you can see, there is a new row present in this, that is with customer ID as 10. Now if we try to join, yeah, this same thing, yeah, instead of inner, let's do left join. Now let's see what will the output of this. Yeah, so now there is some change. Yeah, before inner join there were common records. Now if you see, there is an extra record present from the customer table. As you can see, customer ID is present here, but still if you see the order table which is being joined here, there are null values present here. Now this is simple to understand, right? Because there was no customer ID of 10, there is no 10 customer ID present in orders table. So of course there will be no values present here in orders table with respect to the customer table. So that's how we do the left join. That means that all the rows will be present from the left table, but only the common rows will be present from the right table, right? Meaning the second table, that is orders. Yeah. So let's directly move on to the subjective questions here. So that are like more descriptive. So guys, is semicolon used after sequel? If yes or no, please justify the reason. I guess I already told you about this, but if you guys can tell me why should we use it or why we shouldn't, and in which case we should use. Yeah, I mean, let's say if I am using semicolon here, then also this thing will work. Yeah, previously I was not using it, but let's say I'm using it now, then also it's working. So what's the use of semicolon? Guys, what can be the answer for first in the subjective part? It ends the statement and helps distinguish between two different query. Yeah, to let the compile on the end of the query. Yeah, so Jagannath Mahato is right. It ends the statement and helps distinguish between two different queries. We previously already discussed this. I mean, if you want to run something in batch meaning if you want to, let's say, uh, uh, I just let me know if I'm audible or not. There was an issue at my side. You can tell me I'm still audible. Okay, okay. Thank you guys. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm audible. So, okay. So, let's suppose we are using a semicolon here and we are running these two statements together. So what will happen is it will understand that, yeah, this is a separate statement and this is a separate statement. Yeah. So because you're using a semicolon. So that way you can run multiple statements at once. So let's say I'm trying to execute this. Uh, Violation primary key. Yeah. So yeah, that means that we are trying to provide the same primary key. So let's just change that and let's try to do this again. So now one row affected, and it's done. So that way semicolon helps by running multiple commands in the same batch. Yeah. Okay, fine. So guys, what is the difference between join and union? I guess this is basic fundamental, but many have confusion between these two things because they are mostly similar, but there is a difference between them. So where can we use join and where can we use union? And if you can tell like how union is used, I mean in which condition. Okay, so you can quickly tell about the difference between join and union. Yeah. Meanwhile, I can directly, already I've shown you the join part. Now let me show the union part quickly. Yeah, so let me just show the union part. So when we use union, it completely joins two table. Uh, Join happens row wise and union happens column wise. Yeah, that makes sense. Union used to combine output of two queries. Uh, yeah, that can be said, but it's not like for that specifically we have to use union. We can combine the queries in many ways, two queries. So I will directly show you what union does. Yeah. Let me just uh, First, I have to use the proper database for these two tables, which is, yeah, join should meet the conditions like the matching columns should be present in both the tables. Yeah, that's right. That's right for join. Uh, join just adds to two tables based on logical relation between units of tables with similar data types and similar columns. That's perfectly right, Sudhanshu. That's what it does. So I will directly demonstrate you that. The tables. Okay, here it is. So I have to use first. I have to use the temp database. That's already temp database. Let's see if this is working or not. Okay, it's working. Now let's check this individually. Yeah, so this is the employee details one table, which is having employee ID, employee name, employee salary. So basically, this is employee one that is name is Pranaya and salary is 100. Yeah. So this may be in thousands, I guess. So yeah, this is how it is. So and if we see the employee details two table, let's see what we have here. So here also you can see that basically we have uh, three columns, that is the MP ID, MP name, MP salary. And if you see, and if you are able to see, the observe that employee ID, employee name, employee salary, the data types are same between employee details one and employee details two, and even the column like the column length, I mean the number of columns are same, that is three, and here also it is three. So these are the two conditions which should be met in order to do union or accept or any other operator if you have to use. So let's just see what happens if you're using union. Yeah. So let's say using union. So what's happening is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So in union, one more thing is there that duplicate rows will not be present. If you see, let's see what is the duplicate row here between both the tables. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 is there. Yeah. Here, let's see what are the values. So here 1, 2 are common, 5, 6 are different from employee details 1. And if you see the final output, when we use union, you can see 1, 2 employee ID are not repeated. They are only present once. But if you see 3, 4, 5, 6, which were different, that of course they are different, so common values are not there. But if you see 1, 2 are not repeated, so that means that while we use union, the duplicate values will not be present. But what if you want to show the duplicate values in some scenario? So for that, you just have to use another keyword, that is all. Yeah. So let's see what happens when we use union all. So now you see there are two entries for employee ID 1 and employee ID 2. That is once here and once here. So that way you can even show the duplicate records. Yeah. If you want to show, otherwise you can directly use just union and don't show the duplicate values. Yeah, union combine two table having same data type to provide output. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, we are done with this, and I guess group by I will show you, but in meanwhile you can directly tell me the difference between order by and group by. I guess order by you already know, so no need to tell that, but if you can tell what will group by do. So meanwhile I will demonstrate you what it will do. Yeah, Durga Prasad, thank you so much. Yeah, for learning something. That's a great feedback I can get. Yeah. So that's the motto of these sessions which we are doing, community sessions. You should learn at least something which is vital. Select for customer. So, go to the- what is this? Customer ID. Yes. Select list because it's not containing the revenue. Or the group loss. Yeah, so let's just see. Yeah, that's right. Group by is like categories. Let's just see what we're having in customer table. So we are having this. Let's just group by used to aggregate data and order is used to arrange. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Jagannath. So see, if you're not able to get the syntax right, you can just Google it. Yeah. Let's say if you want to use group by SQL Server. In your case, if you are using MySQL, SQLite, you can directly use that. So that is group. I'm using SQL Server, so I can directly use SQL Server here. Yeah. So syntax, remembering syntax is not that important, but concept should be clear, like what it does. That way, it should be done. So that is, let's just try this. Yeah. So custom ID we have as custom ID, and we don't have country here, so we'll write state. I think this is the same query we were using, but still, let's see what happens. Customer, and let's use state. Yeah. Let's see if it's working or not now. Yeah. So I guess you're using the same query, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, what was happening, but yeah, this is fine now. So what we're doing is we're counting. Count is for count here. Like it is basically counting the number of records which is present in each state. So Cal state presents 5 records, and California also presents 5 records. So this is how we use group by. It has been grouped by state now. Yeah. So this is group by. Uh, now let's see what is this. Select person name. I guess let's about this. Is SQL case sensitive, guys? Like, let's suppose if I'm writing a customer and if I'm writing with small c, will this work or not? Yeah. Is SQL case sensitive or is it case insensitive? Yeah, so mostly everyone is writing not case sensitive here. It is not case sensitive. Let's just check that. If I'm writing just customer, yeah, so it's working. Basically, it's not case sensitive, yeah? Because even if I'm using, let's say, all caps here, yeah, let's see if this works or not. Yeah, so it's working. So it's basically case insensitive. Yeah, so that's fine now. So what does drop function does? I think everyone knows that it drops table or database. But let's see the seventh question here. What does truncate function does? Now this is a good question. As you can quickly tell me what does a truncate function do and what is the difference between drop and truncate here? So red scorpion is writing delete all values except columns name. Yeah, okay. Truncate will make table null. Is clear data in table, truncate, drop, delete the table. So basically, I guess what we're trying to say is when we use truncate function, basically the structure of the table is not deleted or dropped, but only the data from that table is dropped. Let's just see that also if that is happening or not. Now I was having this customer data here, right? Let's okay. Maybe having this pop table here, right? Let's see if I'm having any data in this table or not. Let's yeah, so I'm having this thing. Now let me try to use truncate function here. Is it truncate table? Yes. Let's see if this works or not. Yeah, so it has been completed successfully. Now let's see if I'm able to do this. Yeah, so yeah, the data has been deleted, but still the table pop is present. I mean, if I am able to do select star from pop. So if I try to insert values in this table, I can still do that. But let's say I'm using drop here, right? So let's see what will happen. Drop table pop. Yeah, so it has been executed successfully. Now let's try to do this. So yeah, so the whole structure, the whole structure of the table that is pop has been dropped from the our system. I mean, so it has been deleted. So we can't access only. So even if you try to insert values here, as the object is not present in the system, we can't do that. So truncate will delete the data from the table, but the structure will remain as it is. And drop will delete the structure also of that particular table. Yeah. Now, what is a candidate key? I guess you can tell me about what is a candidate key and the ninth question also. Uh, when can you compare the dates in SQL? These two questions here. When can you compare the dates in SQL and what is a candidate key? Yeah, we cannot roll back the data in truncate. Yeah, that's correct. Uh, Jagan is writing which are qualified to be primary key. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, that's right, which can be considered as a primary key. And so, what's the answer for 9? When can you compare the dates in SQL? Minimal subset of super key is candidate key. Yeah, that's right. Guys, tell me the ninth question. I guess eighth you already know. Yeah. So, tell me the answer for the ninth one. When we truncate, we can compare dates. Okay. So basically, let me tell you, you can compare dates when there is only date component in that. Time component should not be present. Let's say you are having a date as having a date, let's say 12, 12, 1994, and another date as 31st, 02, 1994. 1995. Okay, so let's say you can compare these two dates, that's fine, but let's say one is having a time component, maybe let's say in hour, minute, second, that is uh, let's say 04, yeah, uh, 50, and that is this is seconds. So now we can't compare these two things because one is having a format as date time and another is date. So basically when you want to compare two dates here, so the format should be same. Both should be in a date data type, not as a date time and date means both should be same. Data type should be same, then you can compare both the days, maybe uh, uh, take the difference between the two dates and find the number of days or months between them or maybe years between them. That way you can do that. Yeah, when there is date time column. So I guess what is you already know. Yeah, guys, tell me about this 12 question. What is SQL injection? Like this is the most concerned part we have in SQL. Like what is SQL injection? And also this part, when does SQL injection occurs? Help to attacking from virus, running SQL, eliminating checking condition in any SQL query by injecting SQL code in the input. Yeah, so that's correct. I mean that is SQL injection. But when does SQL injection occurs? Like how people do that? I mean, in what way? So let me just show you that. Let's suppose somewhere I have to log in. Let's try to open Gmail. let's just do sign in here. So what happens is like this is asking for my email ID, right? So at the back end, there must be some query which will check for this particular email ID in its database to match with my password. Yeah. So it will be basically doing that. So there must be some select query, yeah, for checking if it's there or not. Maybe like select this column where that column ID is this my email ID, whatever I write here. Yeah. So what some people or some hackers will do is they will write some type of query here, might be some complex query. Yeah? They will start something. Let's say they will start with some bracket where, and they will write some query here, which will work at the back end. So that way they can get the whole database and they can manipulate that database, maybe use that data for some fraud or some other malpractices. So that way SQL injection happens, and mostly all the organization or all the organizations are worry of that, means they are concerned about that, and that's why database security is very important in every organization. So this is how SQL injection can happen. This can be done in so search also, whether we are searching in Google or maybe uh, providing username password in some other like Facebook, anywhere that can happen, wherever user input is required. Yeah. Okay. So I guess already explained you about what is batch and SQL statement. So if you can tell me what is enum, how enum is helping us in SQL queries. Yeah, so I'm getting mostly all the correct answers here, pushing the SQL code in the email password to forward it into the server from the client. The most common web hacking techniques here. Okay, so now what is enum? The 15 question here. Yeah, so let's that we can see also if you're not able to find what is enum. You try to find the example. I guess enum is not present in SQL Server. So let's just see what is that. It is present in MySQL. So yeah, some functions might be present in one DBMS, that is database management system, or it may not be present in some other software. Yeah, so this is basically the syntax for enum here. You can see. So there is create table we're creating, column one, column two, column three. Your data type, maybe anything related to anything. So basically, what here it is doing is column two, we are providing the data type as enum, meaning when a user is inserting the values, so the value should be present from these three values only, that is value one, value two, or value three. If it tries to provide some other value, let's say something else apart from these three values, then it will generate an error. If you are providing another constraint such as not null for this column, if you're not providing not null, then that user can provide null value also, but not any value apart from this value, these values. Yeah. So maybe we can try also this thing if they are providing anything like that. Hold on. Enumerated variables can help a name into my preferred name. Ah, so yeah, that's like that was the basic example for enum. Yeah, so only specific values will be present for that column. So if a user tries to provide any other value apart from those values provided in the enum, so it will naturally generate an error. So that's like a drop down, or only the provided options can be selected from that. Okay, what are the types of SQL commands? Guys, transition control language. Okay, guys, what is a subquery? You can tell like how it is used and where we can use it. Yeah, writing query inside a query. Yeah, that's right. That's the right answer, C. So let me just do that. Select customer. C dot customer ID in select dot customer ID. That is this is will be from order. Okay, I need to provide the alias. Okay, guys. So basically, this is the subquery syntax for this. I mean, here you can use exists or many keywords operators can be used, maybe greater than, equal to, instead of in. That depends on the requirement, the data type of the column names you are having. So it may vary. You can have multiple subqueries. Yeah, you can have multiple joins. You can have multiple unions. That's just the complex part as you want to make it more complex. However, you can do. So, but these are the basic fundamentals which you should remember. So this is the outer query, you can say, select star from customer, where now this is the inner query, that is a subquery in. So first what will happen, this query will be executed. This is the second one, select customer ID from orders. Yeah, this will be, and from this table, like whatever the output is generated from that, this thing will be executed. Select star from customer C, where customer ID in that. So let's say execute this part. You select on table name where condition select star from. Yeah. Mostly I'm getting the correct answers here. Yeah, so basically this is what we're getting here. These are all the customer ID present in order table. But one customer ID which was not present in orders table was, I guess, let's just see the all the values from customer table. Select star from customer. Yeah, so you can see there are so many extra rows here, which you can see there are so many 10, 11, 12, 14 customer ID which are not present in this output. Why? Because these are only the customer ID which are present inside the orders table. Yeah. So this is how subquery will work. Yeah, outer query, inner query. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So what are the types of views? So there are basically two types of view. There are system defined views and there are user defined views. User defined views I already showed you in a previous example. I demonstrated that. Let me get back to that part once to recall that. Yeah. So this thing I did, create a view URS this. So this is how created a view. You can make any type of query inside this. Yeah, you can give where condition, group by, having. You can do anything here. In create a view, you can join multiple tables. You can do anything. But basically, this is how you create a user-defined view with this syntax, that is create view. Now there are other types of views that are system-defined views, which are like you can't change it, you can manipulate it. They are inside the system itself. So let's say this is the database you are having, and these are the views, right? So these are the system views which you can see. Yeah, so this can These are by default, which are present like check constraint, column. These are all the system defined. You can check the schema and everything, column usage or like the data types, maybe everything can be seen here. So these are the system defined. You can't change it, you can't do anything here, but you can just view this thing. There are so many, lots of. So these are the two fundamental types of views. Uh, okay, guys. So let's go to the 20th question here. I guess this is very simple, but I hope you know this. What is the difference between seal, floor, and round function in SQL terms? Yeah. So let me just give you an example. Let me use this function. I guess this will not work here. But let's just say them have a hold on. Let's try this if this is working or not. Seal is not compatible. Maybe that's the issue here. Let's see if floor works here. Yeah, so floor is working. Maybe seal is not defined in SQL Server. Round requires 2 to 3 arguments. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. So okay. I'm getting the answer as from the table everything. Okay, guys. So basically, what will happen is if you do select round, yeah. So this is the parameter which you're providing, that is 12.56, which is the number you want to round, and this is the number like how much you want to round the decimal part. So I'm providing it as 1. So it will go to the next number, that is 12.60, and it will round and it will only show the one part. 0 is like you cannot count that, so 6 is the part. So this is how round will work. And if you use floor instead of round, let's see what will we get here. Okay, one argument, yeah. So it will directly skip the decimal part and it will go to the minimum number from 12.56, that is 12. And still what will do, it will maybe work in MySQL or SQLite. So at that point of time, it will go to the next higher number, that is 13 in seal. Floor is like the lowest number from the 12, that is 12 here. 12.56 will go to 12. And I think let's do one last question, which we can do. Okay, guys, name 3 functions that specify current date and time. Yeah. So if you this is the last question we can cover for today. You can tell me like the three functions that specify current date and time. Yeah, Durga, yeah, you're right. That's the correct example. Yeah, sys date. Yeah, yeah, sys date can be correct. Yeah. What are the others? Other options? Current date, current timestamp. Yeah, that's fine too. Date, time. Yeah. So basically, you're providing all the correct options. Let me just show you all those options which can be, correct ones. Most of you have given the provided the right answer. So basically, we can use now. This is one option. Second one, we can use current timestamp as many of you told so. Another one is this date that also most of you told. And the last one is local timestamp. Yeah, these four options we can use to specify the current date and time. Yeah, so in this date will also be included, plus the time will also be included, time and date both. Yeah, guys. So this was the last question for today, and I will be sharing this questionnaire with you after the session completes. Yeah? So you can with answers I will share. So you can also check the answer if you are getting it right or wrong. And there's lots of questions. There are actually 170 MCQs which you can practice, and there are like 30 subjective questions which you have. So yeah, you can go on and explore this. So I hope you like my session, and if you guys have any questions, you can ask me. I want to create registration form. Yeah? That you can do by Google Forms, right? I mean, that's not an issue.
So, Urvin, we have completed it. Your session is done.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We are done for the day.
Okay, perfect. So, guys, how was the session, everyone? If you could tell me how was the session with respect to this, just take the feedbacks. Urvin, you can also on your video.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Yeah. Kindly share question. Thank you very much for the wonderful SQL session. Okay. Third max salary. I think they can compute it this. But how was the session altogether, guys? Just a quick feedback from everyone. That would be amazing because after this we have Power BI session, and I've already told you that what project we are going to do is the mail automation by using Power BI. So fantastic, awesome. How to get file? How to get the PDF file? Don't worry, we will be uploading it. Make sure that you enroll for the free community session in the iNeuron website. Then you'll be able to find out that specific information, right? So just do that, and automatically you'll be able to find out that. I think after some time we're just going to upload that particular PDF in the right in the right course itself, right? In whichever course you are basically enrolling,
Yeah.
that is the community course. Okay. Okay. What you can do is that, Urvin, I think you have sent that thing to Sudhanshu also, right? So
Yeah, yeah, sent it.
you can just ping him saying that you have just uploaded the session or you are about to complete it.
Sure, sure, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you. I think many people are saying it was good. It was amazing. They liked it. Okay. The second thing that we are going to do is that we are going to basically learn how to do a mail automation using Power BI. Again, for this, the prerequisite of Power BI is required, as said. And again, the instructor with us is Yash. Anyhow, Urvin, thank you for this amazing session for
yeah,
coming up. And what
yeah.
I'll do,
Thank you, Krish. Yeah.
yes, what I'll do is that I'll also put Urvin's LinkedIn ID later on in the description of this particular video. I think, Urvin, you have done an amazing job. I think we will be continuing tomorrow with respect to the timing or the
Yeah.
timing that is allotted to you. So thank you, Urvin. Thank you, guys.
Sure,
Just
sure.
hit like for
Thank you,
Urvin,
Krish. Yeah,
guys, for this amazing session. Thank you, Urvin. Bye.
yeah. Thank you so much, Krish. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Okay, yes, you there?
Yes, sir, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay. So you can on your video if you want, probably.
Yes, sir,
Then,
sure.
okay, perfect.
Hello, all. Hello, Chris, sir. How
Yeah.
are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yes. How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Okay, perfect. So yes, so what we are going to do is that now
Yes,
you
sir.
can basically go with respect to the project that you want to implement. And if you
Okay,
want in
sir.
the later stages, since this is a 3 hour session, you can also take breaks of 5 to 10 minutes whenever you want. Okay, and you can also tell,
Mhm.
you can also check out the chat. So you can start with your project, what you want to implement, and probably explain the audience regarding that, and you can proceed now. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, you can share your
So, hello,
screen and you
all.
can
My
start.
name is Yash Sakale, and currently I'm.
Yeah,
Okay, sir.
you can share your screen. You can start. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Hello, all. My name is Yash, and today we are going to discuss about mail automation. So, basically, the format of this particular discussion will be like first we are going to discuss about what is mail automation. Secondly, we are going to discuss about how it can be implemented with the help of Power BI. And after that, we are going to discuss about Power Automate, which is basically a web application from Microsoft, which is used to implement a lot of automation tasks. Okay. So, and then we are going to start off solving a particular use case. Okay. So, a basic simple use case we are going to start, and yeah. So this will be the format of this particular question, this particular session. So I want my audience to answer one simple question: what is mail automation? You can just answer in 3 to 4 words in basically a layman language so that anyone can understand what is mail automation. Hello, guys. Am I audible to you? Okay, so basically, mail automation is you must have received mails from various companies such as Zomato, Swiggy, or Udemy. And let me take an example of Udemy. So Udemy, what it does is, suppose there's a 30% off on a particular course, right? Okay, automate the mail process. Ravindra Bhal Singh is saying you are pretty much correct, but please try to elaborate your answer, Ravindra. I think automatic the mails sent to customers or stakeholders with the predefined context. Yeah, Durga Prasad, you're absolutely correct. Sending mails automatically. Please elaborate your answer, Asmina. Automatic send and receive. Yeah, Sonali Patel, you are in the wrong. You are in the correct direction. Akshay Mandal. Yeah. So everyone has got an idea of what mail automation is. So basically, what happens is these companies, such as, let me take an example of Udemy. So if there is a 30% on off on a particular use case, right? So what they do is at the back end of their code, they trigger a code snippet such that when there is a 30% off on a particular course, the code executes. Okay, let me take an example of a code. Let me explain with the help of uh, a code snippet, right? So what happens is, suppose there is a function mail automation. Okay, and this particular function inputs three main parameters, namely and list of users, list of mail IDs. I'm going to elaborate this in just a second. Okay, and then all things happen, such as you can provide the subject of this particular mail, you can provide the body text, and what all files will be there, such as text files or PDF files, you can attach in this particular mail. So what happens is the username and password are the credentials for the mail ID from which the mail will be sent to the users. I repeat, the username and password will be the credentials of the mail ID from where the automated mail will be sent to the users, and this is the list of users to which all the to which the mails will be sent to. Okay, so basically these three are the two of this particular automated mail. Are we clear till now, guys? Yes, no? You can have a look at this code snippet clearly. It will give you a good idea, right? Okay, Akshay Mandlik says yes. Any doubts till now, guys? Okay, great. So I want you to have a look at this particular code snippet because it will give you a good idea of what mail automation is and how it is coded at the backend. Just a brief, just a overview of what is coded at the backend if you are implementing mail automation. Okay, and yeah, okay, cool guys, cool. Thank you. And first of all, I would like to discuss what all requirements will be there for implementing mail automation with the Power BI. So it is required for you to have a office mail ID. No Gmail ID or Outlook ID will be accepted by Power BI service because mail automation is implemented at the Power BI service, not Power BI desktop. I repeat, mail automation with Power BI is implemented with Power BI service, is implemented in Power BI service level, not Power BI desktop level. So basically, Power BI service, if you know, I would like to recall, Power BI service is the cloud version of Power BI desktop, with the help of which we can, share our respective reports to our clients or various other peoples, right? So if you are not having any, office mail ID, we have a workaround. Just go to Google and type Power BI free account. Go to videos and just click on this one. Let's fix signing up for Power BI without a work email. Okay. Uploaded by Guy in a Cube. So this 10 to 12 minutes of this particular video will give you a brief idea of how to, have a working email ID if you are not working anywhere, or yeah. So it will be basically a workaround of if you are not having any particular mail ID, because the reason why I'm showing this particular video, because it was beneficial for me also. Okay. Any questions till now? Clear? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm gonna close this particular tab, get back to Power BI. So let's start off with, okay, we have covered what is mail automation. We have understood it with the help of an example. We have understood it with the help of a code snippet. We have, and another thing, we have covered what all requirements will be there for, in order to, complete Power BI, for in order to complete mail automation use case with the help of Power BI. And I repeat, you have to, it is required for you to have a particular office mail ID, not Gmail ID or any other personal mail ID. For workaround, I have shown you a particular video. You can have a go through with that and you will be good to go. Okay. So let's start off with discussing our use case. What are we going to solve? So this is my data. It contains two columns, namely manager name and total revenue. So what this data is all about is, suppose let's take an example of Gilbert Wolf as manager name, and the total revenue corresponding to Gilbert Wolf is 21 million. Okay, so this total revenue is basically the total revenue to the company. Gilbert Wolf, the manager Gilbert Wolf, was able to provide it to the company for for years. Let us take an example, 2010 to 2016. Okay, so yeah, let's. I would like to repeat myself. Gilbert Wolf is the manager name, and this total revenue column contains all the revenues corresponding to the manager name. What all revenue they were able to generate to the company throughout the company's years. Okay. So this is all about our data. Now the main use case is, let's take an example of a manager name Gavino Bobby. So our use case is to, as soon as the the total revenue for manager Gavino Bobby reaches 3.17 million, we must trigger a data alert, and that data alert must in turn trigger a automation mail process, and the Gavino Bove mail ID, the mail ID for Gavino Bove must receive a mail such that congratulations on reaching the target value. Okay, so yeah, this was all about the use case. Do you have any questions till now? Yeah, Pravina, I'll share the URL for that particular video will be shared with you. Okay, no need to worry about that. Are we clear till now? Yes, no? So what are you having? What question you are having? Thodi Sai Prasad, can you please paste it in the chat? Prasad, what question do you have? Can you place it? Can you place it in the chat? Okay, CA. What I should repeat? Can you please tell me which part you are having doubt in? Can you please tell me? Okay, so let me repeat this particular use case once again. Total revenue contains the revenue generated by the manager name. For example, 21 million was the revenue generated by Gilbert Wolf. Okay, and now what we need to do is, suppose the revenue for Gavino Bolve reaches above a particular threshold. For example, we have set a threshold for 3.16 million, and it reaches 3.175 million. Okay, So we need to trigger a process. We need to design a process such that the Gavino Bove's mail ID must receive a mail stating that congratulations, Gavino Bove, you have received, you have hit the target of so and so. Okay. So now the use case is clear, guys. Hiroshi Fernando, you will be having the data sheet. No worries about that. Okay, I'm repeating the use case once again. This is the manager name. This is the total revenue, and the total revenue is the revenue generated by the corresponding manager name. Suppose, for example, Derek Snyder's, he was able to generate 19.3 millions of revenue, right? 19.3 million dollars of revenue throughout his career in the company. And suppose let's take an example of Mina Nyland, and suppose let's set a threshold of 3.20 millions of revenue for Mina Nyland, and if her revenue generated reaches above 3.20 million, then she will be receiving a congratulations email. Okay, so this is the particular uh, system solution we need to design with the help of Power BI. Okay. Okay, so let's start solving this particular use case. Am I audible, guys? Am I audible, guys? Okay, so let's start off with solving this particular use case. Okay, so here is my Power BI worksheet, Power BI report that I have created. It is just a simple Power BI report, and I have created a visual called as clustered column chart containing the revenue for all this. Okay, so let me share with this with Power BI. Okay. Okay, so let's start once again. Okay, so basically this is my revenue. This is my clustered column chart visual. As you might be knowing that there are a lot of visuals there in Power BI desktop, and yes, so this is a particular basic visual I have created containing the manager name on the x-axis, and the total revenue on values. So it basically shows me that what all revenues were generated by the managers throughout the years. Suppose Kauri Anaru manager has generated 5.7 millions of revenues throughout her career in the company, and this is a card visual, and I've created a measure. So a measure is basically it shows us the some calculations. For example, I need to calculate the sum of total revenue, so I'll be using sum DAX function. I'm going to discuss about DAX in just 5 minutes. Let me explain this particular measure. So I've used calculate function, and what calculate function does is it calculates the sum of the total revenue where manager name is Gavino Bove. Okay, so what this measure tells me that what was the sum of the revenue where manager name was Gavino Bove. Okay, am I clear up to this particular point? So the reason why I'm using this particular card visual will be like will be revealed in just once we shift to Power BI service level. Okay. So let's discuss something about calculate DAX function. So we're gonna type calculate function in Power BI. So yeah, so believe me, guys, if you want to learn about a particular DAX function, you need to look at the official Microsoft documentation about that particular calculate a particular DAX function, right? So it will be the best way to learn and work with DAX. Yeah. So calculate, what it does, evaluates an expression in a modified filter context. The syntax of the calculate DAX function will be calculate the expression that you want to calculate. For example, may it be multiplication, sum, divide, etc., and the filter. Okay. So this is what we have done. This is our total. This is our the expression that we want to calculate, and this is our filter. Calculate the sum of total revenue where manager name equals to Gavino Bove. Okay, as simple as that. Nothing to worry about, guys. Okay, just a simple DAX function we have created, and just after creating that particular measure, I've dragged it into our card visual, because the reason why I'm using card visual will be revealed in just a second once we switch to Power BI service. Okay. And yeah, one more thing I would like to give advice to my viewers. If you are having some experience in uh, Power BI, so whenever you create measures, it is required that it must be in a measure table. Okay. Because if this is my main table and this is my measure table. Okay. So if all my measures are here in data, so it will be, it will be like quite confusing for me as a person, because yeah, at the end of the day, you must be having a clear cut knowledge about what all things you are using and what all things you are working on. Okay. So it is required for you, it is a good practice for you to create a measure table, and all the measures created via the DAX formula must be there in this measure table. Okay. Any questions till now, guys? No, CA. The card visual is not dynamic in terms of manager names, because I have specifically created a measure which is specifically for the manager name Gavino Bove. So if you want that thing to be dynamic, you can use something which is called as a slicer. So the your slicer that you created must contain all the manager names, and the user must select all the slicers. Must select the particular manager name from that slicer, and yeah, the card visual will be changing. The card visual will be changing it accordingly. Okay. Prasad, what you want me to repeat? Can you please tell me? Repeat once you have written. Thodi Sai Prasad. What you want me to repeat? Which thing you are having doubt in? Show once again how to make total revenue. So total revenue is nothing but uh, it is basically okay. Wait a minute. So total revenue is nothing but I haven't created the total revenue measure, but it was it was my column in the data set. So I haven't created any total revenue measure. Okay, total revenue chart. Okay, okay, okay. Hold on for a second. Just use this thing. Select clustered column chart from visualizations. Drag and drop manager name into axis and total revenue into values. And here you go, your visualization has been created. Okay. So for further editing, you can click on this particular format tab, click on data labels on. So it tells you like, okay, the Gilbert Wolf, the revenue generated by Gilbert Wolf of $21.7 million and so forth. Okay. So I hope I have answered your question, Prasad. Okay. Now since it is not, it is not possible for us to, implement mail automation at Power BI desktop level. So I'm going to publish into Power BI service. So Power BI service, as I told you, is a cloud version of Power BI desktop, and with the help of Power BI service only, you will be able to share your report and your work on Power BI desktop to your client and your to various other people you are working with. Okay. Just taking quite a few time till now. You can just ask me some questions. I'll try my best to answer them. If 5,000 manager, which graph? Okay. Pretty much interesting question from Alok Kumar. Okay, so first I will be telling about what is a a workspace in Power BI. So basically, a workspace is you can consider it as a uh, what we have as a repository in GitHub. We have workstation in Power BI service. Okay, so what all people you might be knowing about repositories and GitHub and all. So as repositories contains the details of all the projects, for example, the HTML files, XML files, Python files. In the same way, Workspace also contains all the details, all the required files for the Power BI project. May it be data set, may it be report file, may it be dashboard. Okay. So I'm going to publish this particular report into Power BI sessions workspace and click on select. Yeah, coming down to the question from Alok Kumar. So basically, what happens if you are having a lot of 5,000 managers, you can divide it into two graphs, containing uh, top 10 or top 50 managers by revenue, the top 50 managers by revenue, and top 50 and 50 lowest managers, 50 managers having lowest number of revenues, and so on and so forth. Because see, 5,000 managers, displaying 5,000 managers in a particular graph will be a quite tedious task. Not tedious task, but it will be look the report quite ugly. Because see, the job of data analyst is to create good reports, and that particular report should deliver maximum information about the data, right? So this point should be considered while working as a data analyst, specifically if you are working with Power BI. Your report should make maximum sense out of your data, so that the client can make better and better insights from that particular report. Okay. And yeah, so if you are having a task of 5,000 managers, displaying 5,000 managers in a graph, you can do it like top 50 managers by revenue in a you know uh, top 50 managers by revenue in one visual, the 50 managers by with lowest number of with the lowest revenue in one visual. And also you can use a thing which is called a slicer. Okay, so if the user wants to select out of 50,000, you can. Yes, Alok Kumar, you are absolutely right. Yes, you are absolutely right. You can create measures by top 20 and top 20 and top 10 like that. Okay. And also you can use slicer. The slicer must contains the names of all the 5,000 manager names, and the client or user who is whoever he or she is using the report, he or she can select the name of the user, the name of the manager, and the report will change according to the manager name. Okay. So for example, I have selected in my slicer, I have selected Gavino Bove. So my whole report will change according to the revenue of Gavino Bove. So let me take an example. Okay. Let's get a slicer, and and it contains all the managers. So let me click on this one, Dolores Davis. So it created it, it changed this visual to according to the manager of according to the name manager name. Remember that, guys, this but why did this particular card visual didn't change? Because it was having the data of particularly for Gavino Bove, so it will not change. Let me click another on Gavino Bove, and it 3.16 million. Like that, you can, like this, you can use slicers. Okay. And don't worry, guys, the whole Power BI report will be shared with you. So now, as you saw, we have published our report in the dashboard. Now let me go to my browser and check if it's done or not. Let me click refresh on this. Anil Bharadwaj, because your question is what is the need of this graph, so we can know the managers who are below target revenue just by sorting in Excel. But in Excel, you cannot implement Power BI mail automation, right? So our main task is to implement mail automation in Power BI. I don't know if I don't think so. Mail automation is possible in Excel, but our main job is to implement mail automation and solve that particular mail automation use case with the help of Power BI. In Excel, you can definitely do that, but yeah, I hope you got the answer. Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, this is how our Power BI service window looks like. It contains content. Inside the content, we'll be having our Power BI, the report, Power BI report. And in the data sets plus data flows, it contains our, the data set, which it is going to use. On hovering it to this right hand side of this, the name of the data set, you can see refresh now, scheduled refresh, and these three dots. Now let me click on refresh. It says something went wrong. Refresh failed because this data set requires the gateway. Please select a gateway from dataset settings. Okay. Now I'm going to click on close. So a lot of you might be wondering why we require refresh in this particular use case. Okay. So I would like to ask my audience. I would like to ask my audience what is the why we require refresh. Can you please tell me, guys? Alok Kumar, as of now, I don't have any live data. Okay. So it can be implemented the same way I had implemented with the help of Excel. So no need to worry about that. Okay. Now the question is why we require refresh in this particular, why we need to refresh our data while solving this particular mail automation use case. Anyone, guys? Yes, no? Yeah, CA, the user has correct answer. Sujit Nair is also having the correct answer. Mukesh Kumar also having the correct answer. Aleti Venkat Prasad. Well done, guys. So you have given the correct answer, and believe me, you have knowledge of, you have cleared the 50% of the use case. Believe me, to get real time data. Alok Kumar, good guys, good. So, so a lot of you might be knowing about the Power BI Gateway. So Power BI Gateway is generally a software that acts as a bridge between our data set and our deployed or published Power BI report into Power BI service. Yes, sir, Sudhanshu Kumar. Because the update may had happened. Okay. In change, the data will be accommodated and new reports daily. Okay. Vishal Tyagi, good one. Okay, so Power BI Gateway is generally is a software and which acts as a bridge between the data on your particular machine and the Power BI report, which is published into the Power BI service. Okay, so in order to install that, you can just simply go to Power BI. Click on this particular link, download on-premises data gateway. Just type Power BI Gateway download into Google and you can click on the second link. Depending upon what is the bit version of your operating system, you can download 32-bit version or 64-bit version. And yeah, please download the recommended version of Power BI on-premises data gateway because because its installation is quite simpler. It's just simply a next installation. Okay, so now we come back to Power BI service. The error which came because we haven't mapped the Power BI data or Power BI data with data source gateway, and I'm going to click on apply. It is saying base your updates to the basic gateway has been updated. Now let's click on refresh. The time is 4:24. Now I'm going to click on refresh. And it has successfully refreshed our data set. Okay, currently the time is 4:34. So I have the latest the latest updates of my data into this particular Power BI server. Guys, let's now talk about Power Automate. Power Automate is the application. It is the most important application we'll be requiring in order to implement mail automation with the help of Power BI. So let's, yeah. Any questions till now, guys? The gateway access previous data or latest data? No, it accesses the it accesses the latest data. Any questions till now, guys? Any questions? Yes, no? Okay, so till now, I guess no one is having any doubts. Okay, so this is the first window of our Power Automate, which looks like, and with the help of Power Automate, you can automate a lot of tasks. On this particular search for template by app task for industry text doc, let's just type Power BI. Okay, so there are a lot of templates with which you can implement, with which you can integrate Power BI. So run sentiment analysis on tweets and push results to a Power BI dataset. So sentiment analysis is basically applying some classification algorithm into text data, and uh, and suppose, for example, I have taken text data regarding some movie. So it will be, we'll be having a lot of data. So was the movie good, was the movie bad, and the sentiment analysis algorithm actually outputs whether it is a positive sentiment or it is a negative statement, negative sentiment. So for example, the movie the movie story was really good, it's a positive statement, and the movie could have been done a better, it is a, a neutral statement and neutral sentiment. And the movie was really bad, it wasn't, it can be done as a negative statement, negative sentiment. Okay. uh, a lot of templates are available for you to explore, to check out, with which you can integrate Power BI with. For example, send an email from my personal outlook.com to anyone on Power BI data alerts. Update Power BI dataset when a SharePoint file is updated, and lot of templates are there, you can check out and have a look at. So basically, Rahul Danu asked, Power BI can install on Linux? No. No, Rahul, you cannot install Power BI on Linux. The reason being, it's obviously a Microsoft product, so it will be always be running on Microsoft Windows. If you want to run Power BI on Linux, you can install a thing which is called as virtual machine. You can install Windows virtual machine, and you can run Power BI on that. The thing is, you need to require a lot of RAM, at least 8 to 16 GBs of RAM, if you want to run Power BI on a virtual machine. Personally, I won't suggest you do that, because virtual machine itself will be, eating a lot of RAM, and on top of that, you are running a Power BI instance. You will be running Power BI, and that itself will be eating a lot of RAM. So it might overuse of that might damage your computer. Santosh Sharma says Power BI is free. Santosh, up to an extent, Power BI is free. Power BI desktop is completely free. If you have your work email ID, you can use Power BI service. Okay, so generally, making reports and publishing your reports into Power BI service is absolutely free. But for extra features, you need to purchase a Power BI license. Yeah, so you can check that the pricings of Power BI license. Okay. Okay, let's check the Power BI license pricings. You can go to the first link, Power Pricing and Product Comparison Microsoft Power BI. It will give you a brief look, a brief comparison. Okay, Power BI Pro is having this much facilities. Power BI Premium is will be having this much facilities, and yeah, you can compare it, and what all requirements are, you can compare it with. So as of now, as of learning, Power BI desktop and Power BI service is completely free. If you don't have any work email ID, you can I'll share you a link. The link will be shared with you, with which you can see that video, and you can create a work email ID for yourself. Okay. Any questions till now, guys? Yes, no? Okay, the use case of reaching 3.5, how to do that, we'll be discussing it in just a few minutes. Have patience, buddy. Any questions till now? Yes, we'll be discussing it. We'll be solving, we are actually right now solving that particular use case. Yeah. Any questions till now? More questions? Anyone? Yes, no? Any question? If you are having any question, please paste them into the chat. What else can we do with Power BI? With Power BI, we can, if you are having Power BI Premium, you can have a machine learning model, train a machine learning model on that. I don't know the process of that, but yeah, you can implement a machine learning model. You can create Power BI reports. You can obviously you can perform visualizations of Power BI. You can also perform data modeling, data cleaning in Power BI. So Power BI is basically a one-stop point for all the data analytics. Okay. Mahir, have I answered your question? Okay. So the template which we are going to use is send an email to any audience when a Power BI data alert is triggered. So this will be the particular template which we'll be using. Okay. And remember, guys, sometimes Power Automate ask you to sign in with your work email ID. So the work email ID must be the same as in it was with Power BI service. So Power BI service work email ID and Power Automate work service Power Automate work email ID must be same if you are solving use case related to mail automation or Power Automate. Okay. Uh, if I am not wrong, Mukesh, Power BI service is like a Tableau server, where because I am not having much knowledge about Tableau, so you can with the help of Power BI service you can share your work, and you can share your work with the people you are working with and your client. Shahbaz asks, I am working with Tableau. Will you suggest Power BI over Tableau? Okay, that's an interesting question. Uh, to see Power BI and Power BI, what I know is you can implement all these things such as data cleaning, data modeling, data visualization, each in one software. You don't need to install or download any other thing, right? So yeah. And in case of Tableau, you need to install multiple things. For example, for data modeling, uh, we'll be requiring other software. For data visualization, we'll be requiring other Tableau software. So if you are working with Tableau, it is very good. It is because it's in case of visualizations only. Uh, Tableau is really very good. It is even better than Power BI. But if you want a one-stop solution for all the data analytics purposes, for example, extract, transform, or load or visualization, you can go with Power BI. And what I would suggest that if you are working for data analytics, you can master any one of the tool between Power BI or Tableau. Krishna Manoj is absolutely correct. You have a lot of connectors in Power BI than Tableau. Yeah. Okay. So one more thing I would like to discuss is that suppose it's our report. So in card visuals only you can implement data alerts. Okay. And data alerts can only be, remember guys, data alerts can only be implemented at dashboard level, not report level. This is our report. Just click on this particular visual, click on this pen icon. Okay. Now it is saying new dashboard. Suppose let's name our dashboard to mail automation, and then let's pin. So this is our dashboard view. The previous one was report view. This is our dashboard view. Okay. Power BI mobile automation can only be implemented within the Power BI dashboard view, particularly in the Power BI service. Okay. Not in the report view, because see, we'll be requiring data alerts. Click on these three dots, click on these, and click on manage alerts. Because see, data alerts are available only in Power BI dashboard, not in Power BI report. Okay. So yeah, and then I'm going to click on add alert rule. And let's set the threshold to 3.17 million. Any questions till now, guys? So let's take our threshold through 3.17 million. How to check the statuses of alert and email subscription? I'll tell you. Don't worry about that. Okay. So with that, we go down to maximum notification frequency. I'm going to select at most once an hour. So suppose, guys, for example, your data has reached somehow, it has reached above 3.17 million two times, right? So it is not going to create any data alert. It is not going to create any data alert till the next hour. Okay, I repeat myself. If you have if you have if your data, if your data has reached threshold above 3.17 million more than one times, it is not going to create any data alert more than, it is not going to create a data alert till the next hour. Okay. Same thing for at most every 24 hours. If in a day, if your threshold, if your data has reached threshold two times, it is not going to create any data alert until the next day. Okay. And now I'm going to click on save and close. Now let's click on manage alerts once again. Alert title is alert for revenue underscore Gavino Bove. This alert title is really important because it will be connecting the Power BI service to Power Automate. Okay. Now we have already entered our this thing, a template, and then log. Let's click on continue. This is the basically the main page of our our template. In the alert ID, we are going to click on alert for revenue Gavino Bove. As of now, I'm going to give a sample mail ID. Okay. And we can use the subject to congratulations team. And now let's keep the rest part as it is and click on save. And as you can see, your flow is ready to go. We recommend you to test it. Obviously, we are going to test it. So yeah, so till right now I'm having not having any live data, but consider this thing as this Excel file is coming from a live data, and somehow the uh, Gavino Bove has entered 3.18 million of total revenue into the company. I have saved this particular Excel file. I have changed made some changes to 3 point from 3.15 million to 3.18 million, the total revenue for Gavino Bove. Okay. Now let's check if these changes are able to, reflect into the Power BI service. Let's click on refresh. Preparing for refresh, it takes some time depending upon your internet speed. So refreshed, it has been data set has been refreshed to 4:52 p.m. Okay. Till now, are you having any question? Yes, no. Questions, guys. If you are having any questions, please paste them on the chat throughout the process. If you are having any questions regarding the particular use case, the particular process which you are following in order to solve the use case, if you are having, okay, cool. So now I have refreshed, as you saw, I have refreshed my data set, and it shows the refresh time to be 4:52. Okay. So now let's click on content and see if it is reflected on my dashboard also. So yeah, it has been refreshed on my dashboard too. Okay. So yeah, let's now just as you can see, I have received a bell notification, right, stating that alert for revenue Gavino Bove a minute ago. Alert for revenue Bove on mail automation is 3.18 million, which is above the threshold 3.17 million. So which makes us sure that our this data alert has been completely working fine. Okay. So let's go to the let's go to our let me log in to my Gmail ID first, so that our for the if our whole pipeline is working or not. So I'm quickly going to log into my Gmail ID. Just a second. So Ashish Kashyap has come up with some question saying that, sir, for data analysis, is that compulsory to learn statistics? Uh, Up to an extent, Ashish, if you learn statistics, it will be totally beneficial for you, because if you are knowing statistics, for example, if you are aware of all the concepts of statistics, the basic concepts such as mean, median, mode, and all, because data analytics is all about numbers, all about data. So for understanding your data up to an extent, you require statistics. And if you are having a good knowledge of some of the statistics concepts such as mean, median, and mode, so yeah, and and if you are able to drive your interview to that to up to statistics, so the interview interviewer will be highly impressed by you. So yeah, so if you can spend some time on learning statistics, it will be totally beneficial for you if you want to pursue a career in analytics. Ashish Kashyap, mean Excel, SQL, Python, Tableau, and Power BI is sufficient? Yes, definitely. It is. It is more than sufficient. Excel, SQL, and Python. Python is also good. Excel is also good. SQL is really fine. And you can choose one thing between Tableau and Power BI, because aside that you need to master one of the tools, one of the BI tools, may it be Tableau or Power BI, because Tableau and Power BI are the leaders, you can say, in the BI tool market. So let me just quickly log in into this particular account. Is graduation required to get a job in data analytics as a fresher? Graduation is required. What are you saying, Mohammed? I'm not clear. In data analytics, so Shivam Bhatt asked, in data analytics, which one is best, R or Python? Uh, for particularly for data analytics, you can go for R, but if you want to convert that data analytics career to data scientist or machine learning or deep learning, then you can go with Python, because Python is much more easier to implement. It is much more easier to use. It is much more easier to learn, and you can do a lot of stuff in Python. So yeah, guys, as you can see, I have received a mail from Microsoft Power Apps and Power Automate, and the time of this mail was about 5 minutes. The moment we refreshed our report, the pipeline was completed, and we got a mail from uh, this thing, Microsoft Power Apps and Power Automate, stating, alert for revenue Gavino Bove triggered. Congratulations, team. You have successfully hit the target. Tile value was 3.18 million and alert threshold was 3.17 million. And you can change this particular mail format according to your business needs, or yeah. So this way we have successfully solved our use case. And till now, if you have any questions, guys. If 60% of our data is having outliers, should we use that for our data? 60% outliers means it will be totally biased for use that data for analysis. So I must say no, because it is unclean, right? You must be cleaning that data, and removing outliers means removing the 60% of data, but that's not, you know, that's not feasible. Okay. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Yes, no? Are you having any doubt, particularly for this use case or Power BI? You can please ask, paste your questions on the chat. Discuss about questions like if you are using such type of projects into your resume, and what all questions can be asked with you. So I'm going to share that with you. Any questions regarding Power BI, the use case which we solved today? Any questions regarding that? So Mukesh Kumar says this automation is focusing on only one manager. It will be good if this is dynamic for all the managers. So you can explore. You can also explore. Because if the data is live, it will be dynamic and it can be for all the managers. Okay, so for example, the problem is we can only use card visuals in data alerts. If you can see other visuals such as for example clustered column chart, we cannot use data alerts on that. So for that all these managers, we need to create separate card visual, so it will be it will be looking untidy. But yeah, you can explore that. Sujit Nair says, can we do that for multiple threshold? No, the threshold must be same. That is, if it is above the threshold, you can trigger the data alert. Otherwise, not above or below. There are two options. If it is below, it is going to trigger a data alert. If it is above the threshold, it can trigger the data alert. So these will be the probably these will be the questions if you are implementing, if you are putting this such type of projects into your resume. So I would like to question my users, my viewers. Which one of the following can be used to implement mail automation? Report or dashboard? I can, yeah. So the question is, which one of the following can be used to implement mail automation? Report or dashboard? Come on, guys, answer this question. Okay, Krishna Manoj says dashboard. Vaibhav says dashboard. Sai Prasad says dashboard. Mahir says dashboard. Okay, guys. So yeah, you all are correct. Okay, I'm happy that my audience is paying attention to my session. Okay, and one more question, one more MCQ type question. Data alerts are available in which of the following? Reports or dashboard? Come on, guys, answer this one. Yeah, sure. Is it fine now? The question is, data alerts are available in which of the following? Report or dashboard? Please answer this, guys. Santosh says dashboard, and Thodimila says reports. Okay. More answers, guys. What do you think about this question? I repeat the question. Data alerts are available in which of the following? Report or dashboard? So yeah, so those who are saying dashboard are perfectly correct, because let's see, because this is our dashboard view, and if you click on these three buttons, you can see manage alerts. And if you go to the report view, there won't be any, manage alerts option. Add a comment, chat and Teams, export data, spotlight, etc. So yeah, the answer is dashboard. Data alerts and mail automation can be implemented in dashboards only, not in report level. Okay, so let's start off with the first question. The first question might be asked is the name any one application that can be used to implement email automation, and answer is email automation in Power BI, and the answer is Power Automate, because Power Automate is the application that we use right now in order to implement this thing, email automation with the help of Power BI. And okay. So first question was name any one application that can be used to implement email automation in Power BI. And so answer is Power Automate. Okay. Explain how mail automation is beneficial for business owners to enhance users and customers experience. See guys, so basically you might be receiving mails from Zomato, Swiggy or Domino's, like there are 50 or 20% off on this particular pizza. So okay, so you receive mails. Okay, so and after reading those mails, okay, you think like, okay, there's a 50% chance, 50% off on this particular pizza, so let's buy it. So ultimately customers are knowing that business the company are what all changes in the pricings of these products of the companies are there, and what all new products are launching. This can also be used, this can also be done with the help of mail automation. But yeah, so the answer to this question will be with the help of mail automation, customers will be having all the brief knowledge about what all products they are having, what all products the company is having, what all pricings of these products are having, and what all offers on these particular products are there in this in the company. What are data alerts? Data alerts are nothing but the process by which if a particular threshold data reaches a particular threshold, so it creates a data alerts, and the data alerts are basically at the Power BI service level. Let me show you. And data alerts, you need to also be sure that data alerts can only be implemented at the dashboard level. Okay, so yeah, these are the data alerts. And can mail automation be implemented on Power BI desktop? Guys, answer this for me. The question is, can mail automation be implemented on Power BI desktop? Sir, I'm sorry, I'm a fresher, but are these questions for business analysts? So if you are not particularly, but if you are, applying these type of projects into your resume, so the interviewee might ask these questions. So you need to prepare about what all projects you are having in your resume. So the question is, I would like to repeat myself again. Can mail automation be implemented on Power BI desktop? The answer is, people are saying, and Aleti Venkar Prasad says no, Krishna Manoj says no, and on Power BI service. Okay, so yes, you all are correct. Mail automation cannot be implemented on Power BI desktop. It can be implemented on Power BI service, because Power BI service contains dashboard, and dashboard itself contains data alerts, and data alerts can be further be used to communicate with Power Automate, which will be used for implementing this particular use case. Okay. What is the difference between a report and a dashboard in Power BI service? Okay, guys, one more question for you. The question is, what is the difference between a report and a dashboard in Power BI service? Come on, guys, answer this. The question is, what is the difference between a report and a dashboard in Power BI service? So Santosh Sharma asked how many type of data set Power BI can support, like apart from Excel. So apart from Excel, you can use XML files, you can use SQL Server, you can use websites as well. Okay, so a lot of options are there. I can show you right here. So first you go to get data and see common data sources like Excel. Power BI data sets can also be used to extract data. Power BI data flows, SQL Server, analysis service, text slash CV, web service, OData, blank query. Let's click on more. So the point is there are a lot of data sources you can explore with Power BI desktop. Yeah. So these are all data sets: Excel, text, CV, XML files, JSON files, folder. If your folder contains a lot of more than 2 to 3 number of Excel files, so yes, you can import those files into PDF files. You can also import SharePoint folder, Access database, SQL Server database, SQL Server analysis service, SSAS, Oracle database. So these are really a lot of data sources you can use with Power BI desktop. You can also use Python coding to get data from with Power BI. Okay, so my question was, what is the difference between a report and a dashboard in Power BI service? So a lot of people have answered. A dashboard contains tiles from multiple reports. Okay, good one. So Anil Bharadwaj says this tutorial is in exploration of an option in Power BI, or this is a project which can be mentioned in the resume. So see, guys, this is a particular use case which I have solved in this particular session. You can convert this use case into a full end-to-end project, right? So you are extracting data from somewhere, for example, let's say SQL, and you have set some data alerts, and that data alerts can be used to interact with the user via mail. Okay, so these you can convert this particular use case into a full end-to-end project. So here in this case, I've tried to solve a particular use case just to make sure that you can understand the concept of mail automation, the concept of Power Automate. Yeah. So Ajay Badwani says report is set of sheets and dashboard is set of reports where we can add visualization for multiple reports. That is also correct. Okay. So I think you've got a good understanding of the difference between Power BI desktop and Power BI service. Okay. So these all we have answered. What is the difference between this also? Describe the process that happens when the track data reaches one of the thresholds set in data alert. So what happens, like if our data reaches, for example, we have set a threshold to 3.12 million, and the data somehow reaches 3.17 million. So what happens is it first through gateway, it checks if the data alert has been, the data threshold has been the data has reached above the threshold. Okay, If yes, then it triggers a data alert. If yes, then it triggers a data alert. And what happens after that is, after reaching the data alert, it shows some, you must remember, it shows some a bell icon, bell notification type icon. Okay. And then we go to notification center, and all these data alerts, for example, for a total revenue alert, for the latest one, this is the latest one was 3 hours ago. Alert for revenue was 3.17 million. So what all these particular notifications are in the notification center. So in simple language, whenever the data alert reaches the threshold, it checks via the Power BI gateway if that data is above the threshold. Okay. So if it is above the threshold, it is going to check whether it is if it is a, you know, the thing which we explored here. So it checks the radio button at most once an hour, or at most every 24 hours. So if it is at most once an hour, it is not going to trigger any data alert till the next hour, and same for the 24 hours. And after these, the data alerts, if you want to check if the data alerts has been successfully implemented, you can go to the notification center and check there. What is Power Automate? Power Automate is basically a web application from Microsoft, which can be used to implement a lot of automation tasks. And you can name some of the examples, such as Power Mail automation or any other thing in front of the interviewer. Give at least 2 examples where Power BI mail automation can be used. So first example was this the first example was that you can check if this particular data has reached above the threshold. You can mail to users, okay, so this is our data alert, this is our data, and congratulations, you have successfully hit the target. And one more thing, okay, uh, whichever has the maximum revenue, for example, in our use case, whichever person had the maximum uh, revenue, you can mail that to particular mail ID. Okay, so this was the your total revenue, and congratulations, you are the best performer of the month or week, month or year or quarter. Is it necessary to set up on-premises data gateway to implement mail automation? If yes, then why? Okay, sir. Okay, guys, answer this for me. The question is it necessary to set up on-premises data gateway to implement mail automation? If yes, then why? So Prashant Sawant asks, will this be shared? Yes, it will be shared, of course. And you need to enroll on the community course first, and there you can access all the PBIX file, this particular Word file. You can access there and yeah, learn from there. It will be accessible to you for the lifetime. Yeah. So the question is it necessary to set up on-premises data gateway to implement mail automation? If yes, then why? So Shahbaz Ansari says no. Krishna Manoj says yes. Automatically push the changes to Power BI service. Okay. Any other? Any other question? Any other answer, guys? It is required for database refresh, says Mukesh. Okay, good. Yeah, so it is necessary to set up on-premises data gateway because see, whatever changes are there in the whatever changes occur in the data set, it must be reflected to our dashboard also. For that process to take place, is it necessary? It is necessary to set up the on-premises data gateway. Okay, cool. Yeah. On what all visuals data alerts can be set to data alerts can be set on card visuals. Apart from card visuals, you can set data alerts on gauges as well. Okay. When the track data reaches the set threshold from where the alerts can be seen in the Power BI service, so it can be the alerts, all the alerts can be seen in the notification center right here. All your data alerts will be visible here. Okay. Okay, Shahbaz Ansari says notification center. Good. When the okay, this one is done. I guess the details. Yeah. What all email account does Power BI mail automation plugin of Power Automate supports? What all email account does Power BI mail automation plugin of Power Automate supports? Come on, guys, answer this one. Last second one question. I repeat, the question is, what all email account does Power BI mail automation plugin of Power Automate supports? If it is failed to trigger alert mail, will it be shown over notification? Yes, it will be showing, because see, this error will be basically due to mainly due to the failure of gateway. Your the data gateway, if you are running somewhere, might be having some issues, or it is not live. So yeah, that same error will be shown over the notification center. No need to worry about that. So the email account that Power BI mail automation supports is so it can, you can use all sorts of mail accounts. Let me, you can type Rediff Mail, Yahoo, or any other type of Rediff Mail. You can type Rediff Mail. You can type any other. You can type Microsoft account. Okay. Sai Prasad says not personal and Google only official mails. No, there we were talking about this thing. There we were talking about using Power BI service, and we are talking about what all email accounts can be typed here. This is our this thing template. So what all email accounts are accepted here? So you can type all email accounts. Okay. Yeah. So last question. Uh, it is particularly an interesting one, and it's in a form of a use case. So A is a developer who has integrated his dashboard with Power Automate. The data reached the threshold he set in data alerts, but still he hasn't received any mail yet. Okay. Describe the threshold, describe the troubleshooting steps A needs to perform in order to solve the problem. I repeat the question. A is a developer who has integrated his dashboard with Power Automate. The data reached the threshold he set in data alerts, but still he hasn't received any mail yet. Describe the troubleshooting steps A needs to perform in order to solve the particular problem. So see, this particular problem can be occurred while if you have typed the wrong email. Okay, so for example, I have typed some gibberish email, and that particular email does not even exist. And yeah, this could be the first reason why this thing with this pipeline hasn't worked yet. And secondly, you can also have a look into this particular radio button in order to perform the troubleshooting steps. So many of times people have set at most every 24 hours, and they expect the mails to receive every time the refresh occurs, every time the data alert, every time the data changes above the threshold. So it does not happens, right? For example, your data has reached above threshold, and it will not. So first time it is going to trigger a data alert, but after the 5 minutes, the data is above the threshold, so it is not going to push any data alert until the next hour. So you must be particular about this particular radio buttons. Okay. So yeah, these were all the possible interview questions which might be asked if you are thinking of converting this use case into a big project. So any questions you are having, I'll try my best to solve them. Mail alerts choose between day or hourly. Yeah, so that's a particular interesting question. So you need to uh, so for day, for hourly, it is not going to trigger any data alert until the next hour. But for day, it is not going to uh, you know create a data alert until the next day. Yeah, Sham Gurunath mail says mail ID may be wrong. Yeah, that's an accepted answer. Gateway may also be having an issue. Yeah, because sometimes in the server, if you are running, the many a times the Power BI data gateway is not running. So yeah, that could also be an option. Can you today? Uh, so you need to register yourself in the free community course. The link has been provided by Krishnaik sir, and yeah, you can enroll yourself, and there you will be seeing all these stuff over there, the questions and the PBIX file, everything. Okay. Can I integrate Slack or WhatsApp? You can integrate Slack, but not WhatsApp. Any other question, guys? Do we need to refresh every time? Okay. So I would like to ask my users, you can simply explore a thing which is called as scheduled refresh. Okay. You can, so if you are able to set up scheduled refresh, you don't need to refresh every time the data changes the Excel file manually. So yeah, take it as a homework, guys. You can take it as a home assignment. Just explore this thing, scheduled refresh. A lot of source will be available to you. So because yeah, some pointers on how to integrate with Slack will it be helpful? Because Slack, I don't think you can integrate your application with the mail, because see, mail is generally professionals used to integrate. It will be They will be checking their mails on a regular basis, so it will be a better option to integrate your application with mail as with the Slack. You can also integrate the application with Slack, no issues. You can just go to this Power Automate application, Power Automate website, and there will be a plugin for Slack as well. What is the difference between Power BI developer and BI analyst? To see, A BI analyst will not be working on only Power BI. He or she will be working on maybe Tableau, maybe Power BI. Okay, because he's a BI analyst, right? So he must be having requirements for to create a project on uh, this platform or that platform, or yeah. So BI analyst will be having a broad spectrum of work, yeah, but Power BI developer will be having only, he or she will be only working on this thing, Power BI. No, for schedule refresh we don't need to create data flow. You can explore and you will find options like you can also work on data sets as well. So it is not really necessary to create a data flow while working with scheduled refresh. Any more questions? Any more questions, guys? Questions. It was really sort of an interesting topic, so you must be having a lot of questions. Okay. Any question, guys? Any question? So Shahbaz Ansari says, can you explain about data flow and dataset? So the main point of difference between a data flow is that data flows can be created at only the Power BI service level. And suppose there's an example. Suppose let's take an example like these are the, suppose you while importing an Excel file, uh, it is necessary to create to clean that particular data, right? Okay, so it is really necessary for to clean that particular data. But in case of data flows, what we do is, while creating a data flow, we can export our Excel file into, with the help of Power BI gateway, into while creating data flow, and then perform all those cleaning steps which are organization specific. I repeat, in data flow, while creating data flow, we import our Excel file or any other file with the help of Power BI gateway, and perform all the data cleaning steps or data transformation steps which are organization specific. And then all the users who are working on a particular project can import the data flows with the help of get data option. In that you can find Power BI data flows. Okay, so data flows make sure that these are the these are the data transformation steps that needs to be necessarily performed on the data. And if you want to perform any other data transformations, then you can perform on yourself, required that the data transformation steps you perform will not be reflected to the data flows. I hope I've answered your question, Shahbaz. So other use case example of this mail automation using Power BI. Okay, so you can also think of it like you have created a visualization which contains five top uh, top five managers by the revenues. So whoever comes top by the revenue, you can mail that particular person. Okay, so congratulations, ABC, Mr. ABC, you are having the best revenue throughout the quarter or throughout the year. So yeah, you can actually notify someone, okay, this were your performance, these were all the performance of your revenue throughout the quarter or throughout the year. Yeah, more questions, guys? Questions. Any more questions regarding Power BI, regarding mail automation, regarding Power Automate, regarding any advice if you want to, pursue your career in analytics? Can we create multiple alerts on a single card? Anil Bharadwaj says, no, you cannot create multiple alerts on a single card. On a single card, we can use only one data alert. Okay. So Sai Prasad says, after doing work on Python and we generate reports in the Power BI. I'm not getting a question. Sai Prasad, can you please elaborate? Yeah, Anil Bharadwaj, you are absolutely correct. Yeah. How can I get to know what I need to create from a particular data set? So Shabazz asks, how can I get to know what I need to create from a particular data set? So you can perform a lot of data modeling. Okay, you can create visuals that makes sense to you have to if you have to be a good data analyst, you have to know the business as well. Okay, if suppose the data is all about you know car rental or car service. Okay, so what all you need to understand, what all things will be required for the owner to increase the revenue. So you need to include those things into your report. So that things comes with practice and experience. So yeah.
Okay, yes, you have completed it.
Sir, I'm just taking on some few questions.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Shivam Bhatt says, sir, if possible, kindly explain end-to-end data analytics projects and when it is possible. Actually, Shivam Bhatt's. You can perform that project in Power BI. Like as I said, Power BI is a complete one-stop visual tool to perform end-to-end data analytics. So it also quite automates the process of ETL. So yeah. Anil Bharadwaj said, can we create multiple alerts on a single card? Like, congratulations, you reached target of level 2 and you entered level 1. This is my actual doubt. Okay, so as I said earlier, like you can only create one data alert per card visual, right? Yeah. After pre-processing data in the Python and made some assumptions. Yeah. To so for end-to-end projects in Power BI, you can create a pipeline where it is the data extraction, data transformation, or data visualization is completely automated. Okay, so you can consider a live website. For example, the website for COVID-19 cases, and you can display the top 5 countries, yeah, with maximum recovered cases, and then show this report to the Power BI service. And one more important thing is that you can also, convert your Power BI report into your mobile view. So if the user wants to see it in the mobile, he or she can use. We have a separate Power BI mobile app with the help of which it is possible. Gaurav Patil says, is it fair to choose BI developer post over data analyst to enter in data science? See, Gaurav, BI analyst and data analyst are the words which are, are the terms which are used interchangeably. So if you are a BI analyst, you will be particularly working on SQL or BI intelligence tools such as Tableau or Power BI. And if you are a data analyst, you will be working in SQL, Python as well. So you can go with any one of these two posts. It depends upon you what all things you want to work with and what all things you want to uh, do. Anil Bharadwaj says, is it a limitation that we can create alerts for only for card visual, and if so, how can we overcome this? So one more thing, while working with Power BI, you need to know that Power BI is still in a developing stage. So it is still going on, still changes are there. Some changes are coming in the next update. So if you are working with Power BI, you must be knowing that what all updates are there in the latest edition of this. So I cannot say that it is totally unfair to say that it is a particular uh, limitation in Power BI, because Power BI is still in a development phase. So yeah. Any more questions, guys? Mail automation cannot be implemented in Excel. It can only be implemented in Power BI. Any more questions? Okay, Priyesh Tomar says, can we have a similar season session for Tableau as well? I guess tomorrow we'll be having a session for Tableau as well. Can we do dynamic dashboarding in Power BI? Yes, by dynamic you can use slicers and okay. So slicers, you can have all your, for example, manager names, and click on those, that particular slicer, and the particular dashboard will be changed to accordingly to the selected content. How can we use sensor based data in Power BI for forecasting future analysis in dashboard? You can use sensor based data, and sensor based data is basically, we need some sort of device to collect the data, for example, the temperature throughout the day, and then the device will be recording that particular data into writing that particular data into SQL, and then we can use it. and to for the reporting purposes. Yeah. In Power BI, can we assign a custom date format as per our style? Yes, you can. Depends upon the format. For example, uh, click on this thing. For as of now, I'm not having any data date column, so you can go to modeling. And
हाँ
is it?
भाई, एक
Hello.
घंटा है, कुछ लेना चाहेंगे?
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, Sunil, you can definitely assign the custom date format as per style, as I shown you in the modeling menu of the Power BI desktop. You can do that. So a lot of formats are available. You can do that. Any more questions, guys? Okay, so if you're not having any question, I would like to discuss with you something. So in my previous company where I was working as a Python development intern, I was given a task to, they were having a lot of, so the process was that at the particular hour of the day, for example, 12:30 a.m., they were generated a lot of text files, right? Containing few columns like name of the name of the entity or lot of data. It was there in the text. It was in there in the CSV format. Okay. So my task was to grab those CSV files. They were in a particular server. So grab those CSV files from that particular server. Okay, so grab that particular uh, data the from the server and and you know perform some sort of analysis on that collected CSV file, and then uh, create graphs out of it. So there I used this particular mail mail code, which is called as SMTP, stands for a simple mail transfer protocol. And yeah, in that particular code snippet also it was accepting three these things, three parameters, namely username, password, and the list to which the mail will be sent. So yeah, it list consists of all the users to which the mail, all the mail IDs of the officials which the mail has to be sent to. And yeah, it was all about. So from there only I got uh, idea to let's implement mail automation in Power BI. Yeah. Which type of analysis, buddy? It was Shazan. It was some side of confidential stuff. I cannot reveal it. Sorry. We have Power BI app. Is it same as desktop? No, it is not. I guess you can explore it. Okay. So person says currently I work as a data scientist for an energy sector, working with sensor based data. Okay, that's pretty good. Any more questions, guys? Guys, let me take some break for 5 to 10 minutes, and let me grab some water. Thank you very much. I'll be back soon, guys. Hello. Okay, so if you're not having any more questions, let's discuss some more interview questions. Yes, no? Let's grab some more interview questions, guys. If you are there, any questions till now regarding Power BI, regarding uh, Power Automate, regarding any other use case? I'll try my best to answer them. Is there any use case to build machine learning model by using Power BI? Okay, so Naveen has asked, is there any use case to build machine learning model by using Power BI? So for that, you will be required to, create a data flow. As I've not explored that option to create a machine learning model that much, but yeah, for in order to implement machine learning model, or in order to implement a machine learning model, it is required for you to have a Power BI premium account. There you can have your cognitive services, which will be taking care of all your ML and all these things. Yeah. Any more question? Is it possible to save the data from load script with selected column and give in condition after data cleansing and manipulation? Priyesh, can you please uh, elaborate your question? So Yashi Rupani says how to get started as a beginner. So for as a beginner, if you want to make it into the analytics domain, you must be at least knowing some basics of Python, right? And then you can start off with statistics, learning those statistics concepts, uh, implementing those statistics concepts in Python, and then you can you know play or what all you things learn in Power BI. Yeah, for data analysis, if you are performing with Python, it is required for you to learn pandas and NumPy. It is really required. It is highly recommended for you to have a good experience on pandas, because yeah, and then you can start off with Power BI or various other business intelligence tools. So I've been into management domain. Yeah, management domain. There are good odds of you to make it into the analytics domain. Yeah. So I hope we have answered your question, Yashvi. So now, if you guys are not having any questions, let's get some questions on data gateway, because data gateway is itself a really important topic. So I hope my screen is visible. Yes, no. Once the data is fetched from any database using OLEDB connection, can we save data in any format for multi-stage? Okay. Once data is fetched from any DB by using OLEDB connection, any format? Yeah, you can save the data in any format. Priyesh, I think you are working on SSIS, SQL Server Integration Service, which is particularly used for extract, transform, load. You can extract data from various other sources like OLEDB data connection or any other thing, and perform some data operations on top of it, and you can store it in any format, maybe SQL Server or Excel or any other format. Yeah. Uh, Venkatesh says how to start Power BI tool. You can download it from the official website of Power BI. Here it is, Power BI download. Depending upon what's the bit version of your particular operating system, you can go into that thing. You can download the Microsoft Power BI 32-bit version, 64-bit version, depending upon the uh, bit version of your operating system. Okay, guys, let's start off with data gateway interview questions. So the first question is, what is the data gateway in Power BI? So yeah, I want my audience to answer this particular question. What is a data gateway in Power BI? I repeat my question. What is a data gateway in Power BI? Please, guys, answer this question. It's a really basic one. Okay, so data gateway is, you can say it is a software which is acts as a bridge between your the report or dashboard in Power BI service and the data or database in your local machine. So it acts as a bridge between uh, these two things. Okay. Are Power BI data gateways secure? Yes, they are secure because there are a lot of things, firewalls and all, which makes it secure so that you know trackers cannot get our data which is stored in the server. So yeah, we can say that Power BI data gateways are secure. So Sunny says I'm using Excel for making analysis and report. Is Power BI better than Excel? You can, as I said, you can do a lot of things on Power BI, data cleaning, transformation, modeling, and as well you can share your Power BI reports to your clients and with an ease. So yeah, I can say that we can say that Power BI is a better visualization tool than Excel. And yeah, you can also have a look at these things. You can also have a look at more visuals. So apart from these 12 to 15 visuals, 20 to 25 visuals, you can also get some more, uh, more visuals from the online marketplace of Power BI, specifically for Microsoft Power BI. So yeah, let's get back into data gateway interview questions. Are Power BI data gateways secure? Yes, they are. What are the benefits of non-premises data gateway? Guys, the question is, what are the benefits of on-premises data gateway? Answer this, guys. So the main benefits of on-premises data gateway is that if your data keeps on changing. For example, if I'm having my if I'm having my SQL database on my server and it keeps on changing, like after 2 to 3 days or maybe on a regular basis. So in that case, if those changes on the database must reflect on my Power BI service or dashboard, right? Power BI dashboard, right? So in that case, I'll be using my on-premises data gateway. Okay. So yeah, these are the benefits of on-premises data gateway. If you want to specifically, your data keeps on changing. Any questions till now, guys? Uh, so Venkatesh says, I'm interested in Power BI tool. is there any requirement in how can I start? So you can start off with creating basic visuals. First, you need to understand what all the system requirements will be there for uh, Power BI. So Power BI must, in order to smoothly run without any hectic on your machine, power you must be having at least 8 to 16 GBs of RAM. Okay, so if you have that, you are good to go. And what I would suggest ki, you can try increasing your RAM on your particular machine. Yeah, yeah. So, and one more thing, you need to you have to be creative. You have to be creative a lot. Creative in the sense, you have to be you must have the skill to judge what all visuals can make can help the owner, so that he or she can make the maximum insights of the data. So you must be creating the report in such a way that the user or the business owner can extract more and more insights from your data. Okay, yeah. With that, we come down to our fourth question: what are the different types of data gateways in Power BI? So if anyone of you can try answering that. So there are two types of data gateways. So basically, on-premises data gateway and on-premises data gateway personal mode. On-premises data gateway allows multiple users to connect to multiple on-premises data sources, whereas in on-premises data gateway personal mode, it allows one users to connect to sources, and it can't be shared to with others. I repeat, there are two types of Power BI gateway. One is on-premises data gateway and on-premises data gateway personal mode. It allows multiple users to connect to multiple on-premises data sources, whereas on-premises data gateway personal mode allows one user to connect to sources and can't be shared with others. Okay. Whew, yeah. With that, we move down to our fifth question. Person A is a business analyst and he wants a data gateway with least amount of hassle to get his reports published and refreshed, and is easier to configure. Which of the following must be recommended to him? So this is one of the thing I haven't discussed yet. So if you are installing on-premises data gateway recommended mode, it will be a simple installation. You don't need to be configuring that. It is just a simple installation, simple next installation. And in case of on-premises data gateway personal mode, it will be you need to configure a lot of things. So yes, yeah, we will be recommending on-premises data gateway recommended mode to the person A. And yeah, so sixth question is, guys, you can try answering that. And it is one of the things that I discussed recently. So person B is a developer and wants the data gateway that supports not only Power BI but also Power Apps, Power Automate, and other Microsoft cloud-based technologies. Which of the following must be recommended to him? So A is the on-premises data gateway personal mode, and B on-premises data gateway recommended mode. Come on, guys, answer this. I discussed this thing right now, just a minute before. Anyone, guys, if you're there, anyone? So the question is, a person B is a developer and wants a data gateway that supports not only Power BI but also Power Apps, Power Automate, and other Microsoft cloud-based applications. Which one of the following must be recommended to him? So as I said that uh, Power BI on-premises data gateway personal mode allows only one user to connect to sources and can't be shared with others. So we would like to recommend this particular person the personal mode, the recommended mode, because in recommended mode, as I discussed, we can connect with a lot of data sources, mainly Power Automate, Power Apps, and various other cloud-based technologies. Can a data gateway be installed on 32-bit operating system? No, a data gateway cannot be installed on a 32-bit operating system. Uh, as I said that Power BI is still in a developing mode, so Power BI sooner or later Power BI will be coming up with to solve this particular use case, a particular solution problem. Yeah. So as of now, Power you cannot install any gateway on a 32-bit operating system. Eighth question is mention at least two real life scenarios where data gateways can be used. So as we discussed, if data is refreshing at a constant period of time, and secondly, mail automation. While solving these particular use cases, we'll be requiring data gateways. Yeah. Yeah. So Krishna Manoj said the correct answer. It will be recommended mode. Yeah. Cool. Good. Why gateway shouldn't be installed on machines connected through a wireless network? Because see, it will be eventually it will be lagging in performance, right? It will be there will be a lot of we can say ping, because the data transformation rate will be really slow. So yeah, it is not recommended. Although you can do, but it is not recommended to install machines connected through a wireless network. Yeah. Why is it necessary to set up on-premises data gateway in order to achieve scheduled refresh functionality? Not only in scheduled refresh functionality, but in any of the refresh functionality, it is required for us to set up on-premises data gateway. Okay. Yeah. Any more questions, guys? Any more questions? Things related to Power BI gateways, the use case which we solved. Anything? Any more questions, guys? I'm up for questions. So with that, we come down to our 11th question for interview questions for Power BI gateway. Is gateway needed to set up for SQL Server? So SQL Server direct query. So what do we mean by SQL Server direct query? So while importing data from SQL Server, right, there are two modes. One is the load. You can, load all the tables into a Power BI, and secondly, you can, you know, uh, and secondly, you can make some changes. So if you are making some changes in the Power BI itself, the changes will be reflected into the SQL Server also. So that is called as SQL Server direct query. So considering all these facts, is it required for gateway need to be set up for SQL Server direct query? Okay, Krishna Manoj says yes. More answers, guys, please. Only Krishna is has answered this question. More answer. I want more answer, guys. So yeah, the answer is yes. Krishna Manoj says gateway is meant to send updates to Power BI service. Yeah, up to an extent you are correct, and may it be any type of data. If it is refreshing, you require a data gateway, right? If you are importing data from SQL Server directly or direct query, directly loading the data into Power BI, or you are using direct query, it is required for you to have a data gateway. Why is it recommended to have a separate gateway for different functionalities? Same reason as we discussed in the question number 9, performance enhancement. Because for particular functionality, if you are having any other Power BI, suppose for example personal mode, it will be quite difficult for us to operate, and it will be slow as well. On server, which one of the following data gateways must be installed? 13 question. I repeat the question. On a server, which one of the following data gateways must be installed? Options are on-premises data gateway and personal mode, and on-premises data gateway recommended mode. So the answer is in server, any of the following you can install. There will be no issue whether it be personal mode or recommended mode. You can install. What all types of data sources on-premises data gateway supports? It supports any type of data, may it be XML, may it be JSON file, may it be SQL server. So any of the data, all type of data it supports. So if that data is particularly available on this thing, uh, get data on premises data. Let me share my screen. So may it be SQL server, Power BI dataset, Excel, data flow, web, all these type of data sets are available in Power BI gateway, right? The 15th question is the most easy question. You all guys can answer. Can data gateways be used in case of live data connections? Yeah. So who would like to answer this? Any one of you? I repeat the question. Can data gateways be used in case of live data connections? Let's see who can get this question. I would like to repeat the question. Can data gateways be used in case of live data connections? Hiroshi says yes. More answers. I want more answer, guys. Beena Prasad says yes. Okay. What about others? Yeah. So most of the people have got it correct. So data gateways are used in case of live data connections. Yes, of course, because it is one of the functionality of the data gateways. Yeah. So any other question you have regarding data gateways in Power BI? Any question, guys? Any question regarding Power BI or Power BI gateway? How to install them? Yes, no? Vinay Prasad says gateway act as a bridge between Power BI and data source. Yeah, you're correct. Any question regarding Power BI or Okay, so I'm gonna wait for 4 minutes, 5 minutes more, and then I'll show you some interesting use case with the help of which I have implemented in the past with the help of Power BI. Okay, so till then we can also have some interview questions on Power BI since the whole application is built on top of Power BI. So yeah, we can also discuss some interview questions on Power BI. So let's grab some interview questions. So Binam Prasad is asking question about direct query mode. So the direct query mode is basically while importing data from SQL Server, right? There are two modes, namely direct loading the data into the Power BI and direct query mode. So direct query mode, what it does it if you are performing some transformations in Power with the help of Power BI and SQL, those changes will be directly reflected into direct query. So yeah, this is what direct query is all about. You can also explore a lot on the direct query mode. It is quite a interesting topic. I hope I have answered your questions, Bina. So Yashi Rupwani is asked which projects to add as a beginner in resume. So as a beginner, you can you know add some projects of data transformation or data analysis of with the help of Python. You can also create visuals or total visualizations or report with the help of Python. If you are specifically applying as a data analyst with Python, and if you are uh, accepting these things as a if you are applying for a BI analyst, you can perform a project regarding extract transform load, performing extract transform load with the help of Power BI or Tableau, like extracting some data from a live data set, live website, creating a report out of it, and publishing it back to the Power BI uh, service. We can also explore a lot of what all complex functionalities can be implemented with the help of Power BI. An interesting functionality I'll be discussing with you with the help of Power BI, which I was able to solve. Okay, so guys, let's start off with some good interview questions of Power BI. Unfortunately, I don't have those interview questions on my laptop, but yeah, I'll try to be as interactive as possible. So, are you guys up for some Power BI interview questions, which will be uh, which will be helpful for you to crack some data analytics interview questions? Yes or no? Yes, no? Anyone, guys? Anyone who is up for some Power BI interview questions? Okay, so the first question is what are the essential applications of Power BI? So I recall that Power BI is mainly used for any question, are you guys up for Power BI interview questions? Guys, please speak up or post your questions or responses on your chat, please, guys. Okay, so only Bina Prasad says yes. Okay, so I'll bring up some interview questions for you, Bina. Don't worry. So I would like to ask my viewers, what are the essential applications of Power BI? The first interview questions I just got into my mind. What are the essential applications of Power BI? So basically, there are, according to me, there are business and data analyst, developer and database administrator, if I'm not wrong, and data scientist. So these are the basically the one of the most popular applications of Power BI. Yeah. Name out three. Person will be asking. Name out three Power BI important Power BI tools. So three important Power BI tools are namely Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, and Power BI mobile apps, mobile Power BI app, Power BI desktop is used for desktop computers, whereas Power BI service is the online software. As I told you, it is a cloud-based version of uh, cloud-based version of Power BI desktop. And the Power BI, Microsoft Power BI application, mobile application, they are used for iOS and Android devices. Yeah. So yeah, you are right, Amy. It is used in analysis, of course. And one more thing we can ask is what are the important components of Power BI and what do they do? So there are mainly five components of main important components of Power BI: Power Query, Power View, and Power Q&A, Power Map, Power Q&A, and Power View. So Power Query, what it does, it allows you to discover, access, and consolidate information. Okay, and Power Query is basically for data transformation and data cleaning, because data must be cleaned before for the further analysis, for performing further analysis, and is required for us to, for being a data analyst, it is required for you to clean the data so that it is for further analysis process, it is uh, it is uh, it is cleaned up and you can draw maximum insights from it. Yeah. So Power Q&A, it allows us to use natural language to get answers to questions. So let me demonstrate Power Q&A visual. So Q&A visual can be can be applied by just double clicking on this. Why it is not working? Okay, currently it is not working. I don't know. Let me Q&A. Just a second, guys. I'm exploring Q&A a bit. Okay. Oh, okay. So guys, actually the error is like currently I'm using the Power BI uh, report service support report service version. So uh, in my during my working, so I came up with a requirement to integrate SQL Server reporting service with Power BI. So it was Power BI's reporting service October 2020 version. So I can tell you what all things it is capable of doing. So you can just in home menu, you can just click on ask a question, and it will be creating a visual sort of thing, and then it will be like a text box thing, and it will be just click just type some questions on that, and it will be good to go, and you'll be good to go. Like for example, you can type on what all was the maximum number of who had the maximum revenue. So for that it is used for that thing Q&A visual is used for. So yeah, and one more thing, you can Google a lot of stuff for Power BI interview questions, and yeah, and you will be good to go. Now, guys, I can show you a use case with the help of Power BI. I was able to solve it. So just a second, guys. So, and Anthony Amis asked us difference between Tableau and Power BI. So basically, the main point of difference between Power BI and Tableau is that it will be so for Power BI for all the data cleaning, data transformation, and data visualization purpose, we use one visual. Okay, but in case of Tableau, we'll be having for each and every views, we'll be having separate softwares. So that's why I'm saying it again and again. Power BI is a one-stop spot for end-to-end data analytics. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So, are you showing something more, or it is
Just a
almost done?
second, sir. Just a second. It is
Okay.
opening, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, the use case was that we use filters in Power BI, right? So the use case was that we must the user must not be shown anything until and unless something is typed on the particular uh, filter. So yeah, just a second, I'm gonna show you. So sorry guys, as of now, that particular file is not opening, but it is showing some error. So yeah, in my while working, I was working with Power BI. So it was, you can also use something which is called as date slicers. And yeah, so this was all about the report which I was used with the help of date slice. So it was, the data was all about Game of Thrones analysis, Game of Thrones uh, TV series, and it contains season, which season it belongs to, maybe zero, season 1 to 10, the episode name, they created the director name and its author, the release date, and viewers in millions. So I have used viewers and I've used this thing as the release date as two date slicers. So what if the person wants to see the data for the episodes between 17th, okay, so 12th of April 2012 to this particular date, 19 June 2018. So the user can do this with the help of this particular um functionality. So yeah, any further questions regarding Power BI, regarding this particular visual, this particular report, and anything related to Power BI service, Power BI, you can ask me. You can put your questions on this on the chat. Uh, so Janya, you all the interview questions will be uploaded to you. Will be uploaded in the community class section in iNeuron official website. You can check out there, and yeah, so all these important questions, interview questions regarding to the all these things I have discussed over here, I will post them over there. So you don't need to worry about that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Yash, for this session. And I think you have tremendously taken all the things within 3 hours. You know, you were able to do it again. So just
Thank
a
you, sir.
quick,
Thank you very much.
everyone, guys. I hope everybody's able to follow till now. How was the session of Yash? Yes, many people are looking for end-to-end projects. Don't worry, that will be also coming up tomorrow. Also, we have one more session. Will be continuing on Friday also. So apart from that, I hope everybody is following, everybody is liking the session. Right now we have completed more than 5.5 hours. Now we'll be moving to the Mern stack development mode, and we also have the mentor with us. But apart from that, I think yes, I think you have done pretty much amazing in this 3 hour sessions. You're able to explain most of the things that basically with respect to interviews and the other things in Power BI, right?
Thank you, sir.
Respect to the
Thank you very much.
application. Now, yes, you just have to do one thing: just send your zip file to Sudhanshu, so that he'll upload that in the in the iNeuron website itself. So other than that, guys, I hope
Sure, sir.
everybody's liking the session. Quickly, yes or no, everyone. I'd like to see some yes or no, at least something from everybody. Come on. Yes, guys. I hope everybody's liking the sessions, right? Okay, so there is some lag, with respect to
Yeah,
when we are
sir.
working
Yeah, I
with
can
Zoom
understand.
and yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I think you can disconnect now, and thank you for again taking this particular session. Okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
yeah,
It
thank
was
you,
a great experience, sir. Thank you very much.
thank you, thank you, Yash. Okay, okay. Now, guys, all the information regarding the data, everything will be given you in the iNeuron link itself, in the iNeuron website itself. So, yes, tomorrow there'll also be a Tableau session with respect to that. Now, let's move towards the Monstack development. I think, Keshav, you are there. You can on your video. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Krish.
Keshav, there's a lot of noise, I think, background. I mean, your voice is not that clear.
One second, one second.
Now it
Actually,
is.
there is some function going on. So,
Okay.
uh,
Okay. Okay. There's some function going on, right? Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
So, Keshav, what you can do is that you can start this session now. What you're going to take, that you have to probably explain the audience how you're going to
yeah,
take, and what is your focus on that, what all prerequisite is required in order to go into Mern stack, and all those things you can actually start with. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And if you probably want a break and all, you can tell the audience to take a break at a specific point of time and then continue. Okay.
Sure, definitely. Yeah.
Sure. Please continue, Keshav.
So, hello everyone. First, let's start with the my introduction, and then we will go for the agenda and all. So, my name is Keshav Singh, and I am a software engineer at an Optum United Health Group. And I am pretty much experienced with React and all, and I'm doing React coding, Node, Express, and all for past 3 to 4 years. So, as for today, I will be explaining means today as well as tomorrow. We only don't only go with the basics, the theory and all. We actually going to implement end-to-end projects. I will come to that what we will be building and or why we will not. So firstly, we will start with how traditional Webflow works and how React come into the picture of web and how React, what problem React is solving. Means first question is to ask is why to move on React. Means what are the functionality are lagging behind in the normal traditional flow that we are moving to the React world. So let's start with that. Firstly, let's share my screen.
And Keshav, please keep on looking on the chat window also. Okay.
Okay, sure, sure, sure. Okay, so let's to first discuss how the traditional web works, and then we will come on to why to use React and how JavaScript works and all. We will focus on that, and then we will come to what are the project we are building on. It will be pretty and blog application, and I've somehow customized it. Means the course is as a Mern development. So we will be going for Node, we will going for React, we will using Express, we will MongoDB also. But we will actually be implementing two projects. In one project, I will be using MongoDB, and for the second project, I will be using MySQL. So as to give you an overview of both the database, how Node interacts with both the database means as well as with the MongoDB as well as with the MySQL. What is a concept of ORM comes in between. In MongoDB, we will be using Mongoose as an ORM, and in MySQL, we will be using SQLize as an ORM. So what is an ORM? What it's do for us? So we will go in deep that. But first look at how the traditional web is working. So what is the language of instruction? Yeah. Actually, there is no prerequisite for that. Means we will starting from scratch. If we are going some deep concept, then I will be building the stairs from the starting. Means we don't diving into some advanced concept without having the information of the basics. So if you have not familiar with the technologies like React, Node, and all, don't worry. But somehow pretty much basic understanding of HTML, CSS is required. JavaScript we will take care of that, but HTML and CSS some pretty knowledge is required for that. Okay, so let's start with the basic web works. So let's say that you have opened your web browser. That can be anything like Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer, anything. Okay, and you type here a URL, say www.google.co.in. Okay, so now if I talk as an overview, what you will get a web page of Google, and in which there is a search bar and it's written in Google. But what happened in the backside means how I specified www.google.co.in and how I got this page means what has happened in the backend. We will first focus on that. Okay, so uh, okay, so first we understand the concept of, so there is something known as servers. Now, what is servers? See, simply speaking, server is simply a machine is as like my machine or your machine. It can be any type of machine. Okay. So server is like a simple machine which is connected to an internet we all know, which is connected to an internet all the time, means 24 into 7, and it's ready to take request and give response. Okay, if you take for example as your machine and connect it to internet, and if it's ready to take request and take response, then it's a server. So server is nothing like in cloud and like that, nothing like that. Simply server is like a simple machine which is connected to an internet and it's ready to respond at 24 into 7. If it's somehow disconnected from an internet, then we said that the server is goes down, like that terminology and all. So we will come that into later. But what is in server? Server is simply a machine that is connected to an internet 24 into 7 and is working for us, means taking the request and sending the response. Okay. Now what happened when we type www.google.co.in? Firstly, if there isn't some basic understanding, you can say that, okay, I given a Google domain, so it will directly hit to the Google servers and fetch us the page that we are intended to. But that's not like it works. Actually, www.google.co.in has no physical meaning. Means I said that a server is like a simple machine. Okay, simple my laptop and your laptop. It can be any machine. Okay, if it's a simple machine, then to interact with it, we need an IP address. If you have some basic understanding of networking, you know that if you have to communicate with some machine, so you have to tell what the address of the machine that I want to communicate. Means you have to specify the IP address of that machine to reach that machine. But here in the URL, I didn't specify any any IP. I simply said www.google.co.in. So how this will be translated into the IP address of Google? So here thus comes in concept of DNS, that is domain name system. Okay. So what this DNS is like in phone registry. You can simply relate to your contacts where you have ABC name and its phone number. C 95 something something XXX. So it's something like that. So what this DNS stores this Google, this domain, and for this domain it has some IP. For example, 172.17.31.54, something like that. So it has this IP registered related to this Google domain. So when you request in your browser, that's okay, I want to visit www.google.co.in. Firstly, it gets to the DNS, and from DNS, it fetches the IP of the server that I want to reach, that I want to communicate. After that, DNS gives you the IP of that. Okay, the Google server that's are hosted on the server actually has this IP address. Means the machine which is serving the Google code has this IP. Now what we will do? Okay, we got the IP. Now we will directly communicate to the Google server and we get the response from that. Okay. Uh, okay. So now how the server can respond to us? The second question. first question is how we interact to the server, means how we request to server. So we have taken digging deep into that. Okay, we specify any URL. The URL goes to the DNS, that is domain name register. We get the IP from that, and from that IP we can pin the Google server and get the response. Now, how the server can respond to us? Now, as I said that server is nothing but it's simply a machine. Okay. Now, if it's simply a machine, and here my code is running, for example, it can be any code. It can be Node.js code, it can be Java code, it can be .NET code, it can be Python code. Any code this machine is running, means in which technology we have made a server, that technology is running. If I have made my server in Node, then Node code is running. If I am Java, .NET, Python or Python. Okay. Now I hit this server. Now, if I had made a Node.js server from this, so I have specified in this code that, okay, if a request is coming from google.co.in or google.co.in slash users, user.co.in slash something, so I have written functions of respect to each request. And now this function is responsible to give the response. Now, what can be responses? Response can be anything. Means it can be an HTML file, it can be CSS file, it can be in simply JavaScript file, or it can be an XML file, anything. Nowadays, we are using JSON. Now, what is JSON? We will come into this. That is a JSON, JavaScript object notation. We will come into it. Now, but how this will be differentiating means this HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Actually, the response that that server is responding with this file, means HTML file, CSS file, JavaScript file. This is how traditional, means this is how we are working. Server is working in past days. Means we are hitting a server and server is responding me with some files, and what my browser is doing, my browser is rendering those files. Okay. Now, what's the issue with this? For example, there is a page slash about, and there is a page place slash contact. Means when I'm hitting slash about, I want to see the about page, and when I'm hitting the contact, I want to see the contact page. Now, what's the issue? If I am within past view, or we can say within traditional view, what is happening when I'm triggering this? When I'm triggering, I'm getting some HTML files, some CSS files, some JavaScript file. Okay. Now, when I'm hitting contact, I'm getting the HTML, CSS, JavaScript file for the contact page. Now, there's maybe scenario that the CSS files, the JavaScript files may be common to both. Okay, maybe common to both. Means if I'm fetching the about.html page, then the CSS and JavaScripts are the same as one we I'm getting when I'm fetching contact page. Now, what I am doing, I am re-downloading that resources which I previously downloaded it. We can do caching and all, but how the working is determined by this. Means if I am hitting slash about page, then slash about page, the content for that will come HTML file, CSS file, JavaScript file. If I am hitting slash contact page, then slash contact, HTML, CSS, JavaScript files coming. So and we corresponded to the issue that what's the issue? Issue is that it may be some resources that are common to both. We are re-downloading and refetching to both all the resources again and again. There is I taken two example only. There can be many pages, slash home slash XYZ, many. Now, what React is doing? Okay. Now, what React is doing? React as here is in JavaScript. Browser understands only three languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Nothing else is understood by browser. Means nor Java nor no other language is understood by browser. Only three languages are understood by browser: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You have heard about one language that is on a hoop that is in TypeScript, but browser doesn't understand it. For using TypeScript, you have to transpile your code into JavaScript via a transpiler. Transpiler can be anyone. So we are not going into deep, but the point to understand here is that browser understand only three languages. First is HTML, second is CSS, and third is JavaScript. Nothing else. Okay. Now where React fit into the architecture means I have my client, I have my server. Okay. And I know that client is in browser and browser understands three language. First is HTML, second is CSS, and third is JavaScript. Okay. Now where React is appearing in this architecture means a client request to some domain goes to DNS spits out an IP, and I interact with an IP to the server, and server responds me with some any kind of response that server is giving. Now where React is coming into this picture, actually let me draw a line. This is in client portion and this is in server portion. Okay. Now React is here, means on the client side, not on the server side. Okay, so client side is on the React is on the client side, and it's totally built on JavaScript. Okay, means it's using some concepts like classes and all. Means how React is internally working, it's using all those functionalities of JavaScript and built on that. Means there is a client. Now, what is happening now? When I'm directly going to the server, now I am going to my React app, and now my React app will handle all the necessary things that to be handled. Means interacting with the server, fetching the response, and all. Now my React code will be responsible for that. Okay. Now, but as we know that all the code that we'll be writing is hosted on the server. Okay. Now, suppose this is a server. Okay. Now, first talk about the previous one. I've given a request to slash about. Okay. Now I've given the request to slash about, or and I said that what will be the response? HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay. Now slash contact, we have also seen that. I request to the server and request send me HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now what happens with the React one? Here is my server. Okay, and here is my client. Now, initially client requested to the starting page, means the slash of the domain, and it hits the server. Now the server will respond with whole React app, not some pages, some scripts and all, whole React app. We can do code splitting and all to enhance the function, to enhance the downloading time. But okay, that is a different issue. But what now server is do? Server will give whole React app. Okay, and this React app has all the files, means the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript. Now, if I have to transition from slash about to slash contact, okay, so all the code is pre-downloaded in the starting only. We don't have to reach out to the server and fetch these resources again and again. We have the CSS, we have the JavaScript, we directly link to it. Okay, so we have taken the download time of that downloading the unrelated stuff that is pretty much common in every files, as CSS, JavaScript, and all. It's pretty common in all our pages. So what React is doing, I point to the slash, means the index page, and what the server is responded with is all the React code. Now I have all HTML, all CSS, all JavaScript code with us. Okay, now if I want to transition from some page to another, what we will do? We know that we already having all the CSS, all the JavaScript code with us, which have been print downloaded from the previous request. So we directly link to it and directly render it. We don't have to reach out to the server and re-download these resources again. But one resource is not common, and that is data. Means in slash about page, I have to show some different content. In slash contact page, I have to show some different content. In different pages, the one thing is different, that is in data. So for that data only, we have to reach out to the server. Okay. So for example, I have slash about, okay, rendered already. Now when I'm transitioning to slash contact page, I have all the resources of that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but I don't have the data that I have to show. So what the React app will do, React app will go to the server and it fetch out only the content, only the data in some JavaScript object, or we can more specifically say that is this is in JSON. For example, I have to give name. So server responded with some name ABC, age, server responded me. So server responded me with this object. So what contact page will do, page will take this HTML, this CSS, this JavaScript, and it will take this data that is fetched with the server and renders the contact page. Renders the contact page. So, and so how this will be beneficial for us? For HTML, for CSS, for JavaScript, actually these are files, and downloading the resource again and again and again, this is prohibited in React. So React, what is React is doing, React is downloading whole contact at once, and then it's reaching out to the server for fetching only the data for that respective page. Now here is one drawback, and what is a drawback is that the first request, because we are saying that we are downloading the whole content, whole React from the server. So don't it be time consuming? Means, okay, we have enhanced our transition times, means transitioning from one page to another. We have enhanced all our functionality. But the one thing, that the initial request, when someone is first hitting to the URL, the whole React is downloaded. So this will be a time consuming task. Now, how we can do this? Yeah, how we can enhance it? So there comes a concept known as code splitting. We will go, when we make our application, we will go deep into the code splitting, and how we can actually in React application we will do code splitting so as to enhance that first time request. Now what code splitting will do, for example, I have a React app, full React app. Now I will break this React app into sub components. Means a chunk that is responsible for authentication, sorry, auth. The second is responsible for some other task. For example, uh, maybe your app is in some tourism app, so it's responsible for managing hotels. Now there is a sub part which is managing your cabs. So if first of all the user visited your website, you want them to authenticate, so you will download this auth. You download this auth, and now what auth is having, page. Forgot page. So how this enhanced, yeah, how this differentiate from my previous state? So initially, one second. Okay. Sorry guys, there is some internet connectivity issue. Okay, now what my auth module is having, my auth module is having this login page, this sign up page, and then forget password page. So in the past, I have to fetch login page separately. I have to fetch sign up page separately. I have to fetch forget page, forget password page separately. But now in this module, in this auth module, that all means all the responsible pages that can be accommodated in this auth module, I have plugged in into that auth module. So for transition from login to sign up page, or from sign up to forget page, or from that uh, re redirect from forget to sign up page, we don't have to go back to the server again and again for fetching that app, for for fetching that page. We all have these pages along with us. We only transition in the client side only. So so what React is doing, React is enhancing our performance, our optimizing our app. And some other major helpful of the Reacts are actually state management and all. We will go into deep of that. We will using state management as Redux in our application. So this is what we have discussed is what React is doing, means how it's different from other, how traditional web works. See, we are not going into the deep of React, means how React from now, how React working, how React DOM works, how it's interacting with DOM, means why one major use of using React also is React DOM. What React DOM is doing means if you're using an app, yeah, if you're using a website, you directly communicate with the DOM APIs, means document.getElement by ID, document.query selector, document get attribute, set attribute. You directly communicate with those APIs. But they are some pretty much expensive tasks to communicate directly with it if you're not uh, 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 communicating in an efficient way. So what React DOM doing on a behalf means what, how now where React DOM fits into the model, and what React DOM is doing, React DOM actually communicating to the DOM on our behalf. Means I have a client application, okay, and I said that there is a React sitting, okay, so there is a React. So to render all the pages to the browser, we have to we have to communicate with the DOM APIs now. We have to say that okay, document.create element this and document.append child and all. So to build the DOM tree, what who is building that DOM tree? Actually, React DOM is doing. So what we are giving instruction to React, React will follow up to the React DOM, and React DOM actually go and interact with the browser. Means according to React, we don't have to directly go to the browser APIs and manipulate them. Okay, so we have to give instructions to the React. React will give those instructions to the React DOM, and on our behalf, React DOM will efficiently, in an optimized way, communicate with the DOM APIs and render our app. So majorly the state management, the performance, the optimization, all these are the major factors why to move to the React. Okay. 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 One second. No issue if you don't have knowledge of HTML and CSS. At least you look to it. Means in this complete app, we don't actually only be building the application. Say that you have your web app working. Okay, how to optimize our app, how to deploy this app on AWS. We will also do that. Okay, we will also deploy our app on the AWS, and how security is maintained and all. We will discussing over that also. So if you don't have the knowledge of HTML, CSS, you can follow up with this course, with this session, and only listen to it. No issue. you will get some knowledge out of it. Okay. Okay. So I see no questions more. Okay. Okay. So we have seen that okay, where React DOM fits into the picture and what React DOM is doing on our behalf. Okay. Now let's start with our project. This is all the basics informations and all what React is doing, why to use React and all. Okay. Now what we're actually doing in a session, what are the projects we are making? Now we will discuss on that. Okay. So firstly, as this is in Mern, okay, so we know that Mern stands for MongoDB. MongoDB is a database, and more specifically is a NoSQL database. Maybe you are familiar with relational databases where you have to make tables, we have to make schemas and all, joins, all that stuff. So that comes into the relational database. And there is another database that is known as NoSQL database, that is a schema-less database where you don't have to care about joins and all. So we will go because I in the starting I have said I will be using going for the two projects, one with the SQL and one with MongoDB. So you guys will be familiar and be perfect with working with MySQL as well as MongoDB also. Now, what is an Express? E stands for Express, R stands for React, and uh, N stands for Node. Now, okay, how will these all these technologies fits into our stack? Means which framework or which library or which package is responsible for what? Means okay, MongoDBs and database. Okay, what is an Express? What is a Node? What is a React? From starting, we are talking. Okay, there isn't some client, there isn't some server, and we also have taken a look that there is something known as DNS. Okay, now first taking as in MongoDB. Okay, so MongoDB come. Okay, let me draw a line. So this all portion is from for the client side, and this all portion is for the server side. So MongoDB is a database. Okay, why I have written MongoDB on a server side and not on a client side? See, this is a data for an application, and we don't want any anonymous user to use our data or to access our database. Our database may have some information related to uh, our business, our company. So we don't want to expose globally to all. So how can we access this DB? Actually, we go via this server. Means this server, the our company server or maybe any server, this server is responsible for communicating with MongoDB. And any data you want from MongoDB, you request it from the server. Means there is a client, there is a database, and we are plugging a server in between so that the client cannot directly access to MongoDB. Okay, if MongoDB is accessible via client, so anybody maybe writing some JavaScript code may access our MongoDB, and all our data will be at stake. So what we will do, what will be process is we have a client, we have a MongoDB, and in between these we have our server running. Now now the client is responsible. If he wants some data from MongoDB, it will contact to the server, and now server will go to the MongoDB and fetch the requested data and respond back to the client. Now the client is no longer communication with MongoDB. MongoDB is only communication with server. Okay. Okay. Now, okay, we understand that. Okay, MongoDB is there. MongoDB is a database that is in communication that is in communication with the server. Now, coming to the node. What is a node? Actually, via node, we build a server. Okay. means the server, the intermediate person between client and database. So why we have plugin server? We gone through so to restrict client to directly communicate with the MongoDB. So we have came up with a server that client will communicate with server, and server on the behalf get the data from MongoDB and respond back to the client. Okay. So how we going to make a server? We will going to make a server with the Node.js. That's the N stands for. Okay. Now React, we have already taken of that. React is a client technology. Means we will be building our web pages and all via React. How our page will look like, what are the functionality it happens, means drop down, carousel, swipe up, swipe down, all that functionality will be taken care via React. Okay. Now, okay, we have understand M is for MongoDB, R is for React, N is for Node. Now, what is this E stands for? E stands for Express. Now, what is Express is? Actually, Express sits here. We have said, we have taken look at that. There is a React DOM in the React hand side that is responsible for interacting with the browser and rendering our page. We have taken that. Why? Because DOM APIs are somehow expensive, and we don't want that we directly communicate with the APIs, because it may be in a less efficient way. So there is a React DOM which will be interacting with a DOM API with an efficient way and in the optimized way. Okay, because performance matters. Okay, so and in the server there is a node. We as I said that we will be building a server in Node, but there is a framework known as Express. What Express is doing? Express is a framework, is a library which is built upon Node, and that is helping us to make our Node application faster. In if we are directly using Node as its basic APIs, there are many functions and all that we have to take care of that, and our code maybe become more complex. So what Express is offering is that Express is saying, use me, and I will use Node in the backend. Because Express is built upon Node, so Express is actually using Node internal, but Express is offering a simpler code structure, means a less complex code, and all the functionality that Express is handling. We will go deep into Express, how Express works, how Express middleware, what Express middlewares are there, all that. But what Express is doing, Express is sitting on top of the node, and it's saying that, okay, you want to make the server, use me, and I internally use Node to build all that and take care all that of complex functionality that Node has to offer. Okay, so it's just like simply a library or which is sitting top of the node, and it's internally communicating or with the node as to how to function. Just like this, there is a browser. So there is a React DOM came, and React DOM said, okay, you don't have to worry or interact with browser. You can interact with me, and I will interact with the browser in an efficient way. So that's only Express is doing. Okay, so here all 4 technologies sit, and in this MySQL, in this place of SQL, we can use MySQL, means there's some relational database, and we are going to use both. Okay. Okay, so we have taken a look at where our technologies fits into an architecture. So what will be the goal of this at the end of the workshop? We have our maybe some block application. Okay. Blog application that is using React, all means Mern technologies. And we will be going with one more application that will be using SQL in the place of MongoDB. And after that, we are going and deploy these both codes on AWS. AWS, we all know how to deploy an app on AWS and all. All see, we will see to it how to do all that in AWS. Okay, so let's move to some action. We have got a lot of theory. Okay. I'm making a folder on day one with, and all my this code will be available on GitHub. I will be making the repository for it and pushing the code into the GitHub. White title of talk and video. There may be some lagging because in the live streaming, so bear with us for that. Okay, so I have made a folder with the name day one. Okay, first, if you want to follow up along with this, so what are the softwares you need? Firstly, you need node.js.org. Means if we are building up on our server upon node.js, so we have to download this. So first thing, you have to have node.js in your system. Okay, after downloading node.js, okay, let me open the command prompt. So after successfully installing the node, you can uh, check its version, node B, and uh, when you install node, there is one package manager that will be automatically installed, and you can check its version via this. So you will be having both. First is a node, and second will be an npm. Okay, or creating an React app, you need some tool that is known as create React app. And for installing it, you can use npm I create React app. And in the global means you can after that you can use create React app in any directory you want. So it will be installed globally on your system. So that's why I'm specifying -g. So you after hitting this, create React app will be installed. So as I've already installed, I'm not running that, and I'm directly using this. So create React app. So after that, you have to specify the name. So let me say blog one. Okay, now hit enter. So now this this will do? This will instantiate a fresh React app into this directory in which you are. Okay, so let's go wait till it gets installed. Okay, till that we can uh, set up our server code. Now, uh, okay, let's wait to install and let have. It will take some time based on. Okay. So now React app is installed. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay, no problem. I have downloaded in the base. So log one ls. Okay. So I have opened my code in VS Editor. So this is the project structure that you will get in the starting when you install React. So there is an yarn.log file. If you have downloaded with an npm, that it will be packaged as be a package.json.log. So that doesn't matter. We are not going into this. There isn't some README file. So the main important file is this package.json file. Now, what is this package.json file is doing? Package.json file is actually holding up our all dependencies, all our scripts. Now, what are these dependencies? What are these scripts? So, firstly, dependencies are means we are making this blog application. So, what are all different packages that my application depends on? So, definitely we are using React. So, as this application is made by Create React app, so React will be there. Now, there is some one more package that is in React DOM that we have talked about. So, what React DOM will be doing for our behalf? React DOM will be interacting with the browser that we have discussed. Okay, there is an React scripts. What React scripts will do, we will see to that, and there is an web vitals. So as we go, we will cover this. We will go to this package and have a look what they will be doing. Firstly, there is a start command, there is a build command, test, eject. So for the time being, I will only focusing on this start command. Start command means I'm instructing this React app to start my React application. So if I go to my terminal and I type this an npm start, npm that is a node package manager, and start. So what this will do, it will go to this package.json file and see, okay, npm start, what command I have to trigger. So this is written React script start. So it will start my React application. So how to run on Windows? Same in Windows also, nothing will change. You download this node in your Windows, and you will be getting both node and npm. In that case also, open some different project. Okay, run same command npm I create react app -g. This will install create react app globally in your system, and after that run create react app and the name of the application. It will install all the dependencies of React application that we have seen, and then go to your favorite code editor, as I have gone to the VS Code, and that will trigger your app. So till now, nothing will be differentiating if this is in Linux or in Windows or in Mac. When there will be some operating system configurations difference, I will tell you on how to tackle that. So firstly, the package.json file. So we have seen that package.json file holding my all dependencies this application will be dependent on. Secondly, it has some scripts as I run npm start. So it has gone and started React script start. If I am going for the build, it will do React script build, test React script test, and all. Okay. So this is a package.json file. Now there is some folder known as public, and here we have an index.html file. Okay. Now what this index.html file is and what is doing. Okay. Actually, to understand this, okay. Now let's see what how this code structure is managed. So here is a public folder, and in public folder we have an index.html file, and I'm saying that this is the file that is first displayed by the server, or when we requesting displayed by this. Okay, let verify this. If I come to this application, okay, now going to this view page source. Now in this view page source, I'm getting all the code that is on the index.html page. Okay, so the code that is here in the index.html page, say there is a div id root, this is no script tag. So here we all getting that no script, there is a div id tag, and there is some comment that is present on index.html page. So if index.html page has only this much of code, means div id root, no script, so where this content is coming, edit src app.js and save to reload, learn React. We have seen that in our base source, there is nothing known as edit and that React logo and all. There is nothing in that file. Yeah, edit, yeah, learn React. There is nothing in that file. So from where it's coming, we have seen that index.html is first fetching it. Okay, and index.html is rendering, but from where all that different content is coming. So first, when the app is instantiated, means this is an index.js file. Now React will come into the picture, and it will take care of the whole application flow. Okay, now if it take care of whole application flow, so this src directory is where all the React code is doing, all the React will all do based on all these the code we are putting in src. So first there is a known as index.js file. Okay, as React is based on JavaScript only, so all the React code will be going in the JavaScript files only. Okay, so the first file is here is the index.js file. Okay, okay, okay. So first is this index.js file. The execution is starting from here. Now what this file is doing? Yeah, what is the content of this? It's importing some packages, means it's importing React, it's importing React DOM, it's importing some CSS file, it's importing some app from where we don't know. We will come to it. So it's important something. Now what the first thing here is React DOM.render. We have seen that what React DOM will do. React DOM will do and talk to the browser. Okay, we have seen that what React DOM will do. React DOM will communicate with the browser. Okay. Now React DOM is saying to browser that render, means what React DOM will pass from here, the browser will take it and render it. So React DOM is saying, okay, take this app. Now what is this? We will come to it, but it's a component in React world. Now what is component? We will come to it. Now what React DOM is saying, okay, take this app component and put it here. Okay, now what is this? Document.getElement by ID root. Actually, this goes to the index file, index.html file, and it will see, okay, 1 second, let me clear. Okay, it will come into index.html file, okay, and see, okay, which element is having ID as root. So this element is having ID as a root. Okay, so it will say, okay, what all is there in app, just put all the content that is present in app in this document.getElement by ID root. Okay, so what React DOM is saying, okay, take all the content that is present in app and place all those full content in this element. And what this element is? This element is document.getElement by ID and root. So in index.html, we'll go and say, okay, yes, we have an element with an ID. So it will say, okay, take this and put this. put into this component. Okay, so now what is an app? What this is an app? Okay, so we can see that, okay, whatever is app is, it's coming from this file, this app.js file. Okay, we will go to this app.js file, and now here we can see that there isn't that content learn React, there isn't that content edit code, something like that, and there is a logo. Okay, so what is happening here? In the starting, okay, I have seen that what React DOM is doing. React DOM is doing. React DOM is saying, okay, what else is present in is this app component, go and dump all that in that root component, that root, that div which has an ID of root. Okay, now whatever I will be having in this app component, it will be my complete app. Okay, I am not talking about this time this code splitting. Okay, the initial one I have said in the starting. Okay, what happened in the initial request? My whole React app will be downloaded in the initial request. So what happens in this? Whatever is placed in an app, and I'm saying that my whole content, my whole app will be placed in this app component, and that will also be in a component form. For example, there will be a header component. Okay, there will be an blog component, there will be an authentication component, there will be a post component, there will be comments component, comments, there will be some XYZ. All that functionality will be in placed in their respective components as app component is holding. What app component is doing? App component is encapsulating all these details. Okay, app component is having all these details, and for to place all these details, we are using one tag, and that is known as app. In React DOM, I have written this app like this. And what React is replacing? React is replacing this app with all this content. So what we will do? We will break our app into this component. And what React will do? React will place the original content, the original div in place of these components. Now, 1 second, let me show. Okay, let me clear that. Okay, let me inspect this and go to console. Oh, sorry, elements, and see there is a div ID root. Okay, there is a div ID root, and see what is the next. The next element is a div within class app. Okay, and see what is the first line in an app is the same line, div within class name of app. So what actually happening is, what React is doing, React is taking all the content that app is having and replacing that whole content with is an app. So why it's breaking in components, actually to encapsulate in components behavior and functionality all in one component, and then just placing that tag somewhere else, and all that functionality content CSS will be imported along with that. So suppose that there is an application, and there is 4 pages in your application, and all those in all 4 pages you want header, you want footer. So what will you do? You will make an header component, and in header component you will write all its HTML, CSS, all its functionality, and wherever you want to use that header, you will take that header and place anywhere you want in this form. Now, what is this form? We will come. Actually, this is some more like an HTML. If you are already familiar with tags and all, so we are just using that only. Okay. Now, what this is doing under the hood? What is this doing under the hood? If when the controller comes to this point, actually, via this import, it will know that, okay, this is coming from this import, and whatever the component is, actually, if right now we see that there isn't simply a function. Okay, we will go deep. What is in function? What is in component? Don't worry. But if I show, it's the component, the app component is simply a function. Simply say this is a function app, and which is returning something. So if this function is returning this content, so what happened at this place is actually React has called that function on our behalf. We call this function like this. So React called function on our behalf, and the return part, whatever it returns, it render here. And we have seen that it returns some HTML, and that HTML is only present in the browser. We have inspected it and saw that. If I show here is, see, there is no component like that app. There is no HTML tag with the name app here. Here, what is it? It's a simple div within class of app. Okay, so you have understood that what is happening here. Okay. Any question, guys, till now? Okay, let's move. Okay, now I will delete some of the files. I will delete this setup.test file because we are not going in testing and all. This logo SVG also. So delete this. After index.js file will be there. Okay, let's keep index.css file. Remove app.js file. Remove app.css file. Okay, so we will be having this much only. Index.js file, the starting point where the React will come and instantiate our app and see what to render on the app. Means which component is provided to React DOM to render. So whichever component is given in the app. So now what will be happening? It will go in app.js file, and as we have removed this app and app CSS file, I will go and delete that. Okay, and now I delete all this component, all this content that is present in component, and simply I will type div and here hello React. Okay, so now if okay, now go to the index.js file, and actually I have to remove this and this also. App is there, index.css file is there, and all content is there. Okay, so here we can see that there is an hello React that is present in an app component. If we are making some other component, we can go for it, and that will be rendered accordingly. So the main functionality, the core functionality, we understand that what will happen. The first file is an index.js file where the React will enter, and what React will do, React will find that React DOM and take that whatever component that we want to display. It will take that component and display in the browser, means render on the browser, because we have seen that on a React DOM on our behalf communicate with our browser. Okay, so that is this statement. This statement is happening all that way. So React DOM will come into the picture. It will take an app and it will go and plug all the content that is present in this component into the DOM. Okay, actually in this app, we will be building a web application. using Mern stack that is in MongoDB, React, Express, and Node. And we actually will deploying this whole application on AWS, and actually we will using uh, MySQL also. So you will be means this pretty much course is basically based on web application. Okay, and we are going through React part now, means how React handles. So we have now let's close this index.html file, and we have seen that okay, React DOM came into picture. React DOM under the hood interact with the browser, and it will take this app, and whatever present in this app, it will go talk to the browser and render that component into the browser. Okay, that part is clear till now. Okay, now okay, this is all the front end part. Now from now we go and start using a React app. Now we have completed or configured our front end part. Now let's go and configure all the server part. Okay, so I will open a terminal here, and I will move back, and now I will cd to blog one. Okay, blog one is only the project. Okay, now I will make a directory. You can make wherever we want a server with the name server, and let's cd to it. Okay, now open this. So in this we will be coding our server part, the Node, Express, and all that part. Okay, here our front end part, and this is our backend part. Okay, so we have seen that when we have used create React app, okay, when we have used create React app, it has done many things under the hood for us. Means it has done package.json file, listed out all our dependencies that is required, make the script stacks and all. So this is all done under the hood when we use create React app. But when we are using server, we have to maintain package.json file, all that, but we have to do manually by our own. So how we'll do that? First, we will come here, and we have installed npm, the node package manager, and I will type npm init. Npm init actually initializes the package, initializes an app. Now, what this npm init will do? Let's proceed with that, and we will have a look. So version same, description, entry point. Okay, index.js, we are good with that. Test command nothing, git repository nothing, keyword nothing, author nothing. So is this okay? Yes. So okay, now the npm init command is completed. Now what we have got a package.json file. Okay, and in package.json file, what is there? There is a name, version, description. Main is index.js file, means what is the starting point of an application. As here our starting point is index.js. So, but now we have to figure it manually. So we will make a file name as index.js file. If you are facing any doubt, or you have any doubt or facing any issues, you can pin in the chat. Okay. So I had made the index.js file, the starting point, and there is a script tab, script field, and let's say that okay, there is a script field. Okay, author, license, that pretty much all the information that that is been taken via this command line. Okay, all is prompted with there, and there is a package.json file. Okay, now what is a start command do? When we type npm start and whatever we specify here, it goes and run this command. Now I'm for now giving index dot node index.js, but I will go and uh, uh, tell you guys why I'm giving here node index.js. Okay, but there are no dependency field as we saw here. There is a dependency field. There is no dependency field and all. Okay, now okay, we have something installed node, and we have to configure a node into our server. We have React and installed, and React is running. We have seen that React is running. Now, we're in the Mern, we have done two things. That's the React one and the Node one. Now comes the Express, and we have seen that Express stands in the Node part, not in the client part. Okay, so we go to the server, and now we install a dependency. Now, what are dependencies? Dependencies are all the different packages on our that are on application is based. So how to install a dependency? I have to type npm install or simply I for install, and then the package name, and I specified Express. Okay, so okay, so I had run npm install Express, and what happened is that package.json is automatically edited, and a dependency tag is came with the value of Express. Means for as of now, I have only one dependency, and that is Express. Okay. Okay. Now go and install some more dependencies, like MySQL2. MySQL2, actually, the first there is a package known as MySQL, and but now it's upgraded and named as MySQL2. So we need to install as MySQL2 only. Okay. So now we have a package named as MySQL2. Okay. Now, what are all different packages that we'll need? We will go. We will go. But let's start a basic server. Okay. So coming to index.js file, we have installed Express as we know. So first import that package. Okay. So Express require Express. So what this statement has done, this statement has what this statement will do. This statement will go in the node modules folder, because all our dependencies that we have installed is came in will come in node module folder, and Express is one of them. So Express will be there. Okay. Now, and as we have doesn't specified anything, so by default index.js file will be there, and rest it will go in library and all. It will fetch all those files and give us to us. Okay. So what we have got here is Express. We have shown as I've told you that Express is standing top of the node and handling all the server related complexities behind us that node will provide. Means let's first start the server with normal node. Let's proceed with normal node, and then we will go and let's see that how Express is helping us. Okay, so if I go to Node.js documentation here, let me close that. Okay, now here is in docs and APIs. So these are all functionalities or packages that Node.js will offer to us. Okay, here is one package. The name is HTTP. This package is responsible for creating a web server. So what we will do, we will go and take this HTTP, and to require it, we will go and proceed with normal HTTP. Okay, so HTTP is not installed, means HTTP is not present in dependency. So you can say that node we have doesn't install HTTP. How we have imported? because out of the box, when we run this application, means this index file, we will use node environment for that. And this node environment, if I have to run this file, suppose I'm logging this here, hello node. Okay, and I'm running this file. So see, we haven't got any error, means HTTP is there, and hello node is printed. Okay. Okay. Amit, I didn't get what you are. Okay, okay, let's proceed with this. So here we have seen that we are using node environment for that. Now, what is happening behind the scene? Actually, when we running this file, there is a node environment that is providing us all these functionalities, means all this HTTP. We will see that there is an FS module, there is a path module, XYZ all modules. So we will see that all these modules we can use without installing them, because out of the box node will provide to us. Okay, that's why we haven't installed it, and we can use it directly. But for the Express, actually Express is not by default provided with the node, so that's why we have to firstly install it, Express, and then we can use Express. Okay, so okay, so we have our HTTP present. Okay, now this HTTP actually has a function that is known as create server, and it will take as a callback. Callback in JavaScript actually simply a function. So we can define here a function, and I will name as handle server. Handle, not server, handle client request, as the name suggests. Means this function is only responsible for handling the client request. Means this isn't server. If we are making this as a server, so this server will be capable of handling the client request. So what is a server? Server is simply a machine that is connected to internet 24/7 and responsible for taking the request from the client and handling the response to the client. So I have made a function that whenever a request comes, this function will execute, and we have to pass this function in this. Okay. Now this HTTP server, what we are creating here is we are creating a server. So this function will give me a server. Okay. So what we have done here, we have created a server and we define a function. So whenever at any time a request comes, okay, whenever a request comes, this function will be executed. And actually, the two parameters are by default passed via via node. That is a request and that is a response. That is passed via node. Okay. You can see or read about this documentation here. What all this doing. So maybe create server. We have to rely on that. Create server. Okay, this is the function. And you can read about this function, what this function will do and all in the documentation as well. Okay, so let's call this uh, console here is okay. Request received. Okay. Okay, request received. Okay. Now we have created a server. Okay, we have created a server. And now let's run this and see that a server is created or not. Simply this file executed and the code completes and terminates. But according to our understanding, server has to be keep on listening, means keep on running. Then only it will be responsible for handling requests. If the server responded as well completed, so how it will be able to take the request? So for that, actually we have to start the server via listen method. And here we can provide the port, in which port we have to uh, initialize that, start that. See that React app, our React app is actually running on 3000 port. So we cannot specify 3000 port here. We have specified 5000 port, something like that. Okay. Now again, we will running this. Now see that in the initially, when we run this command, we directly completed that and return to the command prompt. But now it's still lagging, means it's not completed. This task, this file, we given the command to Node, okay, run this file, and Node is saying, oh, okay, this file is actually running, means it's not completed running yet. Okay, now we will go to the browser and we will go to the local host and the port. See, it's keep on loading, means nothing is showing here. But here we have prompted as request received. Why we haven't got anything? Because we haven't returned from here anything. Means we have the request. Okay, this function is called via node, and we have the request, but we haven't responded something. We can respond via this res. That's why these two objects are passed. One is req and one is res. So we have to use this res, and there are many functions that's write content and all that we can use here to respond to the request. Okay, and all these functions that create server and all will be find here. Okay, but now what here we have to handle? Suppose when I am hitting, 1 second. Suppose when I am hitting, it's keep on loading. We have to terminate. Suppose I am going localhost 5000 slash. So I want some different function to be executed or different response. When I'm going slash about, then I want some different. When I'm going slash contact, then I want some different function. But as we learn here, fast track available for one stack course from, yes, iNeuron has a course for an one stack. You can check out iNeuron's website. You will find there. Okay. So as I said that whenever a client requests, this function will be executed. Means any kind of request, means from localhost 5000, from localhost 5000, from contact, localhost 5000, home, about, from any request, from any URL, we are getting hit. This handle request is only called. So let print this req.url. Okay, and I'm not responding with something, and I have to quit this server and start it again. Okay, now I'm pinning this localhost 5000 home. Okay, I sent that request and it's keep on loading because we haven't responded. But here it's see, you can see that here slash home came. Okay, let's come with slash contact. Okay, so here slash contacts came. So as far of our understanding is that whenever a request comes to a server, this function is called. And now, as we have said, we have seen that req.url holds that part. So from this req.url, we can filter that. Say, okay, if req.url is slash, I want to return something here, different thing. If it is an req.url is equals to slash about, I want to return something else. If this, but in our application, in our server, there are many endpoints. Okay, so for all that functionality, I have to write this. And also for our whole complex logic, only because we know that this function will instantiate, yeah, this function will execute, we have to place all our code into this function only. So as servers are very large, and to have all the code of that server at one position only, and filtering like that, if and else and if else switch and all that. So to maintaining that code, to understanding that code, it will be very means very complex. So that's where Express comes into the picture. Now, how Express will handle all this, we will see to that. Now, first, as we have to use Express, we have to require it. We have done with HTTP. Now we have an Express. Now, second one, what Express is actually is the one here, the Express what I got is actually in function, and I have to invoke in function and stored in an app. See, this is basic the orientation of which what Express is offering us. If it is offering as an object, then we can use dot and extract this function property. But as it's a function, we have to execute a function, and we have taken out app in between. Now, what we can do with an app? App also has in that listen function to start the server, and we specify a port. So all that HTTP dot create server, then we have taken server, then we have written the function handle client request dot. All that have been wiped out. Only what is there? We have exported the Express, called the function Express, and uh, got the app, and now triggered the listen function. What is this function called? Uh, which function, Amit? Okay. Uh, you can reply in the comment. Okay, let's move. Const Express, if you are talking about this function, actually it's provided by Express only. And according to Express, we have to call it to get to app, because we have to start the server. And to start the server, we need this app. That's why we have called. Now, what about that handle request function and that request and all? Now, what app offers us? App offers us some functions. Okay. Now, the first function is this get function. In get function, I have to specify the URL, means either is slash or either is about. Okay. Either is slash, either is about, either is slash contact. Sorry, contact. So whatever the endpoint we are wanting to execute some function, we will specify that URL here. Okay, let's go with home. Now, what's the second argument this is taking? It's taking that function with that same REQ and RES. Okay. Now, if you want to a different response for slash contact, same callback function will be passed here, REQ and RES, and we can return here whatever we want. Okay. So see, that handle request function that is previously that we have written, and we have seen that that handle request is taking the same REQ and RES, but this is only this is called on every request. Means if we are requesting from slash home, if we are requesting from slash about, slash anywhere, this function is only called. But now what Express has done is Express provides the same function, but on different APIs. And it's saying that, okay, when slash home is triggered, this function will be called, and whatever you return from this, it's responded to the client. If there is a slash contact, then this function will be called, and whatever there is in this function, whatever it returns, it will be handed over to the client. Okay, now how can we do? So there is a function, say res.send, and here I will write hello it's home. Okay, and from here you can use a return keyword. That doesn't matter because I know that this function will execute after that. That's why I'm not using return statement. Okay. So, okay, so I have configured two routes. First is slash home, second is slash contact, and I have responded with some different content. Okay, now come to the server. Okay, I have to start it. Okay, whenever you will change something, you have to restart the server. So to not to do so, we have some packages. We will install that is known as Node-man or PM2 like that. You can use anything, but we will go with node-mon. But okay, for the time being, let's start with this simply. So node index.js, the server is started. Now I will go and slash contact is configured. Okay, 1 second. Slash localhost site can't. Okay, I have specified in different port. Sorry, 5000 port. We are listening actually on 5000. So if I go to the slash, so it's showing an error that cannot get slash. Means there is no route specified by you that is saying about slash. If I come here and use app.get slash, okay, then whatever we will return from there, it will be going go to the server. But okay, no problem. We will go and we have configured home. Now when I triggered home, here what this comes, hello, it's home. Now go to the contact. Now hello, it's contact. Now what we have done till yet, we have configured our server. Our server is completely running, and whenever we hit the server, we'll get the response. As of now, we are getting only some string, some content. That doesn't matter. We can, as we have studied earlier also, server can send a file also. Okay, okay, it can send JSON data also. So server is capable of sending anything. That now you are the owner of this server. What you want to return whenever a client hits slash home, it's up to you. You are returning JSON data will be returned. You are returning a file will be returned. Anything what you specify here, because this server is okay. Because this the server is owned by you, so whatever you will specify, that will be returned on that behalf. So from here, what we have seen, we have our Node app, we have our React app running, we have our Node app running. Okay, now the third we have used Node and Express in here, we have used React here. Now the important part comes is the database part. So you can use MySQL, you can use MongoDB, all that. So first of all, I'm going to use MySQL. And let's first talk about what are the some other technologies or other frameworks we will need, yeah, other libraries we will need. Okay, so for the client, we have React. We have, as we have seen that client means the browser is capable of reading JavaScript. On the top of that, we have used React to optimize our performance. Okay, now it requests to the server. Our server is running in Node, and on the top of this node, I have written Express as to we have seen that why we are using Express to have less complexity on the code as well. So for that we are using Express. Now there is an database that is in MongoDB, that is a NoSQL database, and there is a database SQL. Okay, so for now, one way is to directly communicate with an SQL. Okay, means directly means writing the query as select asterisk from user. Select asterisk means select all users. You can specify where and all that commands that are responsible. But this is the scene where you have to write your own queries. Means suppose there is some complex queries. You have to join 3 to 4 tables. So you have to write all the joins query and all. On the other hand, what you can do is you can use an ORM. Okay, you can use an ORM for SQL. For SQL, there is an ORM known as SQLize. For MySQL, yeah, for SQL, for relational databases, there is an ORM known as SQLize. And for MongoDB, there is an ORM known as Mongoose. Now, what ORM will do? ORM will give us some different functions, and it will tell Express to not to directly write queries and trigger to SQL. You can write queries and tell to me. Okay. So what I will do under the hood, I will convert them into the native SQL queries and fire to the SQL. For example, suppose there is an user. There is an user model. What are models? We will come to that. Suppose there is an user model. Models are actually also provided by this ORM only. So what ORM will do? ORM will say, okay, I have one functionality known as models. So while using me, you can create models. Models are simply say class. So I will say, okay, one model is an user, and I will specify all the fields. For example, I want name, I name and age and all that. So what ORM will do on my behalf is ORM will go and write the query. Means create spelling will be okay, create table user and all the SQL command to create the query. So what this will do is what this ORM is doing. ORM is providing us the functionality means model, and if I want to insert some data in this, so what I will do, for example, I have to find all users. So use this ORM, the model. The ORM has provided us a model, and on model I have some functions like find all. Okay, so what this will ORM will do this. ORM will see this statement. Okay, so ORM will say that okay, user dot find all. I will convert it to as select asterisk from user. So hope you guys are getting what ORM is doing for our behalf. So writing for all those complex queries and all, it will provide as an interface. It will provide as an abstraction over this complex SQL queries, and under the hood, it will do for us. And what we will do, we will just simply use the different functions that ORM gives us to us, because we have to use ORM function only, because that's the only way ORM will know that what you wanted to do. If ORM is giving find all function and you are calling find all functions, so ORM will go okay, find all, select asterisk this. Okay, where can store both numeric as well as string value. Yes, but actually that will be goes in string only. For example, if you have 1, 2, 3, and if you have some name, okay, some string. So this will go, this both will going in string only. But yes, where can store both of them. Okay, you are, I think, giving some answers. Okay, so we have seen okay what ORM is doing on our behalf. ORM is sitting on the SQL and Express in between, and what I want to do within database, what kind of data I want, I will say to ORM, okay, I want this. ORM under the hood convert that request when SQL actually in SQL and trigger, and whatever response it get, it will hand over to us. Okay, so for the MySQL, we have an ORM known as SQLize. Okay, so let's visit its documentation. sequelize.org. So these all are the functionalities, not only simply converting SQL queries, actually pretty much more advanced thing. Actually, it offers eager rolling, associations, transactions, hooks, all are some that the basic functionality that we require is all offered by Sequelize. So what are transactions? If you are querying 2 or 3 queries, and if you want that if one query fails, I I want to revoke the other successfully executed queries. So that will go and implemented via transactions. So transaction will care if maybe we have 4 queries, and if one query fails, revoke the successfully executed previous queries. So all that functionalities are given by Sequelize. All the associations and all. We will go into the associations and all also. Where can I get the recordings of this session? This session, the recordings will be will be here in YouTube only. Okay, so to use that Sequelize, because it's a different package not provided by Node.js, we have to install it. So go ahead and install Sequelize. So it will install that ORM. Okay, so as I have to, I will delete this. Okay, so let's focus on some project structure. First, I will make config folder. All my configuration files will be go here. So first configuration file will be database file only. So let's make one file. Name as db.js. So this is the configuration file that I'm looking for. Okay. Now let's as we have seen that Sequelize also provides the concept of models. Okay, so I have made a folder of models, and I will place all my model files into this folder only. Now I am making 2 more files. Oh, sorry, it's gone into that. Let's take this out. Okay, I had made one routes folder and one controller folder, and say one more folder that is known as middleware. Okay, so why these all folders and what they are all doing? Now, as we have gone deep into what ORM is doing, now understand the flow of Express. Okay, now as I've said that what Express is do, Express is built on top of Node. So what all command, all functionality you use Express, actually it's pretty much converted into the Node.js. So that's a different thing. Now what Express is doing, Express has started a server. We have seen that Express has started a server. How is it started? Via this line app.listen 5000. So via this, our server is instantiated and our server is running. Now we have seen that via client, yeah, via browser, we can send requests to the server. Now, the first concept comes the middleware. What happens is, suppose we want some request or some changes to be made to the request when they hit to the server. Means when the request is coming and when at the time when it reaches to the server, I want to change something in request. And what can be this? For example, suppose a request is came, and I only allow those requests that are actually authenticated. Means authenticated means I have to allow only those users who are signed into my application. So what I can do in between means before reaching to the server, what I can do is I can run some middleware. There is a concept known as middleware that is given by Express only. Okay, that is given by Express only. So what here will do, when the request is instantiated and before reaching to the server, it will hit this middleware. And now here we can decide whether to cancel this request, means respond from here only to the client, That's okay. With some request that you are not authenticated. You are not authenticated means you cannot use this request, or you can uh, uh, append some data into the request and let the request to be proceeded to the server. Means here in the middleware, this is the midman. When the request is instantiated and before reaching to the server, if anything I want to do, I have to code that into this middleware part. Okay, so that is the concept of middleware. So whatever middleware we are writing in this application, we will place all middlewares in this folder. Now, what are these routes and what are this controller? Actually, I simply follow some a simple pattern of MVC where you have models, controllers, and views. Not views here, they are routes. Okay, means when a request will come, when a request is come, for example, I have slash hotels. So after slash hotels, for example, I have 5 APIs. First is to add hotels. So slash hotel slash add. For fetching hotels, so slash hotel slash find, something like that, or some hotels dot create, something like that. So what I can do is I can specify these. Uh, I can say that okay, there is an hotels, and after that I can make a different file, and I can say that okay, till slash hotel you can find that, and after slash hotel you will find here what are the routes. Means slash add, slash find, slash create. So what Express will do, Express will merge this slash hotel slash add and make this only. Means we can organize our code in a better. We can see all this, what is this happening. We will, when we code, this will be more clear. So that's why we have make routes. And what are controllers are? Controllers are means when some request hit on, for example, slash hotel, what the function we have to execute. I have written here that app.get slash. And now what the function I want to execute, I will place this function in a controller. Now why I'm doing this means all the functionality part will be, I can directly find in this folder. All the routing part I will directly find in this folder. All the models I can find this in this folder. All the middlewares I can find in this folder. Okay. So for organizing, because Express not only helping us to reduce the complex logic, it's also helping us to perfectly architecture our code. So as the name intended routes, so routes will be handling all the routes part, controllers having all the functionalities, what are all functions that we are going to execute when a server hits, when a client hits the server, what are the middlewares that are there, which will be running in the middle. So these are all the different functions. Okay, now let's move forward. Now in the db.js file, I will make an object as env, and I will define 3 environments. First is development, second is testing, development, testing, and maybe production. Means what are the keys, yeah, what are the values you will be following when we are in the development mode, which database you want to connect when you are testing mode, and which database you actually want to connect when you are in the production mode. So I will all write here. So what are the different? So first is the host name. So if there is a development, I will connect to the local host. What is a dialect? Now what are these different things? Dialect will be MySQL. Now what are here? What I'm specifying here is all the credentialing part. As the user is root, what is the password? You can specify some password. Okay, what are dialect? Acha, where I'm 1 second. From where I'm getting here, this all values. Let's come to sequelize and let's come to getting started. Okay, so here see, for a successful connection to be made, what are the all different values we required? So here is a database, which database we are connecting. So let's specify. Okay, let's specify database. Okay, I will fill this value, but let's first look at that. What are the database? What username I have filled? What is the password? What is an host? And what is in dialect? Dialect is means because SQLite also comes with different SQL type as MySQL, as PostgreSQL, as MariaDB. So here I'm going to use MySQL. I'm not going for now as in testing and as in production. But okay, for the development, I have been created. Now I have been MySQL running on my local host. You can trigger that on your system and let me actually connect to MySQL database. So this is running in the local host. So the password I specified is root, sorry, the username, and the password is simply the password. And here I connected to my database. Okay, so let's create a new database that is known as blog1. Okay, and apply. And so it will create a new database that is named as blog1. And what I will do here is, 1 second, come here and type this database name that is blog1. Okay. Now, till now we only specified our values. We haven't initiated the request for the connection, and we have seen that for the initiation of request, we didn't directly communicate with the database. We will communicate with an ORM that is in SQLize, and SQLize on our behalf will go and communicate with the database. So let's come to the model and let's come make a file known as index.js. Okay. In config or in here also you can instantiate and make the request successful to the database. It's actually depend upon your how you want to structure your code. Okay. Okay, so let's come to the model. As said, what are the models? Models are that classes that actually SQLize provides us to us, and models have some functions that we can call. And what middleware will, what ORM will do, what SQLize will do under the hood, it will convert them into that complex queries and trigger to the database. Okay, so let's do that here. You can do anywhere you want. So for that, we have to actually use that SQLize. Oh, 1 second. SQLize. And actually, as we have installed SQLize, we can use SQLize from here. Come to package.json. In the dependencies, I have mentioned that SQLize. So here is in SQLize. Now SQLize actually offers many functions. You can go to the documentation. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You can go to the documentation and you can see how to initialize actually to the database and all. So let's do that here. So what we'll do, actually, it's import a class. So I will name within capital letter. Now, const SQLize is equals to, as this is a class, so we are calling with a new keyword, new SQLize. And now here I have to pass those different values. Now, where those different values are there, that different values are present in db.js. So what we will do, we will go and fetch that configs require from where I have to go one directory up, then in configs and then db. So here config will contain all this an object with these field development, testing, and production. Okay, so now make an variable as an environment, and I will choose that environment from process.env.environment. Now, what is this? This is actually uh, say environment variables that we can store somewhere else. As we will see here that in .env file we will store that, but till now we haven't that. So we can say that if this is not present, I have to use development. So this is the condition, means if process.env.node.env is present, then take that environment. And if it doesn't present, then take this development. Okay. Now, what are the all configs? How we can get db, say db configs? Now, as we know that I have this config. Okay, and this config has different values as development, testing, and production. So what I will do here is I will go to the config and I will say, okay, whatever the value of env, whatever be the value of env, use that db configs. And as we know that till now process.env.node.env is not initialized, so development will be the value of env. And what it will do is it will take this object of development and has these properties: host, user, password, and all. So what I will do here is new sequelize. Now here we can see that in the sequelize, what are the values passed? First is a database value, then is a username, then is a so I will go here and say that dbconfig dot database, because we know that this object has this property of database. After that, we can do dbconfig dot user, and after that we can do dbconfig dot password. But as you can see that all these values are in db config only. So what we can do here is we can directly destructure it and take that all values, means first is the database value, second is the user value, and third is the password value. And you can use directly those values here. So database is this, user is this, password is this. And you can also have the host and as well as dialect. So we can see here is that all the different informations are specified in an option object. So we can pass here is an object in which I will specify the host, and as well as I can specify the dialect. What is the dialect? Okay. So till now we have used new sequelize, database, user, password. Now, how can we be sure that, okay, the connection is made? So for that, we have this authenticate function. Okay, so and we can that use authenticate function in this sequelize. So sequelize that authenticate. Actually, this function returns a promise. Now, what is a promise? We will go deep to that, but till now, you can say that when this will complete, and if there is a no error, this then is called, means the whatever I am placing is then function, this will be called. And I will placing okay, connected to db successfully. And if there is an error, then the function that is passed in catch, this is called. And what I can say here is, and I can actually receive here error, what wrong, what goes wrong, and the error will be printed. Okay. If the authentication is made via these properties, so what will happen? I will be getting, okay, connected to DB successfully. Now, how to run this index.js file? Because in the starting, index.js will be executed. We can go and directly execute this, no issue. But to execute this, I will require this file. Go to models. Now, when this file start executing, it will be going, okay, I required the model, go and fetch the model. So it will go in the model, and as we haven't specified any file, by default, it will fetch index.js file. Okay, so and this all will be executed, and let's see what we will be getting. So let's clear this, and not sequelize, node.js. Okay, so we got an error. Let's debug what's happened. And whenever you going to be an error, getting an error, you will be getting this cool warning where you can debug. So here is giving that cannot destructure property database of configs as it is undefined. So what's got wrong in that means saying that this is an undefined value because we can only destructure from some object property. Okay, so it's saying that this configs env is an actually undefined value. Okay, so for that, let's log here. What are these different values? So let's print env here. So what are my env? And let print configs here. And let's run it again. So see, here we are getting env as in development, and but config as in blank. So why this is blank? Because see, in index.js, I am saying that, okay, I want use, I have imported, means I am requiring this configs.db file. Now, when I come to the db file, actually I didn't exported anything from here. Means index.js file is saying, okay, I want something from you. It's saying to db.js file that, okay, I want something from you, but in db.js file is doesn't giving anything. So to export there is a function known as module.export, and we can use here env. This module.export is provided by Node.js only. So what is showing that, okay, whomsoever file is requiring db, this db file, I will give this env, this whole environment, this whole object. Okay, and from here, this file also I am not giving anything, but that's okay, that's not the problem. Okay, now run this file again. Okay, now we have successfully printed this object, executed this, and we got the message as connected to db successfully. Means till now what we have done, we have React app running, we have Node app running, and Node app is successfully connected to my MySQL database. Okay, this database. So till that, we have make a full connection from starting from front end, and we have also seen that where all the different parts are fitting, what are the jobs of the different parts, and let's remove these consoles that we have print for debugging. Okay. Now, for as we are seeing, for every time we have to stop install. So now install a package name as nodemon and save as an dev dependency. Now, what is a dev dependency and what is dependencies is, dependencies are actually the core packages on which your app is a dependent, and dev dependencies are the package you only need for the development purpose, not for the production purpose. So all the packages that you need for the development purpose, you actually put them into the dev dependencies. Okay, so I have this nodemon, but you cannot directly use nodemon here because you have installed in these packages and dev dependency. So what you can use, you can go and change this start command. This is start command nodemon. You can install this nodemon as a global package also. The one we have installed, create React app. It's up to you. Now what we will do here, instead of running npm node server.js, I will run npm start. Now, what npm starts does, see, node-mon index.js, it runs this command only. And now what it is doing, it's watching for our changes to any file. And now if I've made some changes and refresh it, so see that it's restarting due to the changes, and then it's restarted and executed all the files. So now if I'm making any changes to a certain file, I don't want to go back to the terminal, hit control C, kill the server and start it again. Okay, so so till now what we are having, we are having some database, we have database connectivity. So from starting with an React app, let's first build our server, the APIs that we want. And that's why I killed Node server, but sorry, React server, but the Node server is working. Okay. Now let's make some. Okay. Till now, if you guys have any issues, you can ask in the chat. Else we will be moving forward. Okay. Let's first structure our server. So as we have planned, okay, we are going through a blog application, yeah, blog app. So in blog app, we have some users which are responsible for creating posts. Okay, we have posts that the user has created. We have comments which the user has commented on some posts. Okay, and maybe we have some authentication system by which we are recognizing the user uniquely. So we have to manage all these in our app. Means first in the what we are mean by authentication. Authentication means that we are allowing login, sign up functionality in our app. Okay. What user can do is, user can come to our blog application and log in into that and move to the blog application directly. Now, what the post will be doing? Now, when a user has logged in, it has two options. Either it can create post, or it can view the post of others. View the post of others, like feeds, like the Instagram shows the feeds and all, and you can post your own post in the Instagram or your own feed. So like that only. And in all the particular post, if the user wants to view a single blog post, then here will be the comments. Okay, for all users. And if he hitting some users, if he clicking some users, so it can be redirected to the profile of that person. So all this functionality we want to make in our app. So to make all this functionality, let's structure how our app will be look like. Okay, so first what will be happening? We have said that we can structure, or we can divide our application via routes. So suppose there is a slash API, means whenever a user is typing local host slash 5000 slash API, I want to trigger into that. Okay. Now, after slash API, there are slash auth, means if a user is typing localhost 5000 slash API slash auth, then I want to move here. But if the user is typing localhost 5000 slash API slash users, then I want to move this path, means all the APIs that are specified here. If there is a slash posts, then I want to get here slash post, and maybe slash no, we don't be requiring only comments. We always requiring comments with a post. So simple post, or going forward posts slash comments. We will see how to structure all this in these files. But the core idea is, whenever the first thing what user will do, user will come and hit this API. What this API has, it will have two more APIs. First is sign in, if the user wants to sign in, or sign up if the user wants to sign up. Okay, so if user is hitting slash auth slash API slash auth slash sign in, so this API will be called, and the function associated with this will be executed. If it's getting sign up, then the function associated with this will be executed. Now, if I want to see all the users in my app, so I will go 5000 slash API. Not now, this time slash auth. I will not go to the slash auth. I will go to the slash user. And for the user purpose, I will make APIs here. Means slash to fetch all the request, slash get request, and then post request to create a user, like that. And if I want all post, then I will go to slash post and then comments and all. Okay, so the first, this is how the API flow will work. If there are some middlewares, we require some middlewares in between. We will look into that also, if we require some middlewares in between. But right now we don't be focusing on middlewares. This is the complete flow of the application. Now, let's see how the database tables will be there. So as there are users table, as we have to store users, so there will be a user table in our database. Okay, with some fields and all. Okay, so there will be a user table. There will be a posts table where all the posts are there. Okay, all the information about the post, and also one user ID. What this user ID is doing means which user has created this post. For example, if there is an user with an ID 1, so I will specify all the necessary information and then user ID 1. By this actually the reference we are creating, association we are creating, via which we will get to know that which post is created by which user. Okay. So after all, after this there is comments. So what in comments we have to store all the comments plus post ID, means this comment is for which post, and also the user ID, means who has commented this. So suppose there is a post this one, and so here the post ID will be 1 and the user ID will be 1, means this comment is belongs to this post, this one post, and this post has commented by this user ID. Maybe there is a second user ID, and there is a second user. For example, first user is ABC, second user XYZ. So this user can also comment to this post. So there will be one more comment in which post ID will be 1, but the user ID will be second. So via this, we'll get to know that, okay, this comment is also for this post only, but it's commented by some different users. Okay. So this is how our database tables will be look like. So there will be an user, there will be an post table, there will be an comments table, and okay. So now, if I'm talking about the relations or associations, so let's talk about the relation. So what is the relation between user and post? So a user can have many posts. Okay, a user can have many posts, means one user can post many posts, and one post will be belonging to one particular user only. So means user has many posts, but one post belongs to user. Okay. So what we are talking about? What we are talking about association. And why we are talking about this? Actually, we will see that SQLize offers a very um, a good way to structure all these keys and all. We will see to that. But okay. So what is happening here? I'm saying that okay, user has many posts, but one post can belongs to one particular user only. We cannot have two users making one post only. Maybe for the advanced use case you can have, but for our simple use case, we won't be having that. Okay. For the comments, a user can comment. A user can have many comments. So again, a user have many comments, but a comment will be belonging to one particular user only. Same, say, two user cannot have two comments working on the same comment. So one user can have separately one comments, and a post have many comments. A post can have many comments, 20, 30, 40, and one comment can belongs to one post only. Okay. Here you can uh, filter it, but okay, for a simple application of ours, this will be suited. So this is the relations what we are having. So what we are having, a user can have many posts, a post can belongs to a particular user, a user can have many comments, and a comment belongs to a user, and a post can have many comments, and a comment belongs to a post. So this is the structure of the table, and this is all the relations that we are having. Now we will see, we have to just simplify these relations to SQLize, and SQLize will automatically create this whole structure for us. Now we will code that. Let's move to index.js file, and this is the authentication part. So as I have seen that, okay, I am able to successfully log into my database, I am changing that. Okay. Now let's have our different models. The first model is user.js, means the user model. Let's have one model as post.js, post model, and let's have a model as comment.js. So we have my three different models. Okay. So this is comment model, this is post model, this is a user model. Okay. So let's comes to the again our good friend, that is in documentation, and I will come to the model basics. And here it's showing that we have two different ways via which we can create a model. Now, why we are creating a model? I have told you that when you create a model, SQLize provides many functions with that model, just like create, insert, like that. And under the hoods, what SQLize will do, SQLize will construct that complex query for us. Okay. So for that, models are required. So we can use two different methods to create model. First is in class method, and second is in SQLize that dot define method. What SQLize dot define? This SQLize dot define method. Okay. So let's comes to user. Now, one way we can do that, we can use this sequelize. Okay. What we will do, we will export this sequelize from here and import this sequelize in this, because we know that for creation of model, we will be needing this sequelize. Okay. So for that, if we will be needing this sequelize, what we will do, we will export this sequelize, and what this will do, this will use that sequelize and build the model for that. We one one method is that, but one thing we can do that, do this is that sorry, one thing we do this that, we can in here only, uh, we can read the code of user, post and comments, means what they are exporting, and build our model here only. Now what I'm talking about is, I will show you. uh, let's have some functions. uh, One is fs is the module. We haven't downloaded this. That means is this is provided by node.js only. One more, that is path. And for path also, I have don't entry anything in the dependency or in the dev dependency. uh, so one second. So we have sequelizer. Okay. Now what you can do is, you can go and fetch all the paths, all the files that are present in this directory. Now how can you do that? First you have to know which directory you are working on. So for that, there is an variable known as underscore underscore dir name, and this is provided by node.js, not by us. Okay. So if I, as nodemon is running and it's seeing my changes, so it simply console it. Okay, you are working in the directory that is present in my root directory of MacBook and rest servers and in the models folder. And yes, I am under the models folder. Okay. So what I can see says that, okay, I can use a function in this fs, and
Keshav, your voice is not audible. Keshav, Keshav, can you hear me? Keshav, Keshav, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, your voice was not audible, I think, for 10 to 15 minutes, I guess. Can you hear me, Keshav?
Yeah, yes, I can hear. Oh,
Keshav?
yes, sir, I'm connecting to a different source.
Okay.
Uh, so now I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible now. I think I cannot see your face also.
My video is on. I think the internet is getting. So can you see me now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
I think from past 10 minutes, I could not hear your voice, you know. So I thought
Okay.
10 to 15 minutes, I guess.
Okay. I will explain. Okay. So, guys, as the audible is not, I will give you an overview what I have done till now in this file. So, and this we have done sequelize. We have exported fs and path. Okay. For we have defined this all the development parts and all. We have constructed this sequelize part. Now, what I have done from here is uh, I will respond to all the questions. So can you please help me? Okay, I will get back to you. Let's focus the here. So what I have done is here, I have gone to the models folder and I fetched the name of all these files using this. So and after that, I filtered all the files, means rejected all the files first whose name is index.js because I am working index.js on this only. So I don't need index.js to be present in the model. After that, till here, I have my three files in this. First is comment.js, second is post, and third is user. After that, what I'm doing is I am requiring that means whatever is exported from user.js, whatever is exported from post.js, whatever is exported from comment.js, I have required here only. Now, what we will see, what will be exported. Actually, these files will export our models. Now, let's go and first do that one. So you will be more clear. So for the creating of model, as we can see, we are requiring we are requiring this sequelize and as well as this data types also. Uh, yeah, we are requiring these data types also. Now, what this data types is, as you know, you have working in the sequelize word that for defining a table, for creating a table, we have to specify what the data types of that respective attributes is. Means for the name, so it's in string. For X, Y, Z. So what is the data types? Is what is in particular data type for in particular attribute is. So for that, there is an data types provided by sequelize. So see, all the functionality that the sequelize have to do, it have to be provided via sequelize, because under the hood, sequelize is only the one who is communicating with the SQL, with the actually database, and not with the language that we specifying it. Actually, the language that SQL is understanding. Okay, so these all language SQL dot defined, this type data types dot string. This is not understood by actually SQL. This is understand by sequelize only. And sequelize on the other hand, what it is doing, it's converting to these uh, basic query languages. We will see how the query language is converted. But first, let's start with the user. So what the two different functionality we will requiring? What are the two different? First is this sequelize. Oh, sorry, this small sequelize. And second is this data type. And as we see, we have both on this file only in this sequelize. And for the data type actually present in sequelize only. So we can, uh, 1 second, okay. We can use here data, oh, not data types. Sorry. Data types. Okay. Now I have the both these two functionalities as these two objects. Now, and I know that while creating this model, I will be requiring both. So what I can do here is I will export from here a function. Okay. And I will assume that this function is passed with both these values, means sequelize and data types. Okay, I will assume that these both values are passed to me. Now, from where it will be passed, as I can see that this require, what this will do is this will go to this user.js file and export this function. Now, if I got this function, so I can execute this function via this. And while executing, I can pass this sequelize also, as well as this data types also. So this sequelize, this model actually have this sequelize and this data types passed via index.js file. Okay. So now what rest we can do is actually we can go in for the create our model. So I have this sequelize. So sequelize dot define. Okay, sequelize dot define, and under this we can pass the name of the model that I want. So say user, and second is an object. What are the different data values? All that you can go and grab it from sequelize documentation. So for the user, suppose I am getting the name. Okay, first I will get the ID, the unique ID. And for the unique ID, I will go and say allow, I want allow null to be false. This value can't be null. Primary key to be true. I want this key to be behave as in primary key. I can say that auto increment to true. And what is an data type of this? Data type will be, not data types. It's actually data types. Okay. And here I have to specify the type. And what is a type? Data types dot integer. This integer is provided by actually Sequelize only, because this data types is provided by Sequelize. Okay. So when we execute this function, actually we have to return our model. So what we will do here is return user. I will tell you why I am following this pattern. Actually, Sequelize also follow this pattern under the hood. So whenever you're working with Sequelize, you can see this amount of code will be pre-coded for you. But I am coding this from the scratch for you guys, so you can have understanding what is actually going under the hood. Okay. So we have models. So we const user is equals to Sequelize.define, and I have defined what are the different fields. So I have an ID. Then I will be having name, data types dot string, and email maybe data type dot string, mobile maybe data type dot string or integer. It's up to you. Let's go for string. Maybe age and all. So pretty much the what you want, you can have it. Okay. So I have done with my user. Now what with the post? So I will copy this and paste here. Okay, let me copy again. To the comments and to the posts. So this will be not a user. This will be posts. Okay. So this will be post, and what are ID will be null. Oh, sorry, ID. Here will also be an ID. That will be in the primary key. Next is in title. What is the title for in blog? This will be in string. Okay, I'm good with that. Then text. So I will go for data types dot text, and not mobile. Okay, only do these two things. One is title, but the second is tags. You can also go with then hashtags and all. It's up to you. But I am going with that this only. And then comes comment. What will be happening in the comment? Maybe simply what is the comment, and simply this is in text, nothing else. As you can see, I haven't provided the user ID, because in the planning we have planned that we will having a user ID, and in the comment also I haven't provided user ID and post ID. So there will because I haven't provided that, because that will all be configured via Sequelize for us. And how it will be Sequelized, we will have a look at that. Now remove this. Now what I will do is, so here I have my model. Okay. What is the model that is being imported by this? Okay, if I run here and log this model, let's run this file. Okay, I am getting an error, so let's have a look. What's the error? Data types is not defined. Okay, so okay, it's actually a capital T. It's a typo. So okay. Okay, so I have run this and see what I am getting is a comment, a post, and a user. And I have, if I mention what is an type of this, so these are all functions. Why functions? Because user dot Sequelize, user dot defined actually returns me in function. Okay, so till now means we have proceeded. So what we will do, we will be stored in this my DB variable that we have assigned in the upper. So what we will do in this, as their function, in every function there is a name property. Okay, so model dot name, and what will be the value? It's model. So if I going here and see what is under DB. So as you can see in DB, I have comment that has a function. This is not a string, it's a function actually, the model. So it will be holding my model. Post is handling my post model, and user is handling my user model. So now till all this code, what have been achieved? We have achieved that in this DB variable, we have all our models associated with different keys, and the keys are nothing else but the model name. Now, but what about the associations? The main part. If I here do sequelize dot, there is a function known as sync. Okay, and if I do force true, what is force true? I will come to it. But if I run this command, so here see a bunch of queries have been executed, and these queries are actually SQL queries. Create table if not exist, we haven't written anywhere. Okay, we haven't written anywhere create table, create this, create table, create this. It's all been handled by sequelize by this command sequelize.sync. It's saying that uh, uh, take our models, take our sequelize object, means all the models that has been defined, and sync it with to the database. So if I come to the database of mine and I refresh it, so now I have three tables. One is comments, one is post, and one is users. Okay. So like this, what sequelize is handling for us, sequelize is handling all the complex queries out of the box. Now, as we can see in the post, there is no post ID. This created ID and this updated ID is actually created by sequelize. You can turn off this definitely, but it's not. It's recommended to take created and updated ad. But if you want to drop them, you can definitely do that. Okay, so but we cannot see that post and that post ID and that all that we have planned. Now that comes the part of association. Now what we can do here is, as this user, we have seen that what this is returning, this is in function. Okay, so in function, I can associate, give some property, and this is in function. And here I'm assuming that all the models will be passed. What I have done is, in this model, there are many functions provided by sequelize. I added one mine with the name of associate. Okay. So I one added mine from my side, and that name is an associate. And what I will do, because okay, cancel, because what this is demanding, this is demanding me all the models. All the models. Why? Because user have association with many models. Okay, so one thing what I will do here, means what I have to do here is I have to grab this DB and then again for each, and for the for each I have to pass a function or one model. Okay, or I can say that, one second, this DB is not an actually object, sorry, as an array, so we cannot use for each, actually is an object. So what we have to use, we have to use object.keys. Now object.keys, what this will do, it will loop through this DB and extract all the keys. Okay, so first is user, second is comment, like this. And now this, on this I can run for each function, because this object.keys me returns an array. Okay, so here I will get one key, and that key is the name. Now what I will do is, I will go to this object, this DB object, and I will grab the instance, the model associated with this key that is passed. And what I will do, I will run this associate function. This associate function is linked with this. So what I will do is, I will run this associate function, and as I know, this associate function requires model, and as I know I have all the models in my DB, so I can pass that. Okay, so it will return me the updated DB. So I can store that updated object as the key, because key is only the model name. Okay, so now what this function will do, this function will go to all the models because we are looping through it. So this will go to all the models, and if it has that associate function, it will call it. For the check, you can see that see if this DB, oh sorry, is this DB at key dot has an associate function. If this function has an associate function, then only run it. If it haven't has that associate function, leave it. Okay, so what this will do, if we are using this much pretty code, it will be perfectly fine. But as we have to associate, so we have associate function here only, where I will get my all models, and here also I have to do the same, means comment dot associate function, and here I will get all the models. Now I will go for that association part. Now what I will go here, what I will do is user dot has many function is provided by SQL, and what has many models dot post. So as we know, there is a post model. So I have said user dot has many posts, and user dot has many model dot what comments. Okay, so user has many posts, and user has many comments also. Now what about post? So one post is belongs to a particular user, but a post on the other hand has many comments. Okay, and what is comment is doing? Comment belongs to models. Comments dot belongs to user as well as posts. Okay, so till now what we have done, we have linked up our associations. Okay, so we have linked up our associations, that user has many posts, user has many comments, post belongs to a user, and post has many comments, and comments belongs to an user, and comments belongs to the post. Okay, now what we'll do, I will save all the files, and let's go back to the DB and refresh. Now go to the users. User has same fields. Now go to the post. Okay, till now nothing has been changed. Okay, we have got an error. Okay, object dot keys, we have to specify DB. Okay, again we have got an error. What model? In which file? Comments file, because it's not model, it's models. Okay, now now this error we have encountered. Now what it's saying, that it's pretty much very common error that arises in a sequelized world. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so let's come back here. Now I'm saying that first log here, what is DB? No, not DB, actually just log what is key. Okay, so we are getting, okay, first comment is appearing, then post is appearing, and when the user tries to use user, then I'm getting error. Okay. Means when he's trying to use post, then I'm getting error. Because if the user has been, so we have been console.log user also. Is console.log post means post came and then something happens wrong. Now what happens wrong? We have to uh, figure out that out. Okay. So when when post came, okay, first go to the error. Has many called with something that's not a subclass of sequelize.model. Means has many is called with post. Okay. Post dot has many is called. So here is written that post dot has many. Okay. So post dot has many called with something that means this. I've called with something if I remove this. Okay. Uh, then I will get the same error for the user also. Means user has many called with something that is not within subclass of model. Now, why we are getting this? Let me explain once. One second. Let me go to index.js file first. Okay. Till now, till here, what happens is our DB has an object of all my models. Means user model is there, comment model is there, okay, and post model is there. So till now, I have both my user model, my comment model, and my post model is there. Okay, one second. Okay, okay. Now, when it's executing, it's first saying that db.key. What is db? db is my this object, and what is the key? First the user came. So db.key has a function.associate. So first I have seen that comment will come, then post will come, then user will come, because the files are arranged in ascending order as per the naming convention. So what will come? db.key associate. So first comment has came and comments associate function has been triggered. Okay. So let's go to the comments. Comments and comments comment has an associate function. Let's log here and see that it's been triggered or not. Triggered. Okay, let's have, okay, so we have this function that it has been triggered. Okay, means I have reached to this point, and now what it's saying that comments dot belongs to models dot user. Now let's say that let's come to the post model and let's log here. Let's log here that's post triggered. And let's also see that what is model is passed with. So one second. Okay, one second. Let me start with this clearing out. Okay, so here is saying that post triggered. Here post is this means have the value. User is has the value, but comment is undefined. Okay. So and we are passing models dot comment. As model dot comment is undefined, so it will surely going to be an error. Now, why it's been undefined, we have to check now in index.js. So come to the post.xml file, remove this log, comes to the index.js file, and now first of all log the db. Now here I'm logging the db. So here it's coming right, means comment, post, and user. If I am accessing comment db.comment, so here also I am doing that only models.comment. Okay, and here I am doing that only. So Here I'm getting a comment, means not an undefined value. Now in this key, this first the comment has came. Okay, comment has came in the db.key.associate, and we have changed this db actually for to solve this. First solution is that we can make a certain object a different object and accommodate all our values with that. Means what is happening is when we associate this comment function, actually comment associate haven't written anything, and if it doesn't haven't written anything, means db.key will be initialized with an undefined value. Okay, so to solve this, we can return comment here, updated comment. Okay, one second. RETU RN. Okay, for post, we can return the updated posts, and for user, I can return user. And let me save. Now we haven't got any error. Let's go to blob application, refresh all. Now go to the users. Users are now go to post. Now see in the post, I have got one field named add user ID. We haven't specified there. And let go to comments, and comments have two fields. One is user ID, one is post ID. And we haven't mentioned this any ID here. All this is configured in my with my associate function. Okay, so in post also I have the same, and if in the user also I have the same, and in the index.js I have all this code. What I is doing, it's actually evaluating my DB, and what this function is doing, this function is triggering the sync function. Let's delete that and actually return something from here. So one thing I will return with this is sequelize. Maybe someone uses this sequelize, and also the main sequelize. These both sequelize, I have this here. One sequelize is here and one sequelize is there. And now what I will do module.export and hold DB. Hold DB. Now what DB holds? DB holds my models as well as these sequelize. Okay. Now this DB comes to my index.js file. Okay. Now if I run log DB, so see, this is whole that DB that is came. Now what is this whole DB? What is this associations? What we will go into that. But here now I can use db.any model, and I can use db.sequelize where I want, and actually db.sequelize capital also wherever I want. Okay, so like this, we have structured our code. Means for any model, if I want, what I will do, I will create the file, and I will start documenting it and associating it with the different models, and then all will be taken care by sequelize, and it will create all the it will do all this query stuff, this creating sequelize all this query stuff under the hood by its own. Okay, so till now we have our front-end project ready where we have to code on the front-end part. We have our backend as an structured in structured format. Routes we don't have, but we have taken a look how we are how our routes will be going with /API /out /something. We have seen that, so we will do that. And for and after that, what will we do? Here is will be my React application. My React application will be triggering the server, and on the what the server is doing, server will be going to this database and extract the functionality what the request client wanted, and it will give to the React. So what React will do, React will render this functionality under the hood. Okay. So we all have we have all our structures ready. Now what we have to do, we have to only code and start the coding. All the linkage part means requesting the request from the client to the server, getting the response, and how to managing the state management and all that is left. And basically that we will be looking in tomorrow's lecture. So till now, any doubt, guys? It's a web application blog app in which we are using Mern stack to code this.
Get flat 40% off with no minimum order value. Download the
Any guys doubt? Any doubt, guys? Till what we have done? Okay. So Chris sir, we have to go on or we have to stop?
Okay, Keshav. So you have done till here?
यस सर, मतलब अगर करना है तो कर सकते हैं, वरना कल कर लेंगे.
Yeah, sure. So, okay, guys, I think we have done this particular session till here, and I hope everybody liked the session altogether. We will be continuing the session tomorrow also. Okay, and this was the end-to-end Mern stack, which basically Keshav has actually taken. Make sure you click the link in the description of this particular video for the community courses. You just have to go over there and you'll get all the materials just in some time. Keshav will also share the materials to Sudhanshu and probably he'll upload it. So I hope
Yes.
everybody liked it. Keshav, again, thank you for this amazing session, and I hope I was throughout the session. I was listening to you. I was seeing what all things you are actually doing, and you did pretty much amazingly. Okay.
Thanks, sir.
So yes, this was it from our side, and guys, I hope you had a amazing learning experience. So yes, we'll be continuing the session tomorrow. Again, it will be starting from 12 p.m. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Keshav,